that, but maybe he didn't say that, I guess.
You possess
Yeah, I
things,
don't care if you say it. I
have the
was just
ownership for the
curious.
moment, but then anything can just come and just take it away from you.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
you can
true.
try to
That's
prevent,
true.
but you don't actually own it.
All
You know
right,
what I mean? It's
but
not like
nobody
something
has
that is
ever stolen
planned.
anything from me, as far as I know.
No,
And
it's not about that. I'm just saying. Everything you own is not really owned
yeah,
by
the
you, really.
universe could blow up too, like in a nanosecond, I guess. Doesn't
That's
mean I
not
have to
never
worry
yeah.
about it.
That's yeah, or some alien invasion is gonna come, and even though space
Yeah,
is not real, dude, they utilize space.
maybe they have
They
some like creatures looking like what they are showing us, and they are like
nah. I
trying
think
to.
it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. It's
Yeah,
called prediction
sure. I don't
programming. They
know. I
want us to
just
think that there's, dude.
saying what
There is
is
what they can
possibly.
do. What they can do to achieve a one world government is essentially they can't really get every single government to agree on being one essentially. So what they can do is
If
the
I
most
was
powerful ones. They
evil,
can just fake an alien invasion and then
if
use
I
that to
was
control
evil,
pretty much everybody. It's that
yeah,
simple.
sure. You could use holograms and stuff too. And
Believe me.
if I was evil, I would like have like a human farm, a real human farm, not just like statism human farm, like
Yeah.
enclosed like prisons where like people breed and shit. And I would like train them to be like hostile and stuff, and use them when I needed them and stuff. So I guess maybe the
Well, yeah.
UN soldiers are kind of like that. I guess nobody really knows
Well,
where
yeah.
they come from.
I'm sure there's definitely islands or places where they just essentially program babies since birth or since even the mother is pregnant with them. They could brainwash them easily because
Yeah,
humans
yeah,
are
yeah.
conditioned by their surroundings and even themselves, basically. So yeah, it is not very hard to do. You have to use stimuli in a lot of things, really. Anything they could just utilize it and just brainwash people.
They'd have to hide it. That's the only thing, you know.
Well, yeah, and say they let out, like they can create assassins, they can create celebrities that are just perfectly there to spread their propaganda or help reach their planet and so on. And most likely they have trigger words for those things, to say
Yeah.
make them act this certain way or whatever. Say go and make this phone call and so on. It's called MK Ultra. It's like an umbrella
Yeah,
term,
MK
even
Ultra
though.
and MK Naomi and all the other projects that use, and and probably a lot we don't even know about. This may be like disclosed just for
Well, supposedly it was
funsies,
leaked
maybe.
documents, and they found what is called MK Ultra, but it's a lot of things they use. They use LSD, a lot of drugs and stimuli, sound, deprivation of
Yeah,
food,
no,
and a lot of things. Essentially, torture. Essentially making
it's just
like say, making you enslave yourself, essentially by depriving yourself of things. That's literally enslavement. Like say you're starving yourself, like say fasting forever. That is enslavement of yourself because your body wants to do something, but you oppose it. Well, you oppose your nature, essentially.
yeah,
So yeah, they use your own brain against you. They have really good understanding of the human brain, how the subconscious and unconscious works, and they utilize it very fucking well. So the thing that they have
yeah.
over us essentially is, knowledge of. They know more than you about yourself, basically, and they use you against yourself. That's what they do.
As much they know, maybe no more than our conscious active mind that we are using right now, I guess. Maybe we
Well,
have
not
a.
that. They just know how the human brain works because even their
Yeah,
own
yeah,
brain
yeah.
can fuck up. It's not like they're perfect. They just have understanding, good understanding, and they can
Yeah,
manipulate us using that knowledge that they have. It's not like they're superior than us. They're not. They're humans. We're
yeah.
humans. Yes, they may be healthy or whatever that is. Like say the elite is an example, but still, we're on the same plane. You know what I mean? It's not like they're elsewhere. It's the same plane we're in right now.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're below, maybe they're above, maybe they're in another dimension. I don't necessarily believe that. I'm just saying possible things that might be true. Like I'm just saying that it doesn't have to be this way. Like maybe that's like a deception put in flat Earth, so that we like think, yeah, it's
It's
just flat
deception
Earth.
as in what, by the way? What do you mean by deception? Deception as in dimension? Well, you could call it a realm where
Yeah,
there's
maybe
physical.
there are
What
other
we perceive to be
dimensions and they're trying
physical.
to hide it from us. Maybe that's the thing. Like they do.
Well, yeah, based on perception, we perceive something physical. It's just a collection of objects, basically, and based on our senses, we perceive things to be physical. We can touch them and so on. And there are things that we don't perceive, most likely, because of our senses. Them be limited to the human body that we're in right now.
Yeah, maybe we are for now, and later we might not be, I guess. Or
Yeah, we can
before we
theorize.
was.
We can speculate. Yeah, but what matters is the experience we're having right now. Learning right now and having understanding of how everything works.
The present is so important. The experience
Yeah, it is.
of the present
Instead of
and
thinking
also
about
the
the future
past.
too much, it's not good.
And
Yeah,
everything else is imagination.
yeah. The past is also imagination. It's within your head. You can't go back to the past. It's all happening right now as we speak. It just is essentially a collection of all those three: the present, past,
Yeah, but
future.
there
It's all
are
within
some
you.
core experiences. I'm sorry, bro. Please finish.
Oh yeah,
My
it's
bad.
finished. Yeah. I finished. Yeah. What do you mean by core experience?
A really strong memory, like with your father or with your mother, or a game that you played, like a really strong memory that
I think that's
really doesn't
because of the
change that
chemical
much.
reaction. Yeah, that's because of the chemical reaction that is produced when, say, you feel happy in the presence of another person. Then your body, it's like your body is, like, say, it's scarred, but in a good way, as an example, towards that other person, is essentially. Like, say, love as an example, you are affected on a chemical level when you are around the other person that you love, basically. It's just chemicals. That's what it's
Well, I know
about.
it's just
Yes.
chemicals, like with the smelling. Oh,
That's
you
why
go
you
ahead,
feel
bro.
this really good
Well, sounding
overwhelming feeling,
like
Like, say, you know what I mean? Like, when you imagine, like, the time that you spend with your wife and you love her so much, it's like your brain replicates or reproduces those chemicals that we were produced while you were with your wife experiencing that good moment. You just like they replicate it, therefore you associate it with really good memories. And you can sort of feel the same feeling
Neuron
that you felt with
mirroring.
her in the cool past right now. Basically, you mirror it, you know?
sure. I just never had a wife.
Well, anything really. You can just say like a good experience, like say you will right now suddenly feeling so happy. That's chemicals inside of your brain. Whatever is happening on the inside. When you think of it and you can sort of feel that feeling that you felt in the past during that moment, it's the same thing, just chemicals inside of your body. It's just all happening within your imagination. You can actually somewhat feel it.
Might be, I guess. I'm not
Yeah.
entirely convinced, but
No,
maybe.
that
Well, it
sounds
is all
like
within.
what they want you to think.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what I'm
why
thinking, right?
Yeah,
why
but you
would you
really
even want
cannot
to
go to
think
the
that
past.
way?
It's only a concept. It's only a concept. Can you go
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
past?
I
Can you
agree with
isolate
that
it?
part.
No.
Like
We just
it's a
use it to
possibility.
describe things.
You have
We
memories.
literally just
What
use it
else
to
do you need?
describe things. So, yeah, we just use it to describe things. We just call it time. Like say you have point A, point B. A cow moves from point B to point A. We use numbers to explain, how long it took, essentially. We just use those terms to describe something moving, but everything around it, just like bacteria moving. That's all it is about.
Oh,
Same thing with
bacteria?
your thoughts. Yeah, bacteria, just essentially us. We are moving bacteria. Like your whole body, it moves.
Uh,
Like you're breathing and
okay.
so on.
Yeah, living organisms, I guess you could say.
Yeah, yeah, basically, yeah. An organism. You are an organism as a whole. We don't really have to look at it from like a bacterial level, atomic level. That's not really necessary. You just look at it from the larger image. There live in organisms
They
literally
say
everywhere.
they
But
say
then
that
again,
most
you
of the
can
cells
use
in
a
your body
telescope
I
aren't
to see
think you're a
things
yours.
on
little
a
stuck
smaller
in
scale.
scientific terms.
Well, then you can use a telescope and see bacteria that is constantly moving. It's not. It's never, stationary. As in the living organism, they're always moving. One eats another, and so on. It's a cycle of life, how everything works, just by nature.
Symbiotic.
Yeah, symbiotic indeed. Yeah. Somebody said nothing is real theory again. LOL.
Yeah, we're pretty serious about what you know and what you can't know around here.
Yeah. Well, you base everything off of experience. I think experience is what matters the most. What you can actually experience. If it's belief, then it's belief. Not that it's false or not, but yeah, it's not as good as an experience.
I got to tell you, people are going to want to debate with you with your naturalistic ideas, and I don't mind you saying them because I believe you got the right to say them.
Well, I
Yeah,
just try to
there's,
keep it simple. That's all I do, really.
that's really cool. I admire that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. Somebody's gonna hear what you got to say and challenge you on it. But I try to keep an open mind and think about it from your perspective. It all forming naturally, and it's just like all natural and organic
Well, you just have to
and
think of it from, look
pieces
at it from a
of
larger image.
puzzles.
Yeah. Based
You're
on
talking
what
about
you see
looking at it from the
around
big
you.
picture.
Yeah, essentially just
What
like say you go
picture is
outside, you
that?
just see that there's what
Describe
do you
that
perceive?
picture.
Your senses, based on your senses, what do you perceive and so on.
I think
You don't really
he's
have to use
still
a
in the
telescope to understand
universe.
things.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, I think he's still in the
Would you?
universe. But you know what? I don't care.
That's
He's
fine.
No, I
Yeah.
don't mean the universe. I mean the universe. Essentially, like you don't have to render things down to like say bacteria. You just look at everything around you from your eyes. You don't have to use a telescope and so on. Even though it helps you understand things further, they can just be really simple and just use your own body to explore things and understand them, basically, and use your own brain to think and not be
Nice.
told
Yes,
what to think. Essentially, yeah.
I
I
agree.
don't mean the universe in that way. The universe will be just what we are experiencing right now, what you see, what you perceive, and so on.
That was we are doing as flat earthers too. You know. That's that.
So,
Also, we had something you are saying. We are saying like we are saying. Try to use your senses and stuff like instead of.
yes, common sense. When you say common sense, you just use your senses. What is common to you, what you experience, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you commonly experience, what you commonly feel, what you commonly see out when you're outside, essentially, not just watching the TV and being told that you're given those false senses by other people, essentially. They are diluting your senses against you, essentially. So they're using you against yourself to think otherwise. And then your senses are not really giving you the truth.
Well, they do put it plainly. They say don't trust your senses.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
have the choice to, pick out information one or information two, or, use them both at once and try to come to a conclusion. It's your choice. Yeah. If you're unable to do it, then you are a loser by nature's definition because you are a loser. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Like say you know something is bad for your health, but then you still do it for some stupid reason or you've been very much to think so, then nature will punish you and they will backfire at you. Let's say consuming some toxic food. You know that it's bad. It tastes good, yes, but it is bad for you. You know that it gives you symptoms or whatever that is, some sort of disease or whatever, and then you still consume it, then nature will punish you. You experience hell.
In what
And
way
they will
will
constantly
nature
keep
punish
happening.
you?
When you keep doing it over and over again, you are reincarnated in hell that is happening within you, essentially. You will keep experiencing over and over again. While
So
the people of power
you're creating
are constantly
your own
experiencing
hell.
heaven.
I do agree with that. I
Yes,
do agree with
essentially,
that.
yeah. Yeah, naturally, yeah, it just happens. I think that hell and heaven
But
are
if
all
you're
we're
creating your own hell
experiencing
right
right now.
now, then what's
You're not
later?
experiencing, you're not creating, by the way, you're not creating. You're utilizing what is already there by nature. Because humans cannot create anything, basically, because the matter, everything that is natural is already there by nature, essentially. We just utilize, we just play
Depends on
as in,
what you mean by create. You could build something and that not necessarily
like
creating it.
out of nowhere, create, like, say what, like give birth to as an
But
example?
so create is out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, that would be nature, but the thing again, there can be nowhere as in what, like nothing? Nothing is still something. So that thing must have came from itself. So you could say that nature, God, gave birth from something from within essentially that appeared to be exterior, even though it is within essentially at the same time. So it is just
I
all
understand what you
happening
mean
within.
by nothing being something, but actually, logically, it
It's a
doesn't
concept. It's the
really
same thing
make
with time. It's
sense.
the same thing with time. It's the same thing with time.
Well,
Nothing and something that all
there's
really
no
is just one
point
what
in
we
calling it
receive.
nothing when you could be more specific.
It's about perception. That's all what I have to say.
Absence of something.
Like say good and bad. It's just what you perceive to be good and what you perceive to be bad. It's not 100% objectively true. What is good and bad, basically. It's all about perception.
Okay, so I
I
kind
don't know
of
about that.
want to agree with you. I want to play devil's advocate. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure I got it right. So different cultures have their own natural law, their own codes. Like even if you go to like Alaska and you see the natives there,
Good point.
they may not write it down, but they have their own set of rules, right?
Hmm.
Is that what you're saying? So everybody should have their own set individually as well?
Well, that is yes. To some extent,
I'm
yeah,
trying
I
to
do agree
steel
with you.
man your argument. I'm trying to get your argument right, okay?
Yeah. Well, we may be similar. Like say we both agree on something, but for sure we have somewhat of a different perception because we're not really exactly the same. You know, like say I imagine like an object in my head, and you imagine the same object. It's not going to be the exact same. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with morals. Like what I perceive to be good or heaven, whatever that is. There's degrees to it, and everybody experiences something within that is different to what another person would experience. Like say me experiencing something good, I consider something good, but then you, from your perspective, you perceive it as something that is not really that good. Do you know what I mean? It's
Right,
all about
but
perception. Yeah.
in order to have society, we kind of need to agree on the same thing, don't
Well,
we?
yes, of course,
If
Don't
because the things
in
that you
order to have
have
do,
society,
or
because
you,
we
society.
could live in the wilderness and say, forget you and your crazy ideas. But if we want to do
yeah,
commerce, we have to show decorum, right? And we have to come
of
to a
course.
level of agreements. Like you don't stab me in the back and steal all my product after I make a business deal with you, and I don't stab you in the back and get all my money back.
Yeah, because you
Right?
understand that it could backfire at you. It's not. We can call
Yeah,
it karma or whatever. Really, like say a lion and another lion. If I attack you from the back, let's say you're sleeping, and I attack you. I knew that there's a chance that you might attack me, which can actually harm me. Therefore, I'm not going to do it. I will prevent myself. I will not allow myself to do it because I know you could hurt me back. Essentially, and you can call them morals, like a law that you go by, or like something that is within. Yeah, sure.
okay, so you would probably call it natural law. Do you know
Yeah,
about
sure. I think that
natural
there's
law?
natural laws. Yeah,
Okay, so we call it
we
God's
just
law.
behave by by them essentially, but we create those. We imagine those words and we give them meaning to essentially explain it to other people. And like say, I give you my laws, even though it's natural there, but I can also create those laws that will be just like say I create this. I'm a tribe leader as an example, and I create this religion, whatever that is, and I create those laws simply to make you behave a certain way that would not essentially cause to destruction. Or I could use it to make you attack another tribe and essentially create opposition. Basically, it depends on how you use nature, essentially, because nature allows you to create your own morals in a sense. It's like a natural compass, but it depends on how you use it. Do you understand what I mean?
You're more describing the dilemma that we're in with these controllers and what they've done than what
Mm-hmm.
would actually be without that influence.
Ah. Hmm.
See, that's why he had to be heard because he's in line with natural law, and I think we're talking about the same thing, even though we call it God's law. He's down with natural law, and he knows not to steal from us, so we know not to steal from him. Right? This nobody has to tell you this for you to understand it. Like nobody has to
You just
explain it to
know it.
you.
Yeah, it's
You
like
just
we all
know it
have
as
a
an
moral
adult. When you
compass that is
become a man,
natural.
you know it. Right?
Yeah, I do think that
There's a
everybody has their
natural
own morals.
order.
Even psychopaths, they will not still do literally everything, like everything they could possibly think of, because they know it could harm them back.
Right, right,
Because
right.
things could backfire at you. Because not everything will go your way. There's opposition everywhere. So therefore, by your natural program, you go by it, and if you don't go by it, then you fuck up. You end up killing yourself or something. Essentially, the thing backfiring at you, basically.
You know what I think we have to
So you
do at
have
this
to
point?
respect it. Yeah.
I think we have to read the Bible, whatever that means to you, and then read their Bible and find out what they're doing to you.
Hmm.
Because when I read 48 Laws of Power, I'm like, oh shit, there are people out there that think like this. You
Yeah,
know,
I
it's
think
kind
it's
of like
crazy.
learning
It's
all of the
a
fallacies,
complete
right?
opposite.
You're like,
Yeah.
holy shit, people logic like this.
Yeah.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
I always like to
Hmm.
bring up a history class. Have you ever taken a history class? All the history class is the accounts of royalty, empires,
Yeah.
emperors, leadership, that type of thing. That's the account that
Yeah.
you get.
Ego. Yeah. It's all egotistical.
It's his
It's
story.
all the power and a lot of things. The one somebody
History.
wants something, the other person doesn't want that other person to have that something, and it just shit happens. Morals collide, and yeah, they just end up having a war and a lot of things. It's all from the ego.
The main point is these people haven't gone anywhere. They've changed what they do as their agenda and their plan, and remain hidden instead of the leaders. If that makes sense.
Can you say that again, more coherently?
Basically, they put up a facade while the game hasn't changed. They're still in charge. The empires, the royalty, all this type of thing. They're still in charge, but they changed the way the game is. Their chess game and how we are on it.
So they're controlling how, manipulating our nature essentially, and making us do a lot of things that we wouldn't normally do, like say creating those false wars and so on. That's essentially what you're saying. Like say they are on top, there's a chess game right below, and they're making us essentially one hops on another person and just kills it and so on. So essentially creating fake wars, fake conflict, and so on.
You're right, and you can't point the fingers. You can't point fingers at who's doing it, because whoever you point at isn't the right person. It's not the right.
Yeah,
it's not going to be the right.
That's not the fall guy.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it's not a single person or a single group. It could be a lot of things. One thing leads to another, because race wars do happen in nature, but it's on a smaller scale. But in our environment, it happens on a really large scale. It is amplified because media and a lot of things that connect us more. So it's so easy to brainwash us. The brainwashing lingers so fast while we are in this environment that we're in right now, compared to if you were to not be in it, essentially. I say living in tribes, not like right now, basically. Because media amplifies things, on a really, really insane scale, I can just send you a song right now, and you can just listen to it.
You said tribes,
really
right? Did I hear you right? When you said tribes?
Well, we are in tribes right now, yes. But when I'm just talking about, for example, elsewhere out in nature, say, tribes that are really far from each other, like tiny tribes as an example.
Yeah.
How it was beforehand. That's what I'm implying when I say out of this environment that we're in right now.
Sure. I got you.
Because they had to travel, they had to discover other tribes, and then they ended up in wars and so on. But now we can just, go on planes and just travel elsewhere. And then there's also the media and so on. We just create conflict out of nowhere. They can also fake conflict and so on. That also happens in nature, but then it happens on a smaller scale. That's the worst part about it, that it happens on a larger scale, and it happens super fast too.
What do you think about there being places that you're not allowed to explore on the Earth? What do you think about that?
Well, it's cuckery, obviously, yeah. Nobody would like that, It's essentially like imprisonment, really, because humans like to explore, unless they brainwash us with horror movies and so on to be afraid of exploring. Like they tell us there are animals outside and so on, and they just use fear mongering to essentially prevent us from exploring.
It's to the level of when you picture the USA in your head, or North America in your head. It's not what it actually is. Does that make sense?
As in what? Well, yeah. Can you give me an example based on what you just mentioned about the U.S. as in the country? What, like the image that you get in your head when you
picture in your head, you're picturing a map or a image of some kind.
They gave you, the image that they give you. Exactly.
It's not.
They give you a false
narrative. It's not the ground. It's not the Earth.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you don't.
Because
we don't know.
We don't know. Conditioning 100%.
We don't really know much.
Exactly. Yeah. Because we're all still somewhat conditioned, but there's degrees to it, so we're less conditioned than other people. But yeah, we still have to break it more further. And the further you go from the brainwash, like say point A would be 100% brainwash, like say on a scale of 10. If you are on 10, the further you go, essentially, the further you get closer to the 1, it becomes even harder and harder. Because a lot of things that are just hard to break from, essentially. Set yourself free from the brainwash.
Well, you can say we've broken free, at least to a degree.
I don't think you could 100%.
Sure, but to a degree.
Since the day you were born, since your mother was pregnant with you, they still bombarded with music and a lot of shit, food, and a lot of things happen to you that affect you.
Yeah,
Then you're
I know.
born in this
I try not to.
environment.
I try not to think about it. I know. I hear you.
Well, yeah, but you just have to deal with it, cope with it, and essentially not let the brainwash affect you and
There's
take
probably
over
ways
you.
to
That's what you have to
heal,
do.
but I don't want to get off.
Of course, yeah. Of course, it's not like we're fucked, of course. You're lucky and you're privileged that you got to this point to understand, some of the reality that we're in right now and actually break some of the brainwash. So it is a privilege that you have this choice.
You see what Shine said in chat? She's spot on. The idea that there's shape at all.
Well, I wanted to ease him into
we're shut.
I wanted to ease him into it, Stormfire. Let's talk about East and West. Do you think that that's actually a thing? That there is an East and a West? Do you realize that that's just a circle and that it's just a line demarcating when they said that this is when the sun actually rises? I mean, it's just a circle. It's just when they demarcated that, like even East and West and where things are. So it could have been California that they said that that was the time that the sun rises because it's just a freaking circle. Like it's just another thing that they have made up and made us all believe that this is East and this is West.
Yeah,
it's a
there's
circle,
really not
whether it's a
even
globe or it's flat.
rise.
It's just there is no rise, and whether it's a circle or it's a globe, it's just the sun moving around something, and they denoted where the sun was actually rising due to, I'm pretty sure it had to do with biblical things and things along those lines. But I mean, it could rise in California instead of the east. It's just moving farther away. The east and west is just a circle. So where do you denote where east is and where west is on that circle? And then, the whole thing of shape. There is no shape at all.
At all.
Shape as in the whole thing, like a general image of what everything would look like. Like say a globe as an example, you imagine this whole thing, this image in your head of the whole thing.
Yeah, you're imagining something as a whole. We don't know the whole.
Yeah, we don't know the whole because we have to experience the whole, like the whole thing all at once, to see the whole thing at once. Like say if there were to be space, even though it is not there, like say the globe as an example, you have to go all the way up there and see the whole Earth from your eyes all at once to know that it's actually true, through experience essentially. But we haven't experienced, what it's like to be out of Earth to see the whole thing, the whole image. Therefore, we don't actually know what the Earth actually looks like. But yeah, based on perception, what we see through our eyes while we're here, we see that it is flat. Basically, everything is flat.
It's horizontal in its level, and horizontal and level does not mean curved. And I've had it's funny. I had two globers today, prominent globers, actually, that I had conversations with in other servers, and one of them, Arma, actually finally, I don't know if any of you guys know Arma, but he finally came around and was like, yes, it's just a belief. What I think about the globe is just a belief after our conversation. It was amazing.
Matthew Learns has been saying that the whole time, and he's totally fine with it. It's at this point, I don't even. Yeah, it's just
so it's fantastic to at least have people be honest about it, right?
Yeah.
So to have Arma legitimately say, you know what, Shines? Yeah, it is just a belief because I can't ever show that horizontal is curved. I can't ever do these things. Everything that you're saying, you're absolutely correct. It is a belief. And I am believing that these people went out there, saw it as this thing, and all of these things that I'm saying, it's just a belief that horizontal is curved. Like that's amazing.
Well, then they tell you that. Well, then they tell you that you use essentially the scientific method to use measurements to prove that the Earth is round or there's a curvature. And basically, that's what they usually tell you to do. That's how they cope.
The method has.
All I want to know is how far does the ice go?
Well, how do you know? We can't know that. We can only speculate. You haven't been there, therefore you can only speculate. It's that simple.
Really can't even talk about it.
Well, you say it yourself. You can do it, but you just like have to get past the Antarctic Treaty and all that small stuff.
Yeah. Good luck.
Just look at this image that's posted in the lobby. That essentially explains this what we're talking about right now. Like what we are able to see right now, but we speculate. Like say there's something above and something below, like below the ground. But we've never been there, so we can only speculate. It's about speculation. That's all we do. We theorize things. We have to experience.
Do you think they've been there? Do you think the elite have been there?
Well,
they go there
we
There
can,
is
openly.
a bear.
again,
If there is
we
a
can
bear,
speculate they've
They
been
go to
there. Yeah, we
Antarctica
can
all the
speculate they've been
time.
there.
The elite, Trump, Obama, the Pope, they've all been to Antarctica.
Well, whatever it
Like
means, sure.
no, I mean though, how far does that that ice go?
We don't know. Nobody
It
knows.
doesn't matter how far the ice goes. It matters how far the civilization has terraformed the ice, or maybe found pockets of geothermal event. Think about like hundreds of Icelands, if you can imagine that.
Right. That makes sense.
You mean islands?
No, Iceland is said to be covered in ice, but it's actually green with geothermal heat,
Yeah.
And
and
large.
Have you
a
heard of
climate
Fries?
that can be.
Have you heard of
Very large.
Friesland? Cool.
Iceland, the Nordic people, your cousins, right? Iceland.
They say we are so. I have no objections to it. I don't know.
Right, but listen to what I'm saying. What if there are
Lions of the far
hundreds
north.
of Hawaiis, hundreds of Icelands, and there's just room for us to spread out, and we just don't spread out that far because the government won't let us. So we're in a cage where we can build here, but not there.
That's why I mentioned the map thing before, because that's exactly what you picture every time you think about it.
So you think that there's more land that they're not letting us get through?
Dude, I can prove it to you.
So.
Pull up Google Earth right now and
Why?
show me
Why
where
the fuck
Santa
do you have
Claus is.
an Antarctic treaty? I guess you could have bases in Antarctica, but that's like boring, It's,
Hold on. Hank has
like
a point. Hank has a really good point.
Well, there's a lot of
Globes-
things. Like say, there's a
globes
dome.
have ice caps in the north, the direct north of the globe. Direct, like a massive ice caps, huge, big as half of the North America or something. Massive things. Who knows how big, right? But allegedly it's not there anymore. Go ahead, Hank. That was a good point.
Thanks. I wasn't really trying to get involved in the conversation, but please continue.
Oh, my bad.
Could be some sort of dome. It could be underground bases. Could be some sort of bases that are out
that
there.
too.
It could be more land.
Exactly.
It could be a lot of things
land
because we haven't been there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it could be infinite land. It can be finite. It can be a lot of things. You would have to get there to actually know what is actually there.
Hank, you said pull up Google Earth.
Can somebody post an image or something like?
Yeah, somebody pull up Google Earth and look, and then where is Santa Claus? In a rowboat?
What?
I know it's kind of funny to think about, but this is what they tell us, right? Oh, Santa Claus is at the North Pole, him and his wife and all the elves. And I look at Google Maps and I'm like, oh my God, they're drowning. Forget the whales, save the elves.
Tell me this isn't a Mandela thing, right?
Mandela as in what?
In their model, there's...
You have to talk to Lou about that.
In their model, right, there is the ice caps, right? Antarctica looks like ice, and the Arctic North look like ice. That's what I remember. I guess it doesn't matter that much. I mean, we can't know.
Yeah.
It is fun to speculate because Lou will tell you he remembers. I think it's Lou. I might get the names mixed up. Somebody in here will tell you they remember.
It is Lou. You're spot on.
Okay. Yeah. They remember more land on the maps when he was younger. And Lou's about my age, and I can definitely remember like how things have changed since the 80s, from the atom model looking like a solar system to now it looks like, like fields, like magnetic fields, or I don't know. Fields is kind of one of those weird words. You get what I mean.
What direction would you have to sail in order to get to the research base on Antarctica?
Any direction, probably. Antarctica. It depends on what you believe that there's an ice wall surrounding everything, really. So you have no exact location. Like, say, it's on the right side of where you are right now, then you can go there and see for yourself. If there's an ice wall, then you would have to go any direction really just for a very long time, and you would somehow get there if there were to be an ice wall, if that were to be the case. But yeah, I would assume that you just have to go one direction and see what you meet up with, you know.
But even if there's
where you
an
end
ice
up?
wall, then you could be able to walk across that, right? So that it doesn't mean
Yeah,
that
of course,
there's like a
yeah,
barrier. It means that
of
we need to
course,
be able to traverse past that ice wall and what is beyond that wall as we walk
exactly.
along that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would have to keep on exploring. Yeah.
Keep on trucking.
Yep.
What is this, Adam and Salted? It might not be more land.
What did you say?
It's in the main chat of the live stream voice text. Adam and Salted just posted it. It might not be more land. And he just posted a bunch of water. So I was wondering what he meant by that.
Might be more water. Well, that water is ice. Wait, it might be not be
That's the
more.
thing
It might
is
be land.
we
It
know
might be
that
more
there
land.
is areas that there's ice out there. And how are you
Well,
going
oh,
to
wait,
get
wait,
over
wait, wait.
this?
I have an idea.
Hold up.
I
Cut the
have an
shit.
idea.
So we can see that there are people on
Cut
this.
the shit.
We can see that there are people on it. So when you say how are you going to get over this, we can see those little tiny things that's either penguins or people.
Yeah.
So we can get over that, and we know that people can get over that. It's just a matter of having the equipment to travel as far as you possibly can go in that kind of an environment, right? Like it would be like trekking the Himalayan mountains to climb Mount Everest and be at the top of Mount Everest for a long time. So if you're at the top of Mount Everest, because we know that Antarctica is higher than Mount Everest, right? That's the highest place on Earth is actually Antarctica, a place in Antarctica. Not all of it, but we know that there is a place that is, as they claim that it is. So yeah, we just need to be able to have the gear to travel that.
Anyone that's been in the military knows exactly what capabilities they have. You know, if they want to go somewhere and stay there for a long time, they will. And they have been doing that for a long time.
Well,
Yeah,
if they
I
have
definitely
access to
think it's
free
possible.
energy, they can get heat out of nowhere, basically. They can also just get heat.
We should make a counter military to like fight off these idiots.
Oh,
Dude, honestly,
oh wow.
based.
I guess.
Yeah, good luck
So
on
if
that.
we think about the ice there, and that there's beings there, essentially penguins or humans, then what about the sun? Since the sun that we see every day, does it go there also? If it were to be infinite, that means the sun would be essentially infinitely moving around. But say you are sleeping
People
right
have
now.
measured the height of it, I think, like when by triangulation and stuff. They are like measured it to be like 5,000 either miles or kilometers. I don't remember.
Yeah, but there's a shit ton of ice there. That means that the sun doesn't spend a lot of time there.
Sure.
That means,
Yeah.
yeah. If it were
Sorry,
to be
I
infinite, that
forgot it.
means, dude, if they were to be infinite, that means the sun would be just infinitely moving around. They would never come back to the same spot. There has to be like a corner where it goes and then it comes back.
I misinterpreted what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, if the sun, if there were to be essentially infinite land, if it's not to be finite, then the sun would just be constantly moving and never coming back. Why would it come back? It will just infinitely keep exploring. If it comes back, I mean, just gonna keep going and coming back, going and coming back. That means there's a corner where it goes and then it just comes back. There has to be a corner,
There's a path. There's a cycle. There's a path.
like a rhythm that it goes by.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, totally. I mean, people have been watching that. I mean, it's really not even much to think about. People have been watching that for a long time.
That's how they they use it as a clock essentially. It's the same thing with the moon, like for months as an example.
Yeah.
So it's infinite. So if we could say that it's infinite, but there's a rhythm to the sun and the moon where they essentially go back to the same spot. Like say when you look outside your window, you see that the quote sunrise is from the front of your window. So it moves away again and it goes to the same spot again. It seems
Okay, hold on. In eclipses, we don't really know what is eclipsing. So really, when it comes to what's putting out light, it really could change, and you probably wouldn't notice.
What do you mean by that? As in, it's like not really the sun that is actually giving light.
Maybe there's more than one sun. I don't know.
Oh, well, yeah, I was thinking
What
about that
is
too.
on?
I did theorize that. Yeah, if it were to be finite, I mean, there's this sun and essentially just light sources within the place we're in right now. Yeah, if there is more land, there has to be more sun. If it were to be
Yeah,
infinite, then the sun would just keep moving. The sun that is one essentially would just keep moving for infinity and not come back. Because if it were to be
maybe
limited, then there has to
something
be a corner
different.
where it just
From what we can
yeah, there
tell,
has
Maybe,
to be more sun.
our sun
Yeah,
is localized, but whether or not it changes, I mean, that's
but
and
but
notice how
maybe it
NASA
doesn't have
tells
to
us.
be a sun outside the Earth.
No,
Maybe it's just a ring of light over the area or something, or
probably, or
just
they have somehow. Yeah. Mm,
there's a
mm.
lot of possibilities. It doesn't have to be the exact same
Or
everywhere.
maybe another thing is maybe I don't know actually. Maybe we are in the center of this whole thing, and they use some sort of energy to get this heat or light everywhere they go. Where there's almost just ice almost everywhere because there's not a lot of heat. Basically, it could be the land that we're in right now is the only land, and whatever is essentially behind the ice wall is just more ice for infinity, perhaps. But
Interesting theory. I don't
yeah, and they
believe it,
use their
but it was a
technology.
very but it was a very
Yeah,
interesting theory.
yeah. Like, so they can go under the ground, melt the ice, and just have heat out of some sort of energy generator, basically. That could
Yeah,
also
yeah, yeah.
work. There's a lot of
Maybe
things that we can
harvesting
suggest.
the adrenochrome and stuff to make it, I guess.
Underground bases, yeah. Could be
Yeah,
possible, man.
It really is
Yeah, I mean,
magical.
yeah,
yeah, I mean, if they were to be
It's
under the ice, then yeah, it would be so easy to do it. Because who the fuck would dig under the ice? Most people that would want to explore, they would usually just go on above the ice. So obviously, there will be underground bases. It wouldn't be really far. It would be just most likely under the ice, basically based on the image that we're looking at right now. Right under the ice, somewhere on the inside, or maybe really far. That could also. Why wouldn't they do it? Yeah, because they don't allow you to explore, so they can just prevent you from going there. So you actually cannot get to them. This makes you imagine, though. Holy shit. You can just think forever.
yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. We
yeah,
really don't know what's going on.
yeah. We can just keep thinking, but it's fun though. It's really fun.
You know, it's flat.
And the ultimate fulfillment is, to
Right.
get there and actually see what is there. That would be the ultimate fucking fulfillment, really. This greed of knowledge, just wanting to know more and more and more and learn and learn. Feels so good when you just figure out something. You just know that you were right all along or that you were wrong. It's still experience is fun.
You got to worry about that though. Your bias, your confirmation bias. You got to be wary of that because, yeah, it is awesome, but then you got to start thinking like, who put that there? You know, and other things. Not necessarily that whoever put it there is going to be right or wrong because of the person, but take it into consideration like who put it there.
What do you mean by that? Who put there what? Who put what exactly?
Everything you see, you got to look
Oh, like
into
the
it.
images that you see, the images that you see
Not
online.
not,
Is that what you're saying?
yeah. Well, information.
Oh, of course,
You got to
yeah,
look.
of course,
Man, I'm sorry, I got
yeah,
off topic.
yeah. Well, like we're doing right now, like we just speculating that there's underground bases, there's maybe something that is above and so on. We haven't been there, but yeah. It's not like I'm taking something for granted. Like, so what another person told me what to think. We're just speculating, but yeah. What matters is what we are experiencing right now and what to also be experienced. Why not? Dude, they just fall off the edge. Cut the shit. Actually, cut the shit. They just follow the edge, man. The Earth is a globe. Fuck off. Or maybe aliens, they just dropped them or something. Enlighten us what happens when they get there. Tell us.
Oh, that's a video. I know what this video is.
This is
This
a
is
video?
the ones going to the edge of.
Now, what you're looking
Somebody
at
wanted to
here
get
are the
there.
logos
Oh, listen.
of the 5 government agencies that control our so-called globe, our so-called spinning ball. Now, before we identify the logos, let's have a look at this map that hangs on my living room wall. And this map is the Gleason World Map from 1892, number 6 from the Boston Public Library. Okay, and as you can see here, it was published in the Buffalo Electrotype Engraving Company in New York. All right, and as you can see here, it's scientifically and practically correct as it is. Okay, now back to the logos. Here we have the International Maritime Organization, which basically controls our waterways, all of our waterways, how far out we can go into the ocean, territorial boundaries. Okay, so now let's have a deep look into their logo. Now, isn't it awful funny that the people who control how far we can go out in the water have a flat earth map with an ice wall as their logo? Okay, anyways, here we go. The International Civil Aviation Organization. Now, this is the government agency that controls our airways, how far we can fly and where we can fly. And once you fly out too far south, they're going to turn you around. But anyways, let's check out their logo. Okay, as you can see here, hidden in their logo, the agency that controls our airways has the flat earth map with the ice wall around it, hidden right in it. Okay, now here we have the World Meteorological Organization, which basically they control all the mainstream media information we get about storms, hurricanes, and all that good stuff. So, anyways, let's check out what's hidden in their logo. The flat earth map. Okay, now here we have the World Health Organization. Now this organization controls all the mainstream media news that we hear about, like COVID-19, Ebola, or any other kind of pandemics going on in the world. But let's have a look
No,
at
wrong
what's
thing.
hidden in their logo. And as you can see here, the flat earth map with the ice wall around it. Okay, now last but not least, we have the United Nations, which basically control everything, control all the militaries in the world, all of the treaties that are signed in the world. These people control this. And I think it's awful funny that if you look in their flag, they have the flat earth map in their flag. Go into their General Assembly Hall where they hold all their meetings and sign all their treaties. Guess what's on the wall right up above them? The flat earth map. Now this all could be just coincidence, but I don't think so. If you look at any map before 1958, it shows a flat earth with an ice wall around it. And all the government agencies that control our airways and our waterways have the flat earth map with the ice wall in their logo. Okay? Now, if you were to try to get in a private plane or on a private boat and try to get too far south to try to find this ice wall, here's what's going to happen. The Navy's going to show up in a battleship or a jet fighter and turn you around and escort you out of the area. Now, let's watch and see what happens when a private boat or a private jet gets too far south. keeping in mind that means 80 degrees north of the equator. You go past that, you're in maritime waters, and here's what happens.
Hey, it's a Navy destroyer. He will yield. He'd be thinking, that cheeky better not cross my bow. Yeah. Stop, Josh. They take it seriously.
What did they say?
You got to yield. You can't just fucking. They think you're going to charge them.
We don't know for sure, but they did say something. No, they did. They thought.
Halt.
I thought I heard. Say come back last call. Yeah, fucking talk to them.
Can someone like the video in the chat, by the way?
He's turning. Stop. He's turning. He is actually turning.
He said about the ship yesterday.
No, he is turning. Fucking hell, what have we done now? It's turning, Josh, just sit still.
He's slowed down, has he?
Yeah, he's really slowed down. No time we were in trouble.
What for?
It's coming to us.
He's coming to us.
He's got the shits because...
This is Warship Hobart, channel 16, over.
16.
Yeah, we got you, mate. It's bad boys.
Did he come back? Gonna get channel 16. No.
Hobart, you are in a maritime exclusion area. Please report your intentions.
Who the fuck's that?
We're heading to the shelf to go...
No, just say we're out fishing, heading out fishing. No, we're just heading out fishing.
Get the dinghies out, boys. They get
Warship Hobart, you are
We're going that way.
We're just traversing. Can he not kill anyone? Is there a helicopter coming at us now?
Are we allowed? I don't know. What
Just travel, just go.
Just go.
He's sent out the chopper.
That's a drone. Is it?
That's unreal.
We set up a demo today with this Cessna and the Air National Guard. I'm going to be inside of this Cessna, and we're going to be going rogue. We're going to fly into that no-fly zone, and we're going to see how the Air National Guard does it. They scramble the fighter jets to come
Take off. We're off.
flying for miles and miles until...
Okay, we've just entered the no-fly zone now.
Our pilots aren't talking to air traffic control, ignoring their calls to reach them. That triggers an alarm at the Air National Guard base. These fighter pilots scrambling to their jets. They're on alert and ready to take action 24 hours a day. Today, racing to their F-16s, suiting up, climbing on board, and rushing to the runway. Taking off to intercept our rogue Cessna, reaching the target in just minutes. This is the view from the F-16. That's my Cessna right there.
Intimidating as you would think it would be. Look at that fighter jet. He's right off our wing.
Another F-16 swooping in on the right, calling us on aviation frequencies.
You have been intercepted. If you hear this transmission, acknowledge the radio call and rock your wings.
He wants us to identify ourselves. We're a rogue aircraft, remember, for this demonstration, so we're not going to respond at all and see what this fighter jet
is. Ordered to turn to the northwest.
The fighter jet giving us one last warning. After all of this, the pilots still won't listen. The plane won't leave the airspace. Will you shoot them down?
If required, we'll execute the rules of engagement per the commander of the North American Aerospace Defense Command. And yes, we would do that.
Shoot the plane down?
If it meets the rules of engagement, yes, we would, to defend the airspace.
Entering restricted airspace. You are ordered to turn west immediately. If you do not follow these instructions, you may be fired upon.
Now, just in case you're not awake yet, the reason these government agencies have the flat earth in their logo is because they know where we live. And they get paid to protect that edge if you ever try to go there. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
That was a pretty fucking good video. Pretty entertaining. Yeah. It makes sense. I wonder what they're hiding there. What they're hiding there, I mean.
I think I managed to. Oh wait, fuck! I hear myself.
Ah, weird.
No, I. Oh wait.
It's probably because you have the video playing or something. The stream.
Microphone check.
What happened?
Loud and clear.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it's good.
Just was wondering. I just came back and it was silent, so curious.
Yeah, we're just watching a video. Somebody linked it in the stream shot. You could rewatch it. It's in lobby, I mean. We just played that while you were AFK. That's essentially what happened. We didn't really say much.
Oh no, I heard what was going on when I was gone. I could
Oh
hear.
yeah, well you can rewatch the video. Yeah, we didn't really say anything. It was
Yeah.
just the audio playing of the video, but yeah, it is
Yeah,
linked in
I've seen
the
the
lobby.
video prior. I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
So the last session wasn't really about Antarctica. But it'll be something similar to what they do usually. But they most likely have some crazy advanced technology to detect planes or whatever that is flying there, obviously. Most likely.
Well, what does mind sobriety think? I see the only person in here that's a globe skeptic is mind sobriety. Are you here?
Yeah, testing. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, what did you think
Awesome.
about that video? Or what did you think
Yeah,
about
I watched it before actually. The reason it says globe skeptic, it's not because I'm not a flat earther. It's because I didn't get the flat earther role because I didn't didn't explain the. I didn't have good enough proof for flat Earth, I guess.
Oh, well, do
When
you have better proof now?
Perhaps.
Or evidence, I should say? Whichever you
Yeah,
have.
the evidence I provided was about like centrifuge, and it wasn't good enough apparently, I
Well, what
guess.
about now?
I don't know.
What would your evidence be for it being not a globe Earth now?
Well, measurable. There's no measurable curvature.
That's a very good one. Yep. There's no measurable
Yeah.
curvature. Level is
Yes.
horizontal, level is not curved, correct?
Yes, that's totally correct. But that's also
And
play
they
with
can't prove that.
semantics, I guess. But
Wait, why is that playing with semantics?
I guess not really, I guess, but if you were a glober, you would suspect. I think that, I guess, like
Yeah,
the
that's
same
not
with
even
water, I
semantic.
guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The water curves.
sorry, I take that back, I guess.
Yeah, there's no semantics there. Level is horizontal. Level is not curved. Period. And that is the best way that you can have a conversation with any glober and be like, okay, show me level being curved. Do that. Show me that. That's what I
Yeah,
just said
true.
earlier, that I had a glober who is a hardcore glober finally admit tonight, like,
If
you
I
know what,
was
I
a
believe that
glober,
it's a globe.
if I was a glober, then I would use a different definition for horizon. Then I guess
And
I'm not a glober,
we don't even
however.
need to bring the horizon into it. We're just talking about
All right,
horizontal, right?
all right,
Horizontal.
right. Yeah, horizontal is definitely level. That even if I was a glober, I would say
Level.
yes to that.
And level is horizontal. And you cannot show me level being curved. Period.
Yeah,
It's never
that's
going to
true.
happen.
Yeah, but that in itself is not a proof. What's a proof is the photographs and that has been taken, and you can take
Wait,
yourself.
No.
You know,
What photographs are proof?
if you have a very good zooming camera and you like stand at a certain height and you take a picture of something that is very far away at a certain
No,
height,
and
if you
they can
can.
argue that. So this is where your arguments are getting muddied.
No, I'm arguing for flat Earth right
No,
now.
I know you are. And this is where your arguments are getting muddied because they'll come back and what will they say? Ba-ba! Refraction. It's refraction. So they'll always have a fucking excuse, right? But they can't
What?
argue that level
What the
is
fuck is that?
curved. That's the chicken. That's the fucking rooster. Ba-ba! Refraction, the parrot. Over and over again. They're parroting refraction. Over and over again. Like, oh no, yeah, we see this far. That's because refraction. And they don't even understand what refraction actually means. So you can go into that conversation. You can take hours and hours with that. Or you can just simply say level is horizontal. Show me level being curved. Let's just go there. Show me
Yes,
level being curved.
Show me the
they
Wawa.
have they have the burden of proof, I guess, because they come here to debate. I don't know. Forget that.
Yeah, you're right. They have the burden of proof, and they're against natural law. It's over.
It's almost like a what is argument. What is what? Its level is horizontal, or what is horizontal is level. Like you can't you can't escape it. Sorry for cussing, but you can't escape that. And I would love to show any glober show us that level is curved in any way, shape, or form. And then, like the whole thing where I got into this conversation with Arma earlier, we were talking about like if there was a boat in the middle of the ocean, right? And there's no land around us because he kept getting confused with land and elevation and things like that. So I was like, okay, let's take a boat out into the middle of the ocean. There's nothing but water around you. You see in 360 degrees, you see in a horizontal circle. It's a horizontal circle. There's no curvature to that circle whatsoever. It's not dipping down, whether you have a telescope or a zoom camera or anything. It's never going to dip down. It's never going to rise up. There's never going to be any kind of curvature to that whatsoever, right?
Yes.
Like that was the thing that really got him, and he was like, you know what? Yeah, it is a belief. It's a belief that I believe that level is curved. There is no way
Yeah,
to
you said
actually
that.
prove
That's
it. He
awesome.
finally conceded to it
Yeah, that's
after
awesome.
that.
That's awesome, yeah. Very few people do that. I have forced myself to learn how to like admit to being wrong. It's hard, but I have.
Well, that's what makes flat earthers, right? We admitted that we were wrong for believing that the earth was a globe. And that's the
Yes.
first step, right? And so even if within that, if they were to come up with some kind of craziness where it's like, oh my goodness, you know what? Oh my gosh, I've been wrong this entire time. I would concede to it and be like, you know what? The Earth is a globe because you just blew my mind with this right now. That's never going to happen, but that's how much I'm willing to concede things, that I would go back to the globe if they could actually provide and I
Yeah,
could actually
that's
see that it was a globe. It would be like, cool, yeah, I was wrong. Like, people
I
need to
actually
admit when they're wrong, and that's a very good trait to have.
yeah, it was kind of easy for me to go to the flat earth because everyone in school was calling me stupid all the time because I was interrupting the teacher all the time and asking questions they said was stupid.
Well,
So
that
Yeah, it's
yeah, it
because
was.
they've been
happened my
brainwashed.
entire since I was like
They're
a kid in
conditioned.
Sunday school. Yeah, asking
Yeah.
questions in class is like step one for, I think, flat earthers. Like, I think most flat earthers have gone that route of, you know, talk to me after class or being kicked out of class because you're asking the wrong questions. How dare you ask such a question?
Yeah. And I remember also we had a physics like class or hour. It was it was about flat Earth. I think it was on April 1st or something. I don't really know. It was around April, I guess. And we all were like mocking flat Earth. I wasn't actually, so they looked at me kind of weirdly about it, and I what so I said like what if the Earth is flat? Like I don't have proof of uh like how the Earth is. I said I know NASA has, but like I haven't proved it for myself. I think I said something like that. I don't remember.
Have you seen the corkscrew gift of
Corkscrew.
the solar system corkscrew?
Yeah, I've seen that one. I actually knew about it when I was a Glober. And actually, when I was in that class, I was actually already in something called Electric Universe because my dad showed me a guy who was talking about it on YouTube, and it was it convinced me that it was Einstein wasn't right about certain things. So I've gradually gone to flat Earth, I guess, except when I first watched something about the flat Earth, which was an interview with High Impact Flicks and David Weiss, and I kind of instantly knew it was flat after that because of the evidence that he provided.
I just have to say, like, with the internet and flat Earth and everything that's happening today, I know that it would be so crazy to be in school today knowing what we know today. Like, I would be that person that
Yes.
was on Discord,
Yeah.
knows about flat Earth, and was in that classroom like, "Hey, what about this?" Getting kicked out of class, being that obnoxious one that, like, is not gonna settle, and, "Nah, we're not gonna learn this today, teacher. Like, you're gonna teach us about this. How can you not
Yeah.
answer these questions?" Like, I would have totally been kicked out of class for that because I was
Yeah.
already that kid back then. So I can't even imagine what kids are doing to teachers today.
I
And I hope they
I
are.
was I was in school last year. That was my last year of school. After that, I realized school was just bullshit. Actually, it was the last part of me being in school the last year. I realized school was just like kind of bullshit. I was kind of wasting my time. I had the ambitions of being a mathematician and stuff, but uh, I I didn't like I didn't like school, and I didn't want to go to university and stuff. So I'm a lot happier now actually. So I'm have more free time to do other things. Like now I'm planting stuff and teaching myself how to do that, which is fine. It's
That's beautiful.
yes. Also, recently taught myself how to make fermented foods. They taste very good. I make
Yeah, I heard you talking about that earlier.
yeah,
I'm a
kimchi.
fan. I'm a fan of
That's
kimchi. Kimchi's awesome.
Wait a minute. You
yes.
sound French. You're doing Korean?
Well, I'm not French and I'm not
Okay.
Korean.
What are you?
Norwegian actually.
Oh, you're Norwegian. Your accent sounded a little bit French there. Okay.
Well, actually, okay, so this is a thing I learned in school. Norwegian is like it's based or is similar or something. They said that it's like it has roots in French and Hindi. They said in this, it said it in the book. I don't know if necessarily is true, but it might be. It's not a really controversial thing, I guess, but yeah, kind of like two places like very unrelated places. Three, I mean, Norway included, like French and India and Norway, you know. I guess Indo-European, I guess that's
That's awesome.
language.
Yeah.
I claim
I,
at
I,
least.
I do want to hear about this, but I'm really interested in what Adam is saying about this video, so I'm going to watch that really quick. I'll be right back.
Fine. What I was doing with the audio, I was hearing myself. I was trying to like route the audio channels and stuff because I have like a system as I have like a way to like route audio
Like
and stuff
OBS?
so that
Like OBS?
no, I'm not using OBS, so I'm using Pipewire with jack and Pulse Audio like add-ons, or I guess, so that I can like route like every audio channel and stuff wherever, from whatever source to whatever destination, input output on my PC. So if I have like a microphone, I can route the traffic from the microphone to wherever I want, to multiple things
Yeah.
or just one thing. It's very very liberating. After I when I used Windows, I couldn't do this. It was so frustrating because I was doing a little bit of audio there too. So but yeah, no, the thing I was setting up now was the ability to maybe play video, I mean audio or music or whatever, because somebody was talking about music, so I was using the time to like set it up. Not not if not doing it if you don't want to listen though.
Yeah.
I might be talking a little bit. I don't know.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I understand.
It's because I'm a little bit tired. I decided just to stay up all night and talk on Discord. I guess I haven't done that all year.
Yeah. I also didn't sleep. It's like time doesn't exist, you know.
Yeah,
Like time goes by really
actually,
fast, you know.
yeah. One reason that I do it is because when I normally try to sleep, I have to like force my mind to like stop thinking about stuff, and like it takes like usually 1 or 2 hours before I like start sleeping properly. And when I like stay up one night, I like have to go to bed like 7 or 6 a.m. and I sleep instantly. I like have to like instinctively. I can't like procrastinate it, you know.
Understandable.
So what do you say?
Well, yeah, just nothing really to add. Just tuning in and
Yeah.
listening. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just asking. So I'm not speaking English on a regular basis. So how do you like express that you didn't hear something and want people to repeat it without sounding like you want something else? I mean something else, you know.
Or you just say, could you repeat that for me, or could you please repeat that for me? It's up to you. Or could you say that
okay.
again? Could you say that again? Yeah.
Thank you.
Or could you repeat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to remember that.
Yeah. Or just simple way to say it. Just could you say that again? Or could you say it again? Or I didn't hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's English is a really easy language. You just gotta talk to people on Discord, and eventually it will be better and better. You know, practice makes perfect. But nobody's perfect. You
Yes.
just think that you're perfect, but you improve even further. You know, you just talk to people and you just learn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because life is about experience. You're constantly learning.
True,
You know,
true,
language, culture, everything really. This reality that we're in, and understand it. Understand more and more of it.
Yeah.
For as long as you can. Yeah. Timestamp.
Yeah, listen to it. Right where I put it, they say it twice. We're heading to the shelf. We're heading to the shelf. So what shelf is there? When we're talking about fishing, like we're going to go fishing, we're heading to the shelf. We're heading to the shelf. What shelves are there in fishing, or where do we know in the world that there are shelves?
Yeah.
That's the one thing
Can't
that I
just
picked
be.
up on in this entire video, where I'm like, okay, that might be something
Yeah.
to locate where they are. So where is there a shelf? That is a location that they're talking about.
Shelf. Yeah, they most likely have keywords, obviously.
Ice shelf? I don't know.
That's what I mean. Like, are they talking about Antarctica? Like, we're heading to the shelf of Antarctica to go fishing. That's what my mind goes to. But I mean, that's the only time that what the people on the boat are saying that gives them a location. We're heading to the shelf. We're heading to the shelf. A continental shelf? I don't know. Like, what are they talking about? Where is the shelf that they're talking
Maybe
about?
that
There's
Ivoranen theory
multiple.
is right, I guess.
Yeah. So again, this video doesn't really give us much except for a shelf. So wherever that shelf might be is where they're heading towards. And no matter what, it is still showcasing that if you try and go, and this is the other thing. So if they're heading towards a shelf where they're met by military that is telling them to back the fuck up, what shelf is that? What
But
shelf
how the
can they
fuck do
go
they know it's a
to
shelf?
where the
It seems like.
military would be like, get the fuck out of here?
Yeah, but how do they know it's a shelf there? So that meant that they already been there, but they're probably acting essentially.
No,
How
the
do they
whole
know there was
point.
a shelf?
Well,
Shelf.
here's the whole point. They know on the boat they're heading towards this shelf and they are being met by military. So, what shelves in this world can people go to where they are met by military? Those are the two things. So, they're going to a shelf, right? And then they're met by military. Where does that happen? That's how we can figure out where the fuck they're. Sorry, I keep cussing. I have a potty mouth tonight.
Yeah, it's alright.
That
We don't mind.
that they are going to a shelf and that they're met by military. Those two things coinciding, if they actually are being honest and saying we're going to a shelf, the shelf, and they are being met by military, then yeah, that would give us the location. But no matter what, it is still showcasing that if you try and go somewhere that you're not allowed to go to, the military will meet you. Period.
Yeah. And they most likely have a technology to track you, whether you're flying or sailing. They will eventually figure out where you are.
Hold up. And Adam, no. And I'm not saying that my only interpretation is the ice shelf at all. That's what I'm saying. There are many areas in open waters that are protected for various reasons, military and otherwise. That's what I mean. So we have shelf and we have military action. Those are the only two things that we have in this video to showcase that something is going on here. I don't know where they actually are because there's no landmarks, right? We don't know. I'm with you, Adam. Like, I'm very skeptical about everything. And so I don't know. But that's the one thing in the video that actually gives any kind of nuance to where these people are, is that they're saying they're going to the shelf. That's it. And they say it twice, and then they're met by military. And all that this video truly can provide is that military will meet you if you're going somewhere that you're not supposed to go. That's all that
Yeah,
this video
maybe
actually
it's
provides.
maybe it's mind control or it's like set up or something. Maybe I didn't listen to everything you said again.
Say that again.
Maybe I misunderstood or something. I don't know, but
No, just repeat. Yeah.
I didn't probably listen to everything, but what I thought was maybe it was like set up so that you would think that maybe it's they have more power than they actually have. Maybe they don't have this major control grid down there in Antarctica as they say they do, or maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe, but like
So
maybe they are.
you're thinking that they are acting as if they have control over that area, but they don't. There's nothing there.
Yeah, maybe all the actors in that video are like Freemasons / Jew puppets, you know.
Yeah, but
or like
if they're puppets and they still have weapons, then why would they have weapons? It's just your shoe, obviously. So does it really change anything?
yeah, I think they have weapons, but maybe they don't.
Oh, you mean the people that are going there are Freemasons? You mean they are on the edge,
yeah.
basically, to fearmonger you
Yes.
to not go in there because.
Yeah, that was
that
my
makes
idea.
sense. Yeah,
Thank you,
fearmongering essentially the video. Yeah, so if you see the video, say you want to go there, and you see the video, they think, oh fuck, I can't go there. Essentially, that's will be your thought process.
Yeah, that was what I was getting
That
from
makes sense.
partially listening to Shines, I guess.
Wait,
Yeah, that's what I was
what are you
thinking. I
saying?
just
You're
thought
trying
they
to
were
say
actors.
that we can go
This
somewhere?
video, say this video was actually to be true, and they actually go to some sort of shelf, and that's where actually they are located. It could be that those people that are going there are actually actors, and they are on the act. Essentially, they are Freemasons, and they're using the video as fear mongering, essentially the tactic to
Okay, then
make you
how
think
about
that you're
you?
not able
Okay,
to
then
go there.
cool. How
Yeah.
about you go and get a boat and try and go somewhere you're not allowed to go and see what happens?
Yeah, I totally.
Totally.
I
I
would.
agree. Everyone should go out and try and do that and get it
Yeah.
on videotape.
Yeah,
It really
I would do
proves
that.
we
I
don't
don't
know
really
what's
care
going
about
on.
wildlife
I
that
agree.
much.
Go out and
Yeah.
do it. If you have the money, if you can get a boat, if I had the money, I would do that shit. I would definitely get a
Yes.
boat. I would be on a boat with this. I would be on a boat and I would go everywhere and be like, okay, yep, met by military here.
There's
Yep,
some
met
millionaire
by
who can all
military
go
here.
there, really.
Can't go here, can't go there. And I would have like a timestamp. I would have a newspaper for those days. I would do everything I could to showcase, like, hey guys, I'm live streaming right now. Like, this is live. We have the technology now to live stream. So I'm here at this place right now. And this is what's happening to me. I'm going here. This is what's happening to me here. Yeah, people
Well,
should be doing this kind of stuff. I agree.
about the live stream part, you know, you need their control grid to like use that. Except if you like use ham radio, but that's very slow though. But it depends where you go. Like some places may have less internet. I mean, what's it called? Internet like amount of signal, I guess. Anyways, that's not a big point, I guess. Yeah, but live streaming would be very important in case like they take your shit. I mean, sorry if it's wrong to cuss here. Sorry. I mean, if they take your stuff. Yeah. But yeah, it would be important, yeah. If you look at not that you should trust East India Company, but you can see some old documents from them going to like Antarctica and stuff and seeing weird Phoenician people there, and like they went through like a river in Antarctica, and it's very interesting. You can see more of that if you watch Martin Liedtke. It's very, funny guy, but he makes very long videos. I'm gonna a little bit. There are so many. The most interesting, many of the most interesting channels about like history and flat Earth stuff. They usually have very long videos. You have someone called the Truth Seeker 69, and they have like usually like 3 to 4 hour long videos. But they have very useful stuff, and I asked them if they could like make shorter clips of the bigger videos, but they haven't responded though.
Yeah.
But I have watched some of them, but they are very, very interesting. Like with they have shown like arcs, like looking like a Noah's Ark. Many of them in pictures, and they think they might be used for orphans and stuff during maybe a flood or maybe a mud flood. I don't know. Yeah, very interesting stuff.
Oh, I'm actually, now that I talked about sleep earlier, I'm actually getting sleepy now. You hypnotized me, dude.
Yeah, I'm
I think,
kind of sleepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Late,
Did we
it's late.
brainwash each other?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think I will go to sleep soon, but it was nice talking to you guys, and I will see you some other time soon for sure.
Talk to you later, man.
All right. Good night,
See you,
man.
man. Have fun.
Wanna listen to some nice truth music? It's from Conspiracy Music Guru. The In This Time.
Well, I want to talk about this first if somebody wants to actually hop in the chat and talk about this.
Yeah.
So I'm bringing up the point, like, yes, I agree with Adam and Sultan. We shouldn't be reaching and saying that things are true when we know that they're not, or we don't have any evidence to show that this is what it is or whatever. And yeah, the black swan legitimately does not prove or provide any evidence that the earth is not a globe. What it does actually show, and I've actually had a conversation with Drace about this, and at first he was like, "Oh, no, no, no." And then he was like, "Oh my goodness, like I never actually realized this. You're absolutely correct. When you go through the P's and the Q's of the black swan, it is that the globe is not a radius of 3959. Not that it's not a globe. The fact that it ends
very
with
good
it's
point.
not a globe, like, no. It
I've-
doesn't prove that it's not a globe. It proves that it's not a globe of 3959. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
no.
all. Stop there.
I know. I
Yeah.
totally agreed.
Thank you.
Because yeah, I've watched a guy called Godgev Lamsten. He has his own theory of how the Earth works. He was previously a flat earther, he said, and he has a theory about the Earth being like a gigantic ball. He has a lot of good reasons for saying that. It's very complicated and very elaborated theory he has made, but yeah, it's where like the map that we know are like a little bit, very little bit of it. So yeah, that's his theory. I have a different variant of that theory myself, even though I don't.
Well, here's the
I'm not
thing,
good at.
and cut just actually, made the claim, like, yeah, the black swan still destroys the model, and yeah, it does.
Yes.
The black swan still completely destroys the model, and that's why we don't need to have globers come in here and be like, oh, now you're saying it destroys the globe. You don't even understand your P's and Q's. You don't understand the modus tollens. Blah 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 blah. Like that needs to be changed. It just needs to
Yes.
be this simple little sentence at the
I
end.
love that I love that you are bringing this up.
Thank you. I've been saying
Because
this for a long time now.
I've been thinking that and been trying to say that kind of passively. I'll admit, but they're like I think when I did that, I don't know if I think it was maybe it was that, and also me saying some solipsist stuff, but I was given the role reality denier because of that. I think, yeah. Either that or maybe yeah.
Doesn't this
Whatever.
throw off their space flight nonsense though as well?
Wait,
so if the globe is any bigger than 3959, then
yeah,
what
that's
they say
what I mean.
yeah.
Exactly,
But we don't
Patty.
need to. You don't need to. Yeah, you don't need to bring that up though. You can just stick to
No,
because that
this
should
is what's
just
so amazing about it. That's why the Black Swan still destroys the globe model, right? So
Yeah,
we don't
yeah.
need to say that it's not a globe. If we're going to
No.
follow the actual modus tollens and how a modus tollens actually follows logic, the logic follows that therefore, if it's not a radius of 3959, then it's not a globe model with a radius of 3959. That's all that needs to be
Yeah.
said. We don't need to say
Yeah.
that therefore it's not a globe. Like follow the modus tollens and it still fucking destroys the globe. Like there's no reason to make a larger claim that therefore it's not a globe because
Yeah,
that's
their house of cards falls down.
Exactly.
Yeah, their house of cards falls down, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah.
You get it.
It's better to say less, isn't it, than go into it too much. You can just sit back and just let it for itself.
100%. Yep. Cut the Shit gets it too. You guys get it. There's no reason to like gloat or be like, oh, well, therefore it's not a globe. Like, nah. Let's actually have our logic. Let's actually have our pints and our quarts lined up and drink that shit perfectly. Like we mind our P's and Q's. You know what I'm saying?
Totally
Like,
agree.
come on.
Totally agree.
Yeah, so all those memes should be changed. Let's bring it on back. I mean, there's no reason to have it say what it's saying right now because when we do say that, it's kind of like showing that flat earthers don't have logic. Like we do get logic and we do understand how logic works. And it was funny that even when I sent it to Drace at first, he was like, no. Then he was like, oh my gosh, like he actually admitted, he was like, my bias didn't even realize that. Like my bias legit did not even let me realize that was wrong because I just automatically was like, yep, that's correct. Because it does destroy the globe, right?
Run on programs, you know?
Yeah, that's it. But it should be corrected. It just means that it's not a globe with 3959, and yeah, and then you can write afterwards, and this destroys the globe, right?
The globe model, yeah.
There you go.
Want to listen to some good music and some truth music?
Go for it.
All right, let's see if it works. Oops. Oh.
I doubt you've got bot control.
Well, I have bot control, and nobody's ever taught me how to use it, so that sucks.
Oh, I'll send you the.
I just don't know how to do it.
I got the list of commands showing. I'll DM them to you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
No worries.
It didn't work.
Send it to Cut the Shit. Mind sobriety.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Cut the Shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I have had it downloaded, you know, so I don't have the tab open. I always download music so that the music very often gets deleted. Also, videos that are very good. Always the good stuff that gets deleted, in my opinion. Okay, it was the Cut the Shit, yes. Yeah, I can just add them, I guess.
Oh, we love these songs. Yeah, we've heard these before. These are always great.
We don't need to listen to them again if we don't want to, because we've listened to them though. But
Well,
if you want to,
I would say that probably we've all listened to them, but I don't mind. It is what it is.
awesome.
Yeah.
It's a newer one. That is covering, of course, the official cover.
Listen to the lyrics of this song. We need love and unity. This is time. We need love and unity more than hate and jealousy. Yeah. This is time. We need education more than bullets and bombs. This is time. We need to care for the young and old more than silver and gold. This is time. We have to wake up and change the world. As a result of 2,000 years of hypocrisy, ego-driven leaders in pursuit of property, power and wealth and fame, oppressing and murdering, killing all in God's name. Iniquity spread across the nation. Humanity is into separation. In the midst of a darkest hour, we rise to reclaim our power. In this time, we loving unity, more than hate and jealousy. Yeah. In this time, we need education, more than bullets and bombs. Say we not give up, not give up, not give up. Oh no, we not give up, not give it, not give up. Mission using dirty politicians, brainwash education, war on religion, racial division, food with no nutrition. Hey, this is the Babylon system. Their intention to use all their wicked invention, all the propaganda promoting consumerism, exile and distraction, only misdirection to break eye connection. But if you want come follow me, make you know say what I want. This is how I get you ready for the Armageddon. I'm in for the revolution. Power by love and compassion. Cause if we go at them with weapons, then they have more guns. Go at them with money, then they have more funds. With unification, then time soon done. We owe to our daughters and sons in a decent time. This is time. We need love and unity, more than hate and jealousy.
Aw.
What?
That was abrupt.
I can actually continue it now because now I have I think I fixed it. Let me test it. Did you hear it? It was kind of echoey. So it's not fixed, I guess. Let me see if there's some wrong connections there. I'm using a software to combine the audio of my mic to with the audio of the sound. I don't think I need to do that actually, but let me just connect it directly, I guess. All right, okay. My voice is working. Let me test now. Did you hear anything?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. Let me play.
We need love and unity. Yeah, this is time. We need love and unity, more than hate and jealousy. Yeah, now this is time. We need education, more than bullets and bombs. Now this is time. We need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. Now this is time. We have to wake up and change the world. As a result of 2,000 years of hypocrisy, ego-driven leaders in pursuit of property, power and wealth and fame, oppressing and murdering, killing all in God's name. Iniquity spread across the nation. Humanity is into separation. In the midst of a darkest hour, we rise to reclaim our power. In this time, we love and unity, more than hate and jealousy. Yeah. In this time, we need education, more than bullets and bombs. Say we not give up, not give up, not give up. Oh no, we not give up, not give it, not give up. They failed mission using dirty politicians. Brainwash education, war on religion, racial division, food with no nutrition. Hey, this is the Babylon system. Their intention to use all their wicked invention. All the propaganda promoting consumerism. It's all a distraction, only misdirection to break I collection. But if you want come from me, make you know say what I want. This is how I get you ready for the Armageddon. Me love for the revolution. Power, love, and compassion. Cause if we go at them with weapons, then they have more guns. Go at them with money, then they have more funds. With unification, then time soon done. We owe to our daughters and sons in a decent time. Yeah, this is time. We need love and unity, more than hate and jealousy. Yeah, this is time. We need education, more than bullets and bombs. Yeah, this is time. We need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. Yeah, this is time. We have to wake up and change the world. Yeah, this is time. We need love and unity, more than hate and jealousy. Yeah, this is time. We need education, more than bullets and bombs. Yeah, this is time. We need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. Yeah, this is time. We have to wake up and change the world.
Wait, have you never heard of that before? Mind sobriety? Pleather? That it's fake leather? So it's
No, I
pleather,
haven't.
it's synthetic? Yeah. So pleather is like anything that's a fake leather when people pretend to wear it's like pretend leather. It's pleather. It's fake. It's synthetic. It's not actual anything that came from an animal. It is fake.
Cool.
Pretend pleather.
Yeah. I've seen that as many, and some celebrities have used something that looks similar to that, I guess.
I mean, that's
I've
typical. Most people wear
actually
pleather.
seen a theater once when I was very young. I think I saw there was some. I don't remember what the theater was about, but I remember it was a woman with a red like pants. I think jeans or something, and it had the same type of shine and type of curl. I mean folds folds on it. I think.
Okay, so yeah, there's pleather where it's like fake leather, and then you're talking about like what even dominatrix wear, where it's like it's this plastic. Fuck, there's a name for that too. It's not pleather. It's called something else. Where
Okay.
it's like this fake plasticky thing that people wear, and it's like very form fitting. That kind of looks like leather, but it can be red or green or like weird colors. It's not called pleather. There's another name for that, and I cannot think of it right now for some reason. But yeah, that's something different. Same but different. It's same. It's fake. It's pretend. It's plastic. It's not actual plastic, but it's fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And you see that a lot with like dominatrix and things like that. They'll wear that where it's like this form fitting, shiny.
What or who
Material.
is dominatrix? I don't actually know what that is.
It's not rubber. It's not rubber. But you're close to that. Rubber is getting a little bit closer to it, but there's a specific name for it. That these people wear.
I said I don't know who
Latex. Okay, he got it. Adam Salted just said it. Latex.
Alright.
It's latex.
Oh, he
They'll
said
wear
rubber.
latex,
Sorry.
and sometimes it's not even latex. There's other names for it, but latex is one of them. Pleather is another. Rubber. Yeah, you can kind of say that, but a lot of outfits aren't actually rubber. If we're going to be specific about it, latex is one, pleather is another, and there's other names for it as well. That people wear where it tries to pretend that it's leather and it's shiny, but it's super fake. It's pretend. And a dominatrix, you never heard what a dominatrix is?
I've heard the name before. Maybe it has been explained to me, but
So
not something that I've remembered.
I can explain it. A dominatrix is somebody who masters over somebody, who dominates someone, basically. That's what a dominatrix is somebody who professionally is a dom. They're a dominant and they sell themselves as a dominant so that people can come in and be a submissive to somebody. That's what a dominatrix is. They have a profession of being somebody who is dominating over another.
That sounds like cancer.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's exactly
Yeah.
it's exactly it. It is cancer, just like pleather is. Yep.
Well, is it bad for your skin or something with pleather?
Wait, say that one more time.
Is it bad for your skin to have it on yourself?
Oh, for pleather? I
Yes.
mean, so leather is made from actual animals and it is form fitting and it lasts forever. What pleather is something that is synthetic. It's made by man, whether it's latex or pleather, or like any of these different things. It's man made, and it's basically just taking a bunch of different materials and mixing them together. And yeah, it doesn't last. It cracks. It's crap. It just isn't made well. It doesn't fit well. It makes
One
noises
time
when you
use, I
wear it. Like
guess.
it's yeah, exactly. Where when you actually have something that is made of leather, it will last you a lifetime. Like that will, it will be generations before the leather wears out.
All right.
Or something that is fake like that. It's like buying something from Target, right? Versus buying something from a handmade person who goes out and hunts something and creates something out of their leather is an artisan. There's a major difference between those two things.
Okay, sure.
So is there nobody else that's going to talk tonight? Is it just me and Mind that are speaking? And Mind still has the Globe Skeptic. Where is he? I don't know.
I don't believe in a globe, and I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, so I don't know if he should have a Globe Skeptic anymore.
Well, they said the reason was because I wasn't really that good at proving stuff.
Well, then you should just at least have VC verified instead of Globe Skeptic, I would think. Because with
All
Globe,
right.
I don't know. Maybe that's the way it goes around here. Globe Skeptic means you're like one step to valued or flat Earth. Like, don't you guys have like a flat Earth role or on the fence or I don't know.
Yeah, on the fence sounds worse actually, but okay. Actually, globe skeptic is kind of. It only says that you're skeptical of the globe model, which you should be if you are a flat earther. You should be at least skeptical. I don't think it's wrong
No,
necessarily,
I
but
don't think
it's
it's
kind
wrong
of
either. I just think
yeah.
that by our discussion tonight and when we talked about, you might not be the best at you aren't ready to throw down in a debate, but I don't think that you're just a globe skeptic. I think that you definitely have your mind made up, right?
Yeah.
Your mind is made up. You might not be ready for a debate, but your mind is made up. Maybe
Yes.
there's a role for that. I don't know.
Yeah, I was asking for like a role instead of globe skeptic. I didn't like it at first, but I just
No, it's an
accepted it, I
honest
guess.
role. Yeah, no. It's an honest role. And it's an honest role to have. I'm just wondering because I'm not a mod here, so I can't click on your name and see all the different roles that are available. So I don't know if there's a different role available between like a globe skeptic and like, hey, I'm a flat earther and I'm ready to debate someone. And I know that there are a ton of people that have flat earther that don't chime in on debates at all, but they're a globe earther or they're a flat earther. So
All right. Yeah, because I usually am in chat because I want to speak and stuff. Yeah, because I don't have a real social life, you know.
Yeah, that's a great reason to be on Discord when we don't have a lot of people in real life to be able to talk about the things we want to talk about IRL. We come
Most
onto
people are
Discord.
either gone crazy or they don't want to talk about the most interesting subjects like flat earth and stuff, which is my family. They aren't crazy, but they are like normal people, I guess. I don't normal. I don't like using the word normal in this context, but yeah, they are not fanatical, if you know what I mean. Anyways,
Well, I think Paul, you just arrived here, right? Did you want to chime in?
I have a nice other song. Have you heard Stratus Curious? It's a very good flat earth song.
Go ahead and play it. Nobody else wants to talk, so music is where it's at,
All
I
right.
guess.
Is it working? Oh no, it's not working. Oops. I don't know why it's not working now all of a sudden. Let me just see. Oh yeah, it's not. I opened it up again. Okay, it's not hard at all. I just rerouted. Oopsie. Thought I was playing it for you and it wasn't. Sorry about that. That was awkward. All right, let's play right now.
Wonderful, magical, celestial light, fantastical, mystical, wonderful sight. Belgian Swiss physicist Auguste Piccard, 1931, first to reach for the stars, was the first to explore the air view stratosphereus. A scientist curious to see what was there. An aluminium black ball on a helium balloon with photos and instruments sailed towards the moon. Rose in just half an hour, 52,000 feet, 10 miles up, against their pressure of a dead trapped in heat and cold, but disproving gravity. Wonderful, mystical, beautiful sight. Black line separation of black from blue light. A world run by deceivers, false make-believers, hiding in shadows, stealing our light. Mystical, mystical, fluorescent light. Wonderful, magical, awesome, yes, stealing our light. Wonderful and heavy light, supernatural, eternal, up we go. Higher than rainbows, higher than mountains, above you below. Olympus is higher than air, high level horizon, 360 around us, not right round behind us, any height that you dare. The sun and the moon both revolve around us, to forever short time pass intelligently there. You'll never beat us, you'll never defeat us, no more you'll deceive us, as you throw your light there. Kipper and Picard were the first ever known to reach up there. Divine luminescent light, mystical, wonderful, celestial light. So what was their eternal testimony? What did they report back to humanity? Said it seemed like a flat disk far as eyes can see, with an upturned edge fading into infinity. A mystical, ethereal, celestial sight, a divine creation, a floodwork of light, designed hid by deceivers and false make-believers, still cowering in shadows, still fearing our light. Here we go, higher than Everest, higher than airplanes, above zero, pure universe, higher than air, a level horizon, 360 around us, no motion beneath us, no spinning the whole stars on the firmament, driving all around us to forever, so tight math, geometrically there. You'll never beat us, you'll never defeat us, forever beneath us. We see through you like air, mystics on a luminous light, fantastical, magical, bright. We see through you like air, magical angels of light, beautiful, wonderful, celestial light. The first to see truth when they reach for the stars, explorers and physicists, Kipper and Picard.
Why did it drop out? Oh no. Fuck. I just tried to like fix the stuff with it, the decibel stuff, like it's dropped out and fuck. Yeah. Shit happens. Have to reconnect it. Not ideal. All right, let's replay from above where we were.
Never you'll defeat us, forever beneath us. We see through you like air.
I haven't. Well, the thing is, it's on YouTube.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
You watch those nature documentaries on the cable?
DJC.
Yeah. You see the one about lions? Yeah. There's this lion. He's the king of the jungle. Huge mane out there. He's laying down under a tree.
Are you like using
in the middle
ads?
of Africa. He's so big. He's so hot. He doesn't want to move. Now, the little lion cubs, they start messing with him. Biting his tail, biting his ears. He doesn't do anything.
I don't think it is.
Lioness. She starts messing with him. Coming over, making trouble. Still, nothing. Now, the other animals, they notice this. And they start to move.
Why weren't you asking about the other one, the conspiracy music guru? Maybe you don't know if he does or not have copyright. I don't know. Why are you muted? It's okay, but yeah, David J. Karen is his name. Let me see if it has any copyright on it here. I can share it for you too. So let me see. Music in the video. Song artist licensed to YouTube by Hawk for a third party on behalf of David J. Karen BMI Broadcast Music Incorporated, Hawk Publishing, and One Music Rights Societies. Okay, that seems like it's copyrighted. That doesn't seem like... Yeah, that's very based off Conspiracy Music Guru, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the license actually means. It's licensed to YouTube though, but yeah, it was streamed to with via your channel, so it's technically not legal, I guess. Sorry about that. I wasn't thinking about that. Please don't ban me. So please don't play music through live stream. Okay, all right. Sorry. Yeah, I was asking Shines, but she is also... Oh no, she's not a mod, I guess, but she has a lot of roles. Sorry. She said it was fine. But yeah, I'm not gonna. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Doesn't... Yeah, sorry.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
You know
like why when you got one case for like why would they lie? That's my thing is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies life on, hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. How can I help it, bro? Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, becks I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose Choose what's there, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign. There's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah. We the best music. It's fun, yeah. Another one. It's fun, yeah. DJ Khaled. You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a glow. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Calf gas pressure, and less contained. Cause ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof and I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, see too far left is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, that glow.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed.
and the Globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
So Chocolate saying thinks he can rap about the earth, producing epic content like Geronism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray, the best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rap along, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars, they exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Rising is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on night. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat on moving earth. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah. I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is Earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
fight you without fears. We'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay and you go, but if you stay, you will never be fly earth with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry globe, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, angry blower, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry blower, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. I'm not spinning, I'm not turning on an axis. I'm centered on everything I see. So fuck your Google Maps, we want our flat earth back and live in reality. Go on home, angry glober, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you will never beat flat earth with what you say. So go take a ferry, the curvy has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry glober, go on home. What the fuck's Van Alley belt if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slam door I keep closed, just beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. All right, man. Listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take
I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control.
Find the truth, find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies. Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
babes. Some rich guys making rockets, putting caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. Some rich guys making rockets, make you think that you got space. They're gonna Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. Some rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. Some rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. Some rich guys making rockets, make you think they got. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. Rich guys making rockets. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, 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 just to get Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, they're caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, want you to think they go to space. But they go to space, they go to space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, they're caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, they're pulling tins just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force the large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning bound, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning bound, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning bound, it makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. by a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. Where my real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this sh. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. Three, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number four, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number five, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number six, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number seven, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number eight, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CD. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. Yeah, B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
How real is this flat world? Some things to consider. Let's start off with a bold statement, one that some of you have heard me say over the last 5 years. If the world is flat and it's enclosed, then it's probably digital. I say digital because the word virtual seems to have lost its meaning, like artificial intelligence or smart when referring to electronics. Digital may seem like an older term, but it still applies. Why does this make perfect sense to me? Well, for starters, I'm older and had the pleasure of working in the tech field since its infancy. I was one of the first kids at my university to have their own computer. I played video games for a living during the 90s and then taught proprietary software for the better part of 20 years. The short version is I know what the industries have been striving to do for decades, and it is the one aspect of our future that has almost reached its potential. Most of what was promised to us since we started building machines has never been realized. No one has flying cars or ray guns or robot servants. I suppose there are special military programs that have achieved some of these goals, but the general public will never see them for various reasons. Flying cars are too risky. Ray guns are way too dangerous, and robot servants, well, you've seen the movies. No happy endings there. The one ladder we did scale was information technology, or IT. That progressed very quickly, and the leaps we made in that arena were astounding. We have basically put small computers in just about everything, and the large ones have been dedicated to creating virtual worlds, or what I like to call the ultimate escape. Maybe it's the only true escape. Human beings seem to be designed to want escapism. We've all heard that. It comes in various forms, from alcohol to drugs, and yes, many different kinds of entertainment. Anything that distorts or triggers our suspension of disbelief qualifies. Suspension of disbelief is, by the way, the reason why you get emotional when you watch television, movies, or even read a book. Drugs and alcohol are kind of a poor man's virtual reality and doesn't require much thought. They smudge the canvas of our world and give the illusion that you are somewhere else. The stronger the drugs, the stronger the illusion. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Books, television, and movies require some imagination, and a good story in any form can transport you to another world, but you have to buy into it. If the story isn't realistic, the effect doesn't work. What all entertainment has been striving to do since the 1990s is to create an immersive experience. One that can transport you but requires no suspension of disbelief, no buy-in. We've had some interesting revelations during the evolution of these software simulations. The first is that almost all groups or companies use the same programming techniques. Just about every piece of 3D software that has been created, be it Fortnite, Minecraft, GTA, and all earlier titles, are all built on a flat, enclosed world, similar to a cake box. In fact, everything you see above you in these realms uses what is known as a skybox system. Even those that display a dome-like structure have to eventually square off the edges, which is why I keep using the word box. Computers still can't do some of the things that we do. One is, of course, be self-aware. We will get into that later. Another is that computers can't draw true circles. Not because they aren't smart enough to do it, it's because we haven't figured out a way to tell them how to do it. That's something to think about. If you zoom in on any circle drawn by a computer, it will start to get pixelated, or square off into right angles. The same goes with large areas. Eventually, you have to draw a straight-edge border. Why? It's more efficient. We can create illusions of spherical things like the moon and other planets, but up close they are always just bunches of little boxes. The same goes for the flatness of these realms. They are all built using a perfectly flat base. Mountains and valleys are of course added for texture, but the outer edges are always perfectly level with each other. Why? Because programming a curvature is much more complex. Developers are notoriously efficient, and the player isn't going to notice anyway. People don't notice the missing curve in simulations because they never see it in real life either. The curve of the real Earth is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, but it is only assumed. See what I'm doing here? This also happens in some simulations, Warcraft being the perfect example. The game itself is built on a perfectly flat framework, originally designed in 2004, but Warcraft globes that included continents were added to various rooms in later versions, and that subtle reinforcement worked. Now, younger players think the world of Warcraft is built on a globe framework. We believe the world that is presented to us. That line is from the now 20-year-old movie The Truman Show, which proposed that people born into a created reality will believe anything that is told to them by the authority. Other movies have attempted to show us the potential of virtual worlds, the most high-profile being the Matrix trilogy, which started in 1999, otherwise known as the greatest year in movies. Probably the most thought-provoking was a lesser-known movie from 1999 called The 13th Floor. It was a remake of a 1973 German film called World on a Wire, which was itself based on a 1964 book called Simulacron 3. As you can see, we've been thinking about this ultimate escape long before computers were even a common term. I'm going to spoil the movie for you, but please do watch it anyway. People in a company that creates virtual worlds discover that they also are living inside a virtual world. And yet, outside the movie, in our real world, as we inch closer to creating our own perfect simulations, we have already started seeing hints that maybe, just maybe, this place isn't what we first thought it was. The most obvious is the double slit experiment, which seems confusing when you read it. I'll give you the super simple version. Have you ever made a face at someone when they aren't looking, then they turn your way and you make your face normal again? That happens all around us, all the time, to everything. Ask any scientist and they will avoid the topic, which is interesting considering they were the ones who first discovered it. When you have your back to something, it's not being rendered or drawn at its highest possible quality. When you stare at it or observe it in any way, then it does. Why is this so important? Because this is what we do in simulations right now. If you're playing a character in a building, then everything outside that building is not drawn at all. It's called conservation of resources, and we do it for obvious reasons, because it's more efficient. Why waste computer power? So why is this happening here? Why is this world displaying traits exactly like traits of our own simulation? And if you think that's the strangest clue to where we live, think again. We've discovered something years ago called neuroscience and free will. The test was simple. Tape some sensors to a person's head and have them pick numbers on a computer screen. Have the subject note the time that they decided to pick the number before hitting the keypad. So when I think of the number 3, just then I thought of it. That's one of the ways we define being self-aware, that we can choose these things out of thin air, right? We create thought from nothing. Not so fast. It turns out that the computer could tell when we decided to pick that number 8 seconds before we chose it. Maybe that didn't sink in. Think of a number right now. Now understand that a computer can see that thought process 8 seconds ago. It's not possible. Nothing exists pre-thought, unless, of course, all this isn't really interactive, not really live. If you need to pause for a moment or get a drink, I don't blame you. The next few minutes are going to get pretty weird. Science doesn't believe in predestination or lack of free will. We have the ability to make choices on our own. We decide what we do when we walk through our day. What coffee to drink, where to drive, who to talk to. And even if this was some sort of interactive simulation, that would still make sense. We make choices on the fly in real time. That's how it works. It isn't the most efficient process, however. There is a way of doing all this that streamlines everything, something I like to call the interactive movie. It's like a real-time simulation, only you make most or all of the choices ahead of time. You pre-make all the big decisions, where to grow up, career paths, who to marry, etc. And the simulation fills in all the smaller stuff. You don't have to choose to brush your teeth 25,000 times in your life. After the choices have been made, you block all memory up until that point and enter the movie. The system only has to build the path that you took. If you never chose to go to Africa during your lifetime, the system doesn't fully build it. It's there, of course, but only in reference code. And it gets stranger from there, because then you have to ask about all the other people in here with you. How many of them are actually self-aware or real? And how many are NPCs, otherwise known as non-player character? In the movies, that question seems to be all or nothing. In The Matrix, everyone that walked the streets was a real person that fed the system. In the 13th floor, only the user was real, and everyone else were just millions of apps in human form. Which makes more sense. In most cases, programmers create armies of NPCs to interact with the players because no one wants to be a placeholder program. Everyone wants the freedom to run around and do whatever they want. In massive multiplayer games, there is a huge social aspect, where people interact with each other, but what if that could be simulated as well? What if basic conversation could be, for lack of a better word, simulated? I'm sure you've met people who fit this criteria, and it raises even more questions. There are too many different holes we could dive into here, so I'll try to be blunt. It's very possible, even likely, that the percentage of real people in this world is extremely low. And if you are listening to this and understanding that statement, then you are probably one of them. The rest of the masses milling around, sleepwalking through their lives, are just basic characters, like the ones in the movie Vanilla Sky, especially the last 30 minutes of it. If you are one of the very lucky people who got everything I just said, and had a mind-bending moment where things started to make more sense, then I envy you. To end this rant, I suppose I need to address the why, and there are two of them. Why not reveal the nature of the world to the people when they enter? Why not give them the freedom and unlimited choices in real time? Why hide that? Because I believe that's where you came from originally, a world with unlimited possibilities where freedom was like breathing. This Earth is a world full of conflict and restrictions. It's the opposite. And if you realize that, you would want to leave this place every day after a certain age. That defeats the purpose. You already see what can happen here with that kind of situation. If you've ever known or heard about a trust fund kid, you'll understand. A child is told at a certain age they will inherit millions of dollars when they turn 16 or 21 or whatever. Their motivation then tanks and they eventually self-destruct. Not always, but often. Which is why lawyers advise the parents not to tell the children until after university. It also happens with child actors, royalty, and so on. Last but not least is the other why. Why come here? Why did you volunteer to suffer in this place? It's called dualism, and we all know it in one form or another. How do you know true heat without understanding cold? Pleasure without pain, light without shadow. The truly great worlds that exist outside of here in the boundless beyond can only be appreciated when they are taken away from you. Or, as the song lyric goes, you've got to go through hell before you get to heaven.
Hello, Look at this. r/place is back. We could like put some red pilly stuff in there. It's like a image type thing, and you can like place pixels once every, I don't know, time you can find out, I guess. And it's like internet history and stuff. Very cool. Couldn't like post like we could like make an image of flat Earth on it, you know. If you know what it is, you know what I mean. If you don't know what I mean, check it up. Check it out, I mean.
Why are you obsessed with models?
I was listening to a video. What did you say?
I asked, are you obsessed with models?
No. I'm just saying maybe, yeah, good point. Or maybe we could have a statement like, show the curvature or something, you know? Something like that. I don't,
Hold on. Who's going to show the curvature?
No, I'm talking about /place.
Such place. Okay. I don't know. You mean imaginary place or?
No, it's a Reddit type thing. I'm not a Reddit user, like, it's not that, but it's like last time it was /place. I think it was in 2017 or something. It was like it was an image. You could like place a pixel or overwrite a pixel on a bigger, I think it was 1000 by 1000 image in pixels, like 1,000,000 pixels together, and people were competing for images and stuff. It's very cool. I can show the original one. It's very, very cool stuff.
Do they even allow those certain topics on Reddit? I believe it's kind of
no, but if you kind of go a little bit vague, but you could probably go, and it's just an image, so I don't think it works that way. Do you think you have to write stuff? But I don't know. We could try, you know. Nothing harm in trying other than wasting your time, I guess. All right, here we have the. Oh no, that was not the original one. Okay, here we have the original one. It's got kind of very beautiful and very detailed stuff, because like everyone, there are very many people fighting for like space on this single image, and it was a big thing back then. You can find basically everything here.
Sure.
Let's take a look at it. Yeah, I have. Oh, oops! I posted it in wrong chat. I posted it in lounge. Sorry. Oops! I removed it. Yeah, because he's posted it. Okay. Good. Okay, that's the image here, because that was what I sent there. But okay, so the video I found about it, it's nothing. It's just showing you what it is and stuff. But yeah. Not a special guy, not a flat earther, just detailing what it is. Can't like see the full resolution of it when I embed it in Discord. You can't like read the text, red thing at the top, middle parts. But yeah, you get the idea. I think I have an old Reddit account. If not, it's pretty easy to make one, I think. Let's see. Yes, I have it on my password manager. By the way, smart to use the password manager, especially like an open source one that isn't connected to the
Hello.
internet.
So what do you guys
Hello.
think of veganism?
I don't think it's anything bad other than maybe some nutrients things that you maybe won't get. I don't know. As far as I know, the only thing I found that is like you can't get from veganism is retinol, but you have something called beta carotene that I think your liver or pancreas or something can convert into retinol, but you won't get as much of it. But I think
So what
yeah.
do you think of flat Earth?
What the fuck is that? Jumping
Well, I
from
am a
veganism
flat
to flat Earth? This guy.
Perhaps I think you might need to take over and talk to these new guys. Like mind
So do
sobriety
you guys
isn't equipped yet.
so do you guys actually believe in flat Earth, or is it like a joke?
We know it's flat. We know it's
So you
flat.
guys believe it's flat?
Somebody else should
I don't know, man. This guy jumped from veganism to flat Earth. That's really weird.
But yeah, let's go to r/place and maybe we can make an image. I can see if I can make or if anyone of you are good at pixel art and have good ideas for what we could inject into there.
Have you checked out the Flat Earth database down below? If you scroll down, DevRep, you can read about various topics. Understand how we figured it out.
Talking to me?
No, DevRep. Talking to
sorry.
DevRep. I mean, he doesn't
Might not be available to them if they're not VC verified.
He's VC verified.
Oh, is he? Okay, sorry, I couldn't see.
But he added some fake roles to himself as well. Founder and I don't know. But yeah, like I said, if you're interested in more about the topic, various aspects, just scroll down. You see the database
really.
basically. You don't see it?
Which database?
I mean, database as in the information base. Like if you scroll down,
But which server?
do you see it? Do you see us in the
channel?
live stream?
There's a
What are you
shit
using?
ton of channels.
Are you on PC or what are you on?
I'm on PC.
Okay. So do you see us in VC?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
just keep scrolling down till you see various topics, aspects of flat Earth, or like horizon, laser tests, firmament, eclipses.
Bro, I'm
curvature.
not gonna read like freaking.
I mean, you choose one topic,
Paragraph.
look at it, and then come back with questions if you're still unsure what's going on. Because you just added in general questions, man. Do you believe in something? We don't believe in it. So, in order for you to understand what we know, you need to look into that as well.
Bro, I just saw like composites images, and the reason that they can't show you the full Earth is because the satellites aren't far enough that they could like capture the whole Earth.
Okay. And
So that's why they use a CG Earth when you like zoom out all the way.
yes.
Oh, so no real pictures from space then? How convenient.
What?
So from here on, you're only gonna make up excuses, right? Right? Why they don't do this? Why they don't do that? Why you don't see this? Why you don't feel that?
There's
Which is
like a
pretty.
reason. If it was if it
No
was further
excuses.
away, it wouldn't like orbit the Earth if it was farther away than that.
Yeah. So I think the isn't the Hubble like 400, like 600 kilometers away?
Yeah.
Hmm. That's pretty far out, right?
Yeah, but not enough.
Not far enough. Oh. So do you believe in tin cans in Narnia? Is that it?
Do I believe in what?
An aluminium tin can floating in Narnia.
What the hell is a Narnia?
Narnia is a made up place. It's not real.
Okay, no.
No. Right.
I mean, I haven't heard about it, so I don't really know.
So if you have heard about it, it's real?
No, if I heard
No.
about it and then I like research on it if it's real or not.
Okay. So if I show you a picture of Narnia, right, then it's real?
No.
No. If I show you a picture of a unicorn, it's real.
Well, not just a picture. If you like give me proof that it's real, then yeah.
So no, right? If I give you a picture of a unicorn,
No, if you give me
that's not reality then.
no the pictures. I'm
Right.
not talking about the pictures. I'm talking about the proof.
Okay.
Even if you don't give me a picture, if you just give me proof, that's enough.
Yeah, Rob. I mean, the general consensus in the society thinks it's a photograph of the Earth. The pictures you see on Google when you
By
Google
the-
up, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're saying
Yeah.
it's not
Just
true.
a quick
and
Google search will show
we're
it.
saying it's not true.
Anyways,
because
you
they
got a
admitted
really
themselves.
nice mic.
Thank you very much. And they admitted themselves. It's not real photograph. Even though when you Google it up, it will tell you it's a photograph, but it's not. So the deceiving information from the Google search engine is...
Where does it say it's a real photograph?
Okay, can you Google photograph of Earth and you see what pops up in your search engine?
Photograph of.
And you'll see the very first link. You probably see which one I'm talking about as well.
Okay. Blue marble.
Yeah. And read, what does it say below? The blue marble is an image of the Earth taken from a distance of 29,000 kilometers, 18,000 miles from the planet's surface. How?
What do you mean how?
Are you not reading what I'm saying in the Wikipedia?
Yeah, how what?
How what? Did they manage to take the picture of Earth from planet's surface?
What? Wait.
Yeah, you're not even understanding.
Says here, it was taken by the crew of the Apollo 17 spacecraft on its way to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So?
You just said there are no photographs of Earth, and now when I asked you to
No,
Google
I said there are no photographs. There's not a real photograph of Earth on the satellite. like on
Okay.
Google Maps. It's because when you zoom out, like they have a static photo here. They don't have a 3D model. So if they are using this image, then if they like zoom out, we can like only see one part of the earth if you zoom out. So it's not a 3D model. So that's why they can't use it in Google Maps.
So yeah, all images from Earth are composites, right? Not real, made up.
Not all the ones they use
Yes.
in Google Maps. Anyways,
So
I'm gonna.
you, sorry?
I gotta go now.
Okay, well, come back, man.
Yep.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yeah. The contradiction there already.
Mhm.
You couldn't see it. What Google Earth has what? What did he say? Google Earth has real images? What? Amazing.
Asked him, if I show you a picture of a unicorn, would that be, is it real then? No, no, no. But he just eats up the image of the Apollo 17 crew, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it literally says on the search, what is the real image of Earth? I mean, they even mention image, so it's not even like that's the problem. The word image, but they take it literally like a photograph. That's the problem. They
I can hear the Globus say, well, yeah, but an image from a digital camera is also an image, and if you stack them if you stack them, then you get a picture, right? That's what they will say. Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
I
they will
know, I
say.
know. I mean, at first it's a photograph until it converts into an image. You need to, yeah, save it as an image. But that image can be manipulated. But the very photograph you take cannot be manipulated on real time or whatever.
Yeah, but
Images
in your
cannot be
camera there are
represented.
settings. You can use your camera settings to manipulate the picture.
Well, filters. I mean, like maybe, yeah. If it's like modern cameras, yeah, or something like that.
Or when you go into that discussion, point is right. Pictures are not proof. Not proof.
No, not really.
That's why I told him, if I showed you a picture of a unicorn, is it real then? No, no, no.
Yeah, but it's an image. Why not? Same thing with the marble or pictures of Earth, whatever they say. Kind of funny.
It was going in the right direction. No, you need to show me proof. Okay, so.
Yeah, but I did say they emitted it, and he didn't ask who's emitted it, so I don't know. We're about to go into the Robert Simmons part. Yeah. He even said like he's a VFX artist on his profile.
Okay.
Yeah, he should be understanding the difference between CGI and photographs easily then. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he should. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, nice talking to you. My lunch break is over.
All right, man. Have a good one. Thank you, guys. Talk later.
Yo.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here
is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not
been
what
in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
Damn.
And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The
plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys. And the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. Out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. So after 90 years, we're still only able to go in the same spot Auguste Piccard went in 1931. And that's because you can't go any further.
This is a story about legacy.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there. To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. Now, the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is a high plateau which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dolls and more than 14,000 different kinds of items for 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors. We simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible, because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we're going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last, the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor. The wind and the tide, which had closed the ice in around us, finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean, and here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. I knew it would be taking a big chance, but it seemed the only way. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge enough of ice falling to sink a fleet of ships. It seemed like a warning from Providence not to go alongside the barrier. We therefore had to unload from the bay ice. We had to put our tractors overboard with the engines running to safeguard the lives of the drivers, as the ice was constantly breaking off. We had to get the tractors quickly away from the edge of the crumbling ice. We came within an ace of losing overboard our principal plane of exploration, the William Hawley. It was a critical moment. At times, as the ice broke, then our supplies would fall into the water. We kept a man on watch with a life preserver on line as a safeguard for the men working on the edge of the ice. We were working against time to finish unloading before the fall freeze-up, when the ships would have to return to civilization. You can see what a tough job we had to transport 400 tons of material through this area. The bay ice was constantly shifting and cracking. We call this period the White Nightmare, and a nightmare it was. The hardest work of all was this man-hauling of sleds. Eskimo Huskies, still the backbone of polar exploration. They can go where no tractor could ever go. You can't do without them. The Rupert must go back to civilization because the bay would soon freeze and she couldn't stand the ice. Now the only person out of 150 men to get sick and who would have to go back on the Rupert was the doctor. Suddenly, without warning, a storm hit us before we could get all of our food and other vital supplies stored away. And all hands had to work frantically throughout the storm to prevent the loss of food boxes under deep snowdrifts. The storm lasted for many hours. We found it chilly, working in the wind. And when it was over, there was a bit of digging to do. And here is the original commando.
The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying experience for this 58-year-old explorer, who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration, and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition. But it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right: fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak. Debunk my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
From the Channel 4 News, WSMV Nashville.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black if you ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Cybro, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
and get the hell out of the clubhouse.
Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
I'm in the shadows in Iran. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
This is full of shit.
Mr. Cybro, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
And finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger. We're coming in on Earth.
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Hi, Roger. Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue cast. See white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
the
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight.
Well,
we're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now.
We'd ask you to...
Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you please go away?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique footage.
It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
of what?
Of July, 1969. Do you remember this?
On the 18th?
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light. And we only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
Roger, the AGC's working real well. The F-22 looks good, over. Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, did you copy, over?
Roger, we copied that, Charlie.
Roger, your transmissions the last couple of times have been about 2 by, over.
Okay, how do you read me now?
Right, you're fine by now. Coastline. Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that is.
Discussing their
What is your proposition if we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you
Here
did.
they discussed that these
I know for a
television
fact that you did
transmissions
not.
were in fact
You know
not
for a fact that we did
broadcast
not.
live, as
That's
everyone
correct. And
believes.
you'll see this tape
They were
proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the
doing an
camera
illusion
off,
with
please.
the window.
Sunlight from entering the
Turn the
space
camera off.
through the other windows. As
You're
to
full
not
of shit.
It shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late, on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th? And
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my
the reason
reaction?
this was done.
I know for a fact that
That's
you didn't.
slimy journalism. Do you realize that?
If
You ought to be ashamed of
if you read the
yourself.
document that I have in here, you'll find that it's
this
not.
is a view of Earth
That
from
this is a
distance
personal
out of the
plea to do what is
spacecraft.
right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
This is the
time.
document that you want to see.
Is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft.
I know for a fact
But
that
what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't
Outside
believe
of
that?
which It is completely
No, I do
filled
not.
with the Earth
Well,
in low
then
orbit.
we have a difference of opinion.
The circumference of the window.
This is where you're using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away. We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, so I'm prompting you when
That
to
is why
speak.
they wanted the interior.
You believe in UFOs?
No, I
You
do
believe
not.
we've been visited by? Well, why do
No, I
you want to
don't.
believe this stuff?
I know for a fact. We've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and you're in, and it's dated by an atomic clock at the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not.
I know for a fact that it didn't. And this tape would prove it in a court of law.
Subsequently, this
It would.
tape was never used.
Why don't
It
you
would.
try? Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it.
No one has
Is your
laughed.
camera working?
No one has laughed.
And this makes you the real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the
No,
astronaut
but you're doing it the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window? It's shot to make it look like.
Look, you can manufacture all you want with
This
these
is
things.
straight. This isn't manufactured.
Sure.
You know that it
to
isn't.
that of an interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the
Will you give me your
Here's
business
the light.
card?
It's all in there.
Camera controls.
It's all in
But
there.
not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front of
You're
the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Howdy, Buzz. How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief.
Why don't you just
That's called being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Please?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Come here.
I'm not trying to get in the
You
middle
tell
of
him
anything.
to get
but
out of
this
here.
This is a hotel.
We'll call the police.
You cannot
We pay.
solicit. It doesn't
Come
matter.
on in here. We'll call the
you cannot
police.
solicit on
You like
this
that?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this. But you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresent myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital.
How you doing?
I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program that's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11.
Yes.
And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window, turn off the lights in the spacecraft, and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that kind of thing.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to
Get
God
away
on the
from
Bible
me.
that you
Get
walked
away
on the
from
moon.
me.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys that did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight, to put your left hand on the Bible.
Left hand.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
And you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future. And if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay. Say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Treason.
Treason. No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon. I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treasonous?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
that
about
isn't treason.
Under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason?
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough.
Now, you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that...
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, from the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in,
oh, yeah, sure.
Pop that one out.
Is that? Can I get the check button? Good. Oh, that will stop it.
Yes, take it again.
Yeah, we can edit this that way. We don't have to worry about doing that. So we can...
Yeah, just hit play.
Well, it goes in.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep, seems to be.
I think it shot a little bit halfway to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks.
That's what you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front of it.
Now I thought that was the arm of God moving
Right.
across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that out.
I suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely, that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There
About
it is
like
again,
that.
130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it was pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That, I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as a gospel of anything except a historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press us, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No, we have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. And as an independent producer,
okay, we're heading out.
Doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be a deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Woo-woo! The reading caboose has arrived. I'm Conductor Clark.
And I'm Ms. Janice. Hey, who wants to learn about the letter H?
I do! Now what can we do with the letter H?
We can hula hoop.
Or?
Create a massive global hoax.
What Ernie's referring to is the Apollo 11 moon landing that supposedly took place on July 20th, 1969.
To quote Neil Armstrong, this is one small step for man.
And one giant lie to mankind.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hi, Ticket Taker Sam. Sam's been riding the rails ever since mean old Microsoft stole his formula for Windows 95.
Hey, Sam, I hear you've got a story for the kids.
I sure do, Miss Janice, and it's a real whiz-banger. Once upon a time, there was a president named Kennedy.
I promised to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Meanwhile, poor inept NASA couldn't get a rocket into space. Pew!
So, they turned to Plan B.
I'm LBJ. The end of the decade is here, and there's still no Americans on the moon. Those Ruskies are gonna beat us to it.
I'll help you, Mr. President.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Stanley Kubrick, and I'll use some tricks I learned while filming the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, to fake a moon landing.
Good. While people think they're in space, we'll keep the astronauts busy with whores and gambling. Then we'll pay them off, or brainwash them, or kill them.
The end.
Yay! Squawk? But is there any real proof it was a hoax? Squawk!
Is this proof enough, Gully Bird?
Wow!
I used to fly to the moon all the time.
Hobo Dan! Hey, Hobo Dan, how did you fly to the moon?
With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary.
Oh, Hobo Dan.
Hey, that reminds me of a song.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be.
Ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be because it was baked in a kiln
in Japan.
Yay! Thanks, Hobo Dan. That was fun credible. And the truth.
Uh-oh, someone's ringing the doorbell. To the safe room, kids. To the safe room.
Okay, that's all the time that we have for now. We'll be back with more reading later. Until then, the most important part of reading is reading between the lines.
Sayonara, pigs.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good morning, beautiful flat Earth.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm sorry, did you say something? I didn't catch that.
I was just saying good morning.
Oh. It is April 8th and it's snowing. Wonderful.
Golly, where I'm at, it's definitely not snowing.
Well, we kind of have crazy weather up here in Wisconsin.
Yes, the good old state of Wisconsin. It's a nice place. But you know, I prefer the winters without snow.
I like snow on one day, and that's Christmas morning.
Man after my own heart. Couldn't agree with you more. And when I go snowboarding. Other than that, snow is a little bit of a chore. Where I was from, snow was awesome when we were growing up because, they would cancel school. Didn't have the infrastructure to, place salt on the ground and whatnot.
Oh yeah. Snow days were awesome when you were a kid.
Yeah, those were awesome.
I live out in the woods though, so it is very pretty out here when it snows. I will say that. It is gorgeous.
Well, in that case, I don't know if it would be so bad. If you had a commute or if you had something, you had to drive long distances on, I'd draw the line. But a lot of people work remote now, so.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the like city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's
camera.
the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, and it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do
is
you
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The
round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Lynn, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. 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 So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live in, control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell you vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all in the bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control of mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught rocking alone. To be locked up and rode off by the vehicle. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scribbling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
Grace in the house.
Bands on the track.
SB on the
I'm gonna murder this trap, where the robot is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation, they lied to the nation. Granted, most just have the ball belief, going through life looking for some relief, spiritually changed, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think brings peace, and your captors the providers of the disease. You don't get freedom but bowing and saying please on your knees, giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze, before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present. It guarantees with measured ease, it brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious please, my fellow detainees. Become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free, free from the cage, not lost in the rage. Turn the page, it's a new age, the return of logic. Just learn to gauge and engage, the whole world is a stage. Now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth masters fight. What do you think about that? Don't make this weird. The truth is not to be feared, unless you're a bad guy. You a bad guy? I'm gonna murder this trap, where the robot is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation, they lied to the nation. So we measured the earth, that was the birth of channels like dearth. Imagine the mirth, we faced our dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal, I find the similes within all religions. But it's not wise to follow like pigeons, that's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision and exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but it's all your decision. So get informed and transformed, remove from the conformist swarm. Or be an NPC, you choose what to be. I cannot control thee, I can only hand you the key. Even if you disagree with logic absentee, we seem to be a blind devotee. Prepare for lesser repartee or moderation by referee. If you're here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification. Belief is not enough, thinking you are tough. I know it can be rough, and you don't know your stuff. And your mind is full of fluff, and your mind a global bluff. Actual no power puff. I know it can be tough when belief is not enough. You need to know your stuff, or it's gonna be rough. We don't accept fluff, completely had enough of all this pointless stuff. The truth is what is tough. So join us 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you think you have the right stuff, or you simply honestly want to know more. Until then, peace. How you guys doing? I just saw you guys were playing music, so I played one of mine.
I'm listening to the Flat Earth debate from Nathan. I posted the things in the voice text. I'm confused. Is that happening, or is it something else? I assume it's going to happen, but or they're going to discuss the stuff between those two. I don't know.
I think they're going to discuss the last debate or whatever that they had together.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
Right. So he's not going to have them on the. Okay.
I doubt it.
I mean, all right.
I highly doubt Dave would enter a platform like that.
I got punished by the bot when I posted the YouTube link of the The Nathan Hawkins one. I don't know why though. Not sure where's the yeah, you want because you're I'm lacking the FE tag. I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I got punished by the link. I'm not sure why though. I couldn't see the word where it appears to be picking up, censoring it. By the way, how long does it take to receive the silver tag?
Depends.
It's an approximation of a certain time frame, or
yeah, it's completely random, kind of, because it's the time it takes is instant. Because when the mod gives it to you, it takes no time. But
okay, all right.
The build-up time
I heard it was like a certain time frame, like between months or something.
Yeah, the build-up time to it is undefined, but we generally like they have to have been here for like a little bit, enough that people know who they are and who they're dealing with, kind of. Like yeah, if they're very active, it goes quicker. If they're not very active, it goes very slow.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, the guy who gives you the tags is essentially just vouching for you, and then if you fuck up, like it's on him.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I don't know. I mean, I joined since January. I mean, December I joined, but I started talking in January, I think, around that month, up till now. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
and whoever gave me the initial one, he's not here anymore, so I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, I've not given anybody any roles yet, so I'm just gonna give you silver as the first role I give.
I mean, you see me around a lot, so I'm usually here every day, I would say.
Yeah,
almost
I've
every day.
seen you plenty of times, and you are very solid. So,
All right.
Congrats on silver.
Thank you.
I guess I should find some video to play on the bot.
Yeah, go for it. I'm listening to another debate. I can listen to the other part as well. Try to multitask.
Yeah, I'm gonna go listen to Oakley as well.
I want to see the picking points they're going to be dissecting, basically, or what the between the opponents we're debating about, or we'll say discussing or arguing about in that case. But yeah, I'm interested.
From the globe. So we could just say that it's a belief that you have from the measurement, right? That you trust whatever source gave it to you, that you're saying, okay, well, it's legit, right?
No, I could go out right now and test it if I wanted to, but
right but now, you haven't, right? But you haven't, so it's still a belief at this point, right now.
Well, sure, but I mean, I'm listening to like the biggest scientists on the planet.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just gathering what you know. So point number one, the Earth's curvature being measured would be just a belief in your mind for right now. So we'll move off to point number two, which is axial rotation, either being measured or tested to be true. Is there any way that you know that axial rotation is a reality that can be measured, like that you know that the Earth is spinning?
Well, we know the Earth is spinning because it spins at 15 degrees per hour. We already know that because of Bob.
Oh God, I knew that was coming.
Yeah. Hang on, Bob. Hang on, Bob. I know you're in the chat. Just hang on. Let me get through here with this guy.
So he said he's not new.
Okay.
Well, I'm in high school, so I should know this now.
You name dropped somebody you didn't know was in here, but Mickey's gonna finish the conversation with you real quick. Please just be honest and concise.
Well, I didn't know this was filled with like the biggest flat earthers, but whatever.
Let Mickey do it.
Just let me. Okay, so you said that because Bob presented some information, and you didn't get this from any source like a textbook or a teacher told you. This was strictly from a Netflix video that you saw. Is that correct?
From multiple sources, yeah.
Okay, so what would be the primary source of your knowledge from the axial rotation of the Earth spinning, Spooky?
Well, from the textbook, first of all. I already knew that from class.
So you read some. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was laughing at the physics class. My bad.
So a teacher told you this, or a physics class that you took, some information that you gathered that the Earth is spinning on its axis is how you obtained the understanding that it is spinning on its axis, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, your model, it doesn't really work out with day and night.
Model? Sure.
See, the sun...
Yeah, one second, guys.
See, the sound...
One second.
The sun
Go ahead,
is...
Spooky.
the sun is round. And in your model, it only shows half the Earth illuminated, which doesn't make sense because the sun is a ball.
All right, cool. I understand. But we're sticking to, like, what you know and information. Just give to me what you know from how you got the understanding that the Earth is spinning on its axis. That's all I care about. I don't really care about anything else but what you know, the information that you can give me, how you know the Earth is spinning on its axis. And from what I gathered, it's from some physics class that you took, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not any direct measurement that you have done, but somebody somewhere on that you got told from your physics class had gave you the information that you know that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So what I'm alluding to here is that it's a belief that was given to you that you haven't verified thus far. So right now, the understanding that the Earth is spinning on its axis was given to you from a teacher, through a textbook, however you got it.
Yeah, but those were done through experiments from other people. They're not.
Sure, right. So what you're doing here is you're taking information, on face value that they've done their due diligence and they gave you that information via some kind of experiment or something. So right now you're trusting these sources, correct?
But why wouldn't I trust these sources?
No, I'm not.
Scientists.
Yeah, I'm not. Hey, I'm not disputing that. So the information that you're gathering right now to you, as far as you're concerned, is just a belief because you trust them. It's a whatever you want to call it, justified belief or whatever. But the root of it would still be considered a belief because you trust whatever source.
No, it's a known fact.
No, I'm talking about what the information that you've gathered is a belief.
The information that I gathered is a known fact.
Okay, sure, whatever, but it's still a belief because you haven't measured it. You haven't verified it yourself.
That's what I'm verified. Other 10 other people besides me verified.
Right. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not debating with you on this point. What I'm trying to establish is either it's verified by you or it's a belief that you have. So right now it's just a belief because somebody else did it. So that's all I'm getting to right now, just the information that you know. Spooky, I'm not debating with you. I'm just saying,
stop trying to debate him. He's not trying to debate you, man.
Yeah. I'm just getting just all belief right now. It hasn't been something you verified. That's all I'm just getting to right now.
Yeah, I guess so, because I don't have $15,000.
All right, cool. Yeah, thanks. No big deal. No big deal. You don't need a reason. It's all good.
All right, so point number 2.
Let Mickey do it, will you?
Point number 2 is that axial rotation is just a belief you have because via whatever information you gathered that you think it's spinning on its axis. So point number 3 is that the vacuum of space is a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists. Now, is there any information that you could give me? Remember, no right or wrong answer, just what you know as to how far you can verify that when you look up at your night sky, that it's actually a vacuum that you're staring at when you look up.
Well, we could see that because we're not talking about a vacuum cleaner here. We're talking about vacuum means emptiness in our case. So there's nothing there.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a physical place we could travel to, yes. Because there's nothing, no air, no oxygen molecules, no nitrogen molecules, nothing like that.
So. None at all.
All right. So everything
maybe 1 or 2,
all right,
per 1,000 kilometers, maybe.
Sure.
Around.
So all this information is verified by you. You said, you verified it to be true that when you stare up in your night sky, that's indeed a vacuum. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, because I have a telescope, one of those 10-inch wide telescopes, and I've watched the International Space Station fly past the moon. I'm just saying.
So you're fake, right? So you're seeing things from the ground, and you're believing that the sky is a vacuum. Look, what I'm saying is, have you verified that it actually is yourself?
Space, so no. I can't.
Okay. So no would be
can't either.
Right. Well, I'm not disputing. But this is the thing, Spooky. I'm not debating you. I'm just gathering the information honestly from your point of view as to what you know. So yeah, you conceded. You said I don't know. So right now, the vacuum of space being a reality to you is just a belief. So it could be that you're trusting sources or astronauts or whoever it is, but it's just a belief that you have that the vacuum of space is a reality and it's a medium that people can travel to. So I'm going to go ahead and round off the 3 points that I propose to you right now, that the curvature of Earth being measured either in ancient times or now is just a belief. Axial rotation, that you trust some sources.
But now you're twisting my words. Now I didn't.
No, I'm not twisting.
Hey,
I'm not
he's
twisting
talking, man.
Let me finish real quick, Spooky. So this isn't, like I said, this isn't a debate. It's just gathering information from what you told me. So that's all I'm doing, repeating it back to you, and I'm kind of making it to where you can see all 3 points together. So the axial rotation point you told me is also something you learned from a physics class, and you trust those sources, so it's a belief. And the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists, is still just a belief. So the paradigm of the globe Earth as presented to you throughout your whole life has been a belief that you held strongly to, but it doesn't have any basis on known reality. As in, it hasn't been measured, you haven't detected it, and you haven't been there. So there's nothing that you could actually say right now that would justify a belief that you have in your mind.
Well,
so when you would move forward in the conversation, because we're going to open it up so you can ask any questions you'd like about flat Earth. But if when we open up the conversation and you revert back to trying to justify it, we're gonna let it known that what you're trying to do is assert your belief once again when it's already been known that you just believe it to be true. You follow me, Spooky? So it's not something that you could test and verify because you haven't done it yet. So you're just asserting a belief. So when we get into a conversation, which I'd like you to have with us, don't revert back to well, what about pictures from space or something? Because all these things are just rooted in your mind as just beliefs. So,
well, I have a couple. Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I'm just going to open up the conversation now, but just to let it be known to everybody here that you did concede and said it was just a belief. But so if you cannot, try not to go back and try to justify these things as if they're actual known reality, because just right now you conceded to yourself that it's just a belief that you carry. That would be it. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up, and you can ask any questions to people here who would take any questions for Flat Earth. And if you want to know,
you mentioned Bob, why don't you start with Bob?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have one question only.
I didn't
fast
mean to
question.
Bob here.
I only have one question fast. Fast about Bob.
Yeah, I think he's right. We should let Bob cover that attack on him if he wants to.
I'd be more than happy to cover it.
Without interruption, please.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. This is going to be awesome.
Okay, so obviously you don't know me, right? You only know me because of what you saw in Behind the Curve, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and from what I said in Behind the Curve, you took that and interpreted as, what I was saying is that the Earth was spinning, right?
Yeah, you said 1 hour and 15-degree drift.
That is correct. That's exactly what I said. And you know what? I wasn't lying. That's exactly what we registered. The problem is what the producer interpreted that and actually cut the editing to make it look like. So would it surprise you if I told you that, I completely agree with everything you just said. I absolutely did say that. But unfortunately, because of the way the producer twisted that around, I was not saying 15 degrees per hour of Earth rotation. Now, do you want to know how I know that?
Because your gyroscope, your like $40,000 was? Like, how much was it?
Well, first of all, it wasn't my gyroscope, and second of all, I didn't do the initial test, but I got credited with that, so I'm just gonna wear it, okay? But we took that gyroscope, and like I said, when we first plugged it in, we got a 15 degree per hour rotation. And actually, it wasn't specifically 15 degrees per hour. It would be an interpolated value, taking the sine of the latitude times 15 degrees per hour, which would kind of equate out to that. Okay, so let's make that perfectly clear for one thing. But secondly, when I was in the movie, yeah, at that time when I stated that, I had no idea, I was just as surprised as anybody else. And yeah, I was very reluctant to accept it because I was trying to interpret, exactly what we were seeing. And I came to find out later on, and by the way, I did tell the movie producer this, exactly what we were seeing had actually been measured and discovered over 100 years before in what was called the Michelson-Gale experiment, right? The rotation of the luminiferous ether. So at that point, then what we were faced with is we had the challenge of, well, how do we prove that it is not Earth rotation and was in fact the luminiferous ether? Now, some people, and I'll even say even in this panel, don't believe necessarily that the luminiferous ether exists, but there's also a lot of Nobel laureate, physicists that say that it does, and it's, there's a big debate on it. Let's just put it that way. But by using that very same gyroscope, whether you believe in the ether or not, we actually devised a way to tell us whether or not it was in fact Earth rotating, okay? And it was really pretty simple, right? So first of all, do you understand at all how the fiber optic gyro works, how laser interferometry works?
Well, not really, but I mean, I get the gist of it. I get how a gyroscope works and how the gravitational pull works on it. And then when there are spins, there's different, it marks one spot and then it calculates the time interval it takes. Then it calculates the angle, how much is the angle is like changed.
Well, that would be for a gyroscope, yes, but a fiber optic gyro works a little bit differently. It works on something that's called the Sagnac effect. And the Sagnac effect is basically, it goes under the assumption that if light is traveling through a medium, right? In other words, they speak of light as a wave, right? So you have to ask yourself, well, what is a wave? What is it waving, right? What is it traveling through to cause that wave? What is the medium that light is actually waving, right? Well, scientists have been saying for centuries that it is in fact this luminiferous ether. And that is what I actually wound up claiming that it was that was actually rotating, the luminiferous ether. Now, here's how and why I came to that conclusion. So we went back and we looked at these experiments from over 100 years ago and the assertions about the Sagnac effect and laser interferometry. And it turns out that what they say about the luminiferous ether is that it rotates very much, or it behaves very much like a magnetic toroidal field. Are you familiar with a toroidal field in a magnet?
Yes.
Okay, so the ether very much behaves in the same way. It actually is moving. It's not a stationary thing. It is moving, and believe it or not, it propagates vortexually, right? And it just so happens that that vortex rate is about 15 degrees per hour. Now, again, how is it that we were able to figure that out and that it was not Earth rotation? And the answer is really quite simple. So if I'm taking, and this is, by the way, exactly what we did. So we took the fiber optic gyro and we went to a place in Colorado called Pikes Peak. And Pikes Peak is at 14,125 feet above sea level, okay? And we did our measurements there and we got essentially our equivalent to the 15 degrees per hour rotation rate from Pikes Peak. Now, again, whatever you want to call it, you can call it the ether or you can call it Earth rotation, whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But what we're trying to prove here is that it was not Earth rotation that we were picking up. So we did that measurement at Pikes Peak and we got a value for it, okay? And then we went down to eastern Colorado following the exact same line of latitude. Right? And why we followed the exact same line of latitude, I'm going to tell you here in just a second. But we went directly east in Colorado on the exact same line of latitude down to just over 4,000 feet. And then we did another measurement, okay? So would you agree that if I am measuring something that rotates, or that measures spin, right, or a rotational rate, that it should not matter whether I take that rotation rate at the bottom of a device or at the top of a device, especially a spinning ball. It would be the same whether you took it right on the globe or an inch above the globe. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and you would be absolutely correct. It would not vary at all because it doesn't matter where you would be, high or low, on that same latitude line. It is going to rotate at precisely the same speed. Well, here's the problem with that. What we found was that when we did the measurement with the fiber optic gyro at the 4,000 foot elevation, we had about a 1.3, 1.4 degree per hour variance from that done at the 14,125 foot elevation on Pikes Peak, okay? So we thought, well, that's pretty interesting because that actually equates to be 26, 27 degrees per day, right? That's a huge number. So we did it again at a different place, Guanella Pass, and again, and again, and again. And we did it in several different places in Colorado. And again, each time we then went to its corresponding latitude line at a lower altitude. And every single time we got a greater than 1 degree variance on the two measurements. Well, why would that be? Well, if you think back to what I just said about how the luminiferous ether was always said to propagate, and this comes from the people that coined the term, Newton, Maxwell, Clerk Maxwell, all these people that talked about this originally, then all you have to do basically is visualize it as a vortex, i.e. like a tornado, okay? So if you are looking at a tornado and you look at it on a z-axis, right, then at the top of the tornado, right, it's rotating fairly slowly. And as you go down that z-axis down towards the ground, it rotates faster and faster and faster, right? So you have a considerably faster rotation rate at the ground that you do, from high up in the air. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Did I lose you? Okay,
yeah,
good.
No.
All right. So So that, again, is exactly what we are saying that the luminiferous behavior is propagating as, right? A vortex. So the problem here for the globe is that when you get a 1.3, 1.4 degree per hour, which equates to 27, 28 degrees per day, something like that, difference in rotation, then that pretty much tells you unequivocally that what we are picking up is not Earth rotation. And it is more commensurate with that vortexual behavior that science has always told us that the luminiferous ether actually behaves in this vortex, right? So we did this multiple times, and every single time, we weren't expecting such a huge variance. But, when you're talking 1.3, 1.4 degrees per hour, that's actually huge for 10,000 feet. So we can only imagine that number grows even greater if we were able to go higher and lower. But the most important thing is what it proved unequivocally is that what we were picking up was not Earth rotation. And do you see the logic behind that as to why we know that it wasn't Earth rotation?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. So whether or not, anybody wants to accept that it was in fact the luminiferous ether, as I claim, and as other people claim, that's up to you. But the primary goal here is to prove that what it did pick up was not Earth rotation. And in fact, when they did this over 100 years ago in the Michelson-Gale experiment, they had to do another experiment called Airy's failure to try and determine what exactly it was that was spinning. Was it the Earth or was it the sky? And so what they did was they devised a very simple optical experiment called Airy's failure, in which they measured the rotation rate optically with the telescope, and then they filled it, full of water, and theoretically that would slow down the propagation of light through the telescope. And then the idea was that if they had to tilt the telescope further forward, then the light would not be coming in at the correct angle. However, if they didn't have to tilt the telescope forward, then the light was already coming in at the correct angle of 15 degrees per hour, indicating that it is in fact the stars that are rotating and not the Earth. Well, guess what? Airy's failure, same conclusion. It concluded that it was in fact the stars. So now not only do we have the FE Core's version of testing whether or not it was Earth rotation, but we also have Airy's failure from back in antiquity. And to this day, you still have people saying, well, we built these gigantic laser interferometers that are stationary and sitting in one place. And of course, they are going to be picking up a rotation, just like we did. But the problem is there's no way to falsify that if you cannot move that detector up and down on a z-axis to see if whatever it is that you're measuring is changing velocities at different altitudes or different z-axis, okay? So that is how we know unequivocally that what we were not measuring was Earth rotation. And of course, because the producers of Behind the Curve did not want that information to come out, they skewed it and made it look like, wow, dummy flat earthers, they proved it, with their own equipment, and then sit there and keep denying it. Well, they didn't include the rest of the story, and that's kind of the problem that we have with Behind the Curve. And that's all I have on that, unless you have any questions.
No, I'm just wondering why. I mean, it's just weird why they wouldn't include it.
I'm sorry, it's weird why they wouldn't what?
Include it, because like lots of people, I don't think you've told this to many people.
I have told this countless times. It doesn't get any press. And I told it to them, and I'll tell you why. And the producer even said it himself. They were all for giving Behind the Curve a fair representation until they went to the 2017 Flat Earth International Conference in Raleigh, North Carolina. Okay. Then at some point, I don't know, either primary or junior high school kid got up, expressed his beliefs in flat Earth, and he said, Clark, whatever his name was, Mr. Clark, that did the documentary production, said that they decided, he and Caroline decided at that point in time that this was too serious and they had to stop it. And they decided at that point in time that they then had to change around the theme of the movie to make it more of an anti-flat Earth propagation piece. Now, they said this in their own words. Daniel Clark, by the way, is his name. He said it in his own words, and he said the same thing to us. It's like, okay, now this isn't funny anymore. You've got kids taking this in, thinking that it's serious, and so now we're going to turn this around on you, and that's why they didn't include it. That's exactly what they told me, and that's what they are actually in public saying, okay? So, in other words, this flat Earth idea, this paradigm is so powerful that it will change lives. It will change everything about this world, really, that you ever thought you knew about it, and it exposes a lot of things, to a lot of people that they simply are not ready to handle yet. And so that is why they decided not to do that, and that's exactly what they told us.
All right, Spooky Elon, did you have any questions for Flat Earth that we might want to engage any discussion on, or?
That was awesome.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, guys, thanks for letting him talk uninterrupted.
We get that all the time. Don't you see how crazy that is, bro? Like you said, your instinctual response was, why would they do that? He explained their little story for it, but isn't it interesting that you came in here having a complete misrepresentation of what the actual stance was? Because if what they told you about it was true, which is that it's archaic, unfounded, and just preposterous, stupid, then they would never have to do that, right? And you've now got the context of just one of the misrepresentations, which was a Netflix film. Firsthand, you couldn't have got a better explanation, but this will be a reoccurring theme. This is because there is no debate against Flat Earth. Flat Earth is objective.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to ask Spooky Elon is if what Bob said is 100% true, and I completely obviously believe him, why did they have the opposite reaction that they should have had? So if this is true and it's serious, why would that force them to make it anti-Flat Earth? Surely, as a well-meaning producer, when you discover that something actually isn't a joke, you should want to push it out more.
Well, I think a lot of that goes back to, people's cognitive dissonance. I mean, let's face it, Flat Earth is an explosive subject. It completely screws with people's realities, and they simply, I hate to coin the term, but, it kind of goes back to that movie where Jack Nicholson says, you can't handle the truth. Well, a lot of people can't handle the truth. I mean, because this, what Flat Earth actually represents is a change in paradigm that is so severe that it literally wrecks everything we've ever been taught for our entire life, And as Flat Earthers, we, it's much easier for us to understand things like, that these frauds are going on, like Sandy Hook being a fraud, like Boston bombing being a fraud, like 9/11 being a fraud. We see it over and over and over again, but this is a big one. When they're talking about, wow, we're not in outer space, we're not on a spinning ball, that there had to be somebody that actually created this place for us, which is a very logical and sound conclusion. It's just something that a lot of people can't handle. And by the way, there's a lot more evidence, to kind of support, not support, there's a lot of evidence, period. In fact, all the evidence pretty much supports the Flat Earth position. I always talk about what I call the preponderance of evidence. And, when you look at the preponderance of evidence being that, we cannot measure curvature anywhere, we cannot measure spin rate anywhere, we cannot measure these very slight changes in inertia between perigee and apogee. People will say, well, of course you can't feel that with your senses. And maybe you can and maybe you can't. But one thing that they neglect to say at that point is that we have instrumentation that is absolutely capable of measuring those very, very subtle changes, right? They're called accelerometers. You have one in your phone, and they are so sensitive. Look into them. They are incredibly sensitive. And so we have all the instrumentation. It's not just the fiber optic gyros that are giving us this information. We have several pieces of test equipment that are, giving us this information. So, and going on behind that, then when you look at NASA and all of the frauds that they do, all the CGI, the fake pictures of the globe, the fact that we didn't even get a picture of the globe until like Apollo 17, right? You'd have to ask yourself, why in the world would that be, right? Why would NASA, admit to making CGI composites and not even giving us pictures of the globe when, you know what, if you and I went out to outer space, the first thing we would do is snap about 1 billion pictures of every leg of the journey, I mean, everything that NASA is doing is completely non sequitur. It doesn't add up. And when you start looking at it through the paradigm of, well, maybe because we can't go into space, and that the Bible just may be accurate in that there is a firmament up there. And I am a person that believes, that there is a firmament up there. And I say that not because of any religious belief, because I'm not a religious person necessarily, but because of the evidence. When you look at things like sprites and elves and discharges, and everything seems to cap off at this 100-kilometer or 62-mile limit, and all kinds of strange things seem to happen around there, you really have to begin wondering. And then, of course, there's also the NASA and the Army documentation that talks about the firmament that, of course, the ball earthers will want to, completely set aside and dismiss. Great, so set that aside, dismiss that, whatever you want to do. But there is still a mountain of this preponderance of evidence to follow to prove our position in flat Earth. And we can take apart the globe argument at every turn. So this is why. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, gas pressure without a container. Well, obviously there is a container. It's called a firmament, and the evidence for that container is quite abundant, frankly. And I've done several shows on this. So there you have it. And that's just my take. I'm going to let some other people talk about this, but that's just my take on why I've gotten into this.
Bob, can I ask one question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you know that somebody in human history made some similar or the same measurement you do on that movie, and if you understand, my English is not good.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you?
So, technically,
yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, Let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which can... A sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's talking about sex robots. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is saying because. No, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbor, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to just sit there. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbor?
Yes.
Target, quickly. Tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that, she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who has invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like it. So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look. But when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And I get no way this difference. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor. But there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flatter.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get up to
please, like, I can't finish the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, That's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically,
right.
yes.
So, any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And
I'm sorry,
man,
but
you sound
like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell. And so somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense.
Yeah, we can make a model for that.
That makes sense to you. I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
Oh, yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree
that is true.
with that statement.
Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where it went. This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago. Yeah, this is
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think it's to be fair to Pagas, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets the job.
Robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them.
There be another model, then we know the old model was wrong. But I'll give him a new model.
Wait,
explain it. He fell, right?
Wait, no, this I need to get from Pagas, right? You check the battery is not there, it is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model, could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagas?
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell. He fell and well, actually, that's what I decided. So, yes. But, what is
It's not even Italian!
Pagas, so he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagas, I need you to be serious. Pagas, I need you to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I say, oh, it's very unlikely that he fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor and therefore I am divorced. I can't know that she's objectively having sex with the man next door.
Wait a minute. We can't because we verified it.
No, but the verifying, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah?
Yeah.
But
and now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
And they can't see evil demons, but okay.
And then we look, oh, this model, it's an explanation, it's actually likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore we don't
go ahead. Pagas, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Pagas, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can't figure it out.
Bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho. Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yep, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And really
We're all sex robots.
I just wanted to ask a question. Like, what is the major, like the biggest proof? If you had to come up with one piece of evidence for the flat Earth, like what would you give me?
Long distance observations that show conclusively that it's impossible for us to be on a globe with a radius of 959 miles.
Correct.
We have a flat Earth wiki.
Okay.
I'll put the link to it in the voice text. Basically, every single one of these observations is impossible on a globe of dimensions claim, because if we did live on a curved surface, then by definition, by the geometry of a sphere, that surface would have to curve away from us because they give us these exact dimensions. Then we're able to and use the approximate rate that is given to us. If you Google what's the curvature of the Earth, they tell you the curvature of the Earth is roughly 8 inches per mile squared. That's the rate at which the curvature increases as you're looking off into the distance, which means that when you get up to, for example, at 25 miles, at which measurement we have many laser tests that have hit a target at 25 miles, when those targets should be obscured by over, around 300 feet of curvature, as well as long distance observations, seeing the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan at a distance 52 miles, when that should be obscured behind thousands of feet of curvature. We can see the entire city skyline. And just backing that up a little bit, those are what we can observe in reality that disproves the model. But on the other hand, if you have something like that where you're claiming we live on a spinning ball, you should have some kind of evidence for it. And they have no credible, no scientific evidence, no test repeatable, verifiable information whatsoever. It's a complete fantasy. So there's my best.
So as far as that information, wouldn't like satellite imaging and stuff like that be conclusive scientific evidence? It's just like that's something that's physical and tangible.
That's a good question. That's a good question. But it isn't for many reasons. Those images, one, they cannot be, you cannot verify them. They're telling us that they're taking them from this fantasy medium of outer space, which in and of itself cannot exist because you cannot have a vacuum or near vacuum right next to the atmosphere of Earth. So they're already suspicious, and we can't repeat them. Science has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. We have to rely on the word of an agency that's proven to be unreliable. But even if you believe NASA, they'll tell you right on their own website they don't, that they cannot go up there and snap a picture of Earth, that they use CGI.
Do you have a link to that?
It's right on the website there. Yep, it's right there. I got memes, Blue Marble, which is the quote from NASA.gov. Now I'll give you links, Blue Marble, so you can go right to the link. Can't believe they left that up there. The reason I made that screenshot back when I did 9/5/2020 is because I thought, no way are they going to keep this up there on their website. They can't possibly keep this up there on their website.
Right.
There it is. It's still there. It says right there, on NASA.gov. Yep. Then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and ocean to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. I'll tell you right up there. They can't even go up there. When you see these images, they are, they're created images, which we know is possible with photography. Right. Nonetheless, even if you believe these images, they're widely contradictory with each other, as well as contradicting all the amateur weather balloons, which go up there at over 100,000 feet and show an completely horizon. So you have to either, when you take all of this evidence into account, think that all of these amateurs have gone up there faking a flat horizon to try to make you believe the earth is flat, though they have absolutely zero reason to do that, no motivation when flat earthers are clearly ridiculed, lose jobs, lose family members, have to deal with, constant headache and hassle, and don't get any money from it. Or a government organization when we already know that the media, government, military, education system is all in each other's pockets, all about profit, and that that they are profiting from the globe lie, NASA raking in billions of years, that they are coming together and conspiring to try to present this globe image, and they can't even be consistent with their own globe images.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long distance Guinness World Book record winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers, they're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done, then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, I wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm
sorry.
I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any.
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science globe.
Oh man, why'd that kid ask what makes you trust your own vision? They're talking about something that was taken with an infrared camera, and then they're asked, do you trust your own vision? No, bro, I don't see an infrared. Good grief, these Glovers, man.
Yeah, that's insane.
Oh, crap. Here's an infrared image. What makes you trust your own vision? Ay, ay, ay. They didn't skip that part in school that we don't see an infrared. I mean, good grief.
Yeah, I get the you don't believe anything argument a lot when I speak to people. But you don't believe anything. You don't think anything's real. I think he was going for a flip on that kind of angle, possibly. Like, how can you trust your own vision? You don't trust anything.
Yeah, you got to have faith, not faith in your own senses, just faith in some story about what
That's
you're
right.
seeing.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
Priests, whatever. Like one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your like measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there like is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require your any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Space? Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out in every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's firsthand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very,
so you're
very,
saying
very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. I mean, like it's not. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
Oh man, by that standard, you can never do anything. The apparatus is filtering the information which you're getting into your senses through your sight, sound, right? So you can't trust anything we ever do in the whole world, right? And this is such nonsense. These guys. Try to sound. Go ahead.
Bendy lens camera. I love a bendy lens camera so I could see around curves.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to sound intellectually honest and scrutinous, right, of the world, but it's just nonsense level. You know, it's like, what temperature is it outside? I used a thermometer. Well, wait a minute. Did you read the thermometer with your eyes? That sounds like you're using your faulty senses to know what temperature it is. I'm so intellectually honest, I don't know anything. All right, let's continue unless anyone else got a comment.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original, like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not, wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever reflective lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said and at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be, because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably
some
is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not
Don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct...
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word measurement.
I don't want an explanation, I want a definition. What is
Okay, so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay, and then a calculation is like, wow. I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't.
Wow. So that burden of proof is practically impossible. Because what human sense could you forego yet still receive information? Think about it. How are you going to get the information? Am I going to tell it to you? That uses your ears. Am I going to show it to you? That uses your eyes. Am I going to let you touch it, while you're deaf and blind? Or sorry, yeah, deaf and blind. That's your tactical senses, right? So this kid is literally throwing out every avenue of receiving evidence whatsoever. So it's like the only way that you could prove to me the shape of the earth is by spontaneous inception. That means that the thought just occurs from divine revelation directly into my thought process. And this standard of proof is ridiculous. It's no wonder he got fooled by the globe. All right, let's continue, unless anyone got a comment.
Doesn't compute.
So you already, then by default, you're already.
Just saying we
Real
can't
quick, can I just say this?
One at a time, please. One at a time.
I know,
hear
please.
like a
One at a
massive
time.
mix of
Right.
words.
One at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago who's like the brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question, but I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief, and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, like I'm hearing a lot of measurements, and this would be impossible. But nobody's answered my previous question. Like you guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to the
we don't
degree.
believe,
I just
and
explained
we don't
something
listen.
that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so
please.
What the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's based on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. Like, I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. And I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your car, your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go.
Okay, that kid just shot his philosophy in the foot. Okay, he just preferred one sense over the other. So I can't trust my senses to inform me optically. But if I go and touch something, then I can definitely trust that sense. So which is it? See how disingenuous this kid is, he's not even consistent or coherent in his own logic. Now, to be fair, he definitely didn't put that amount of scrutiny into the propositions that the mainstream scientific consensus narrative told him. Guarantee you he believes most of those without verification by his quote-unquote non-sensory sensory experiences. Who even knows what the heck those are? That's like a philosophical nightmare. How do you have sensory experience without senses? Ridiculous. So he can only trust thoughts that appear spontaneously within his mind, which is true. Those are real. But how are you going to get information from the outside world? Okay, I see a car outside. Okay, I go up and touch it. When I see it, it's not real, but when I touch it, it is real. It's not possible that my touch is, misinformed, as the kid just eloquently put. He immediately jumped and said, yeah, of course it's there if I touch it. This kid is like a pseudo-solipsist, doesn't even understand what solipsism is, doesn't even understand what a coherent thought is. It's basically a philosophy of saying, I can't trust anything except the things I already trust and believe. Pretty ridiculous, to be honest. All right, let's continue, unless anyone got a comment.
And you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, man, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? I don't
that the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're you're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat Earth, like everyone.
Do you have a
trusts
citation?
theirs.
Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good bad cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because to believe the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
When they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? When we're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro.
What
up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan, that your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest.
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And you know he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like it's.
Don't you find it interesting that you were
so
never
crazy.
taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, it's not, none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? And people want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel. Because I know what people, like normal people, respond with. And okay, so obviously you can look and then people will say, "Oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere." But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, It's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is, it's still moving. And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever. But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument. But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, I mean, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. I mean, these are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people, first of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like for all of because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. Because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, of course people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? and it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space at 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
no one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
hasn't happened yet, has it?
Text would disagree with you.
Well, why not? Why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So, like, he came in here, you know, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So,
yeah,
well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about, oh, people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? And you said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
If you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in Livestream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that aloud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is
NASA linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
Oh, I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because you mentioned that's what their current model that they're speaking of here in, what does it say, 1988? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right. So why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in 69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To that, you have to like render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That
Right.
is kind of ironic.
I want you to know, though, like they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
Do you see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro? Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You could try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, you know, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry, what are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight or load. I don't remember.
All on a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that
that violates gas law 100%.
No.
Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, that momentum, the momentum of the plane changes.
I wouldn't say that my wheels are attached to my truck. They're just a part of it. All right, let's continue.
So, one second. So, our foreign minister of health yesterday had this debate, and he said, "Well, I wasn't involved, but there was some involvement."
Listen, those are two different words, actually. So technically, they're different. So in the dictionary, they're separated. So therefore, by the transitive property, he wasn't a part of it because separated means not to be a part anymore. Checks out. But that, that does depend on what your definition of is. All right, any other comments? All right,
No, go ahead. Sorry, I had to, because the whole of the Netherlands was like, freaking out about this, because he was. The thing is, they had this debate, and they wanted him out because he lied, and then they claimed he had involvement in a deal about masks, and then he said, no, I was not involved, but there was some involvement of me. So it's just like, when I heard that, it wasn't attached, but it's still attached, right? It's still okay. Anyway, go ahead.
But some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source. I'm
So this
not
is
making
what
sense of myself anymore.
this is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm gonna ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand if, but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing is that you're traveling over a curved surface.
You are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,040 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take off and the vector in which you take off,
a red herring. And let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to, at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft. I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either
okay.
globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense to
like
me.
For instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string, and it's attached to rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is thrust, drag.
That's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft, they're not doing any of what you're saying? Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense.
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like,
you could put it that way, yeah.
This argument now a couple of times of in 1988, like, it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing to explain ways.
That's excuses.
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have to account for?
I'm not saying that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so because the problem is logical fallacy.
Wow.
And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? Like I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth, so the reason that we don't experience it is, add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe that?
I want to hear it.
Yeah,
no, I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think what you think.
I just feel like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have. "Quote unquote" flight with.
Can you provide? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made some claims. Can you show us a citation where that is or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
You don't. I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said. But I get your sense of it. Is what he did.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what
he clearly
did say,
made the. Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, it's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it.
I'm saying I can't give you an example where that would where like
where that would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are 4 forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those 4 forces, right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If that's
And how
incorrect, or
how it's used in linear aircraft model. Please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right?
Yeah.
And so if someone is being decently honest where he's speculating answers and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that we...
Oh my God, I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and then force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So
no, it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all 4 forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about...
I don't know how far.
Oh.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that. Mm-hmm. When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off, and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly. Where height is not it is not
500
increasing or
miles.
decreasing.
No, we can do it.
Well,
We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So, how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. Sorry, I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level. That's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different load, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way.
Yes.
Think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a slope. We can even use a slope, which isn't an exponential curve, right? If that plane takes off and it flies flat and level, like planes do, as it takes off and the mountain below it begins to drop away, is it gaining in altitude?
Above sea level, yes, technically.
So at what point would it be going downward to either follow some sort of curvature? Does it do that? Does the plane
how long
follow?
it flies, right? Like it has to fly a certain distance in order for it to even begin to account for curvature. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would technically be climbing as it went straight.
Right. So think of it this way: no matter where you're at on the ball, from your perspective, you're on the top of it.
This is why I interrupted the first time. Because he seems to think that you have to fly a vast distance to have to negotiate the amount of drop there would be in an hour. We can even break it down to minutes.
Sure,
yeah, I was just trying to.
I didn't say anything about distance or time.
Can somebody just pull out like a quick Earth curve calculator and figure it out for them? Because that's the main point of contention. So let's deal with it.
Well, I was trying to display the fact that when that airplane takes off and it's flying flat and level, you are flying tangential to the curve, right? So then we can do the math and we can figure out how much curvature it would be that would be falling away.
So if the engine is never given extra power, and if the engine never decreases in power and maintains straight and level flight, no extra force is applied on any floor, then on a curved Earth, like the simple act of traveling straight would technically make you go straight. Like you're not going to fly off the globe just because you've changed trajectory. And if you do,
you would be gaining elevation.
You would need more power from the engine in order to continue to move further away.
Exactly. That's exactly. I don't understand why you're saying that. You can't say fly straight, aka in a tangent, when the ground is not. The ground is curving in relation to the tangent that you're flying. Like it doesn't
and a certain
magically
amount per distance, right?
That's what I'm trying to get to. Do you not think it's significant?
So it depends, right? Like if we're doing the example of Everest,
It doesn't really
right?
depend because you can use the example of just say zero altitude. Just use the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, it would have to be more because the radius would be increased the further in altitude you go. But just using zero altitude to tell you how much curvature there would be would suffice. The question is, does anybody ever have to account for this kind of drop when they're going straight in a tangent in relation to the curve of the Earth underneath them? Before we even answer that question, we have to figure out some kind of hypothetical number so that you understand what we're talking about. But can somebody just whip out an Earth curve calculator and figure out how much drop is in an hour for 500 miles?
Well, Matthew Learns helped us out there and posted something in chat where he said it would be 8.33 miles per minute would be the drop.
That's false.
Well, either way.
It has to go by the 8 inches per mile square drop. It's about 2,790 feet per minute.
Yes, well, I just wanted to point out Napalm and Sunny. So Napalm, this is what you said. At what point does the spinning, curving, and rotating Earth come into play? And Iron's sophist answer was, I can't even get an example that makes sense answering that question. And I just can't believe that these can constantly ignored. We're reviving a dead dog with electroshock therapy when the guy's admitting he doesn't have a claim.
I don't have an example that would make sense to somebody who's looking for exact.
All right, I've heard
like,
enough. Someone
citated.
black swan me. Someone black swan me.
Please, something.
All right, black swan me. So look in the voice text. There should be something called the black swan coming up, all right? We're going to go ahead and get straight to the heart of the issue. Okay, so they say the Earth's a sphere and has a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of 24,901 miles, right? So we have something called geometry. That is the measurements of shape. So if you claim the Earth is a shape with a certain dimension, which is a sphere with a radius of 3,959, you can use geometry to measure and test that, right? So we're going to use this radius value and see if it's true. Now, if we are on a sphere with that radius value, if we're 1 foot above the surface, we would see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which I said was 1, which means you would see the horizon at 1.2 miles away. So very simply, if the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, if you're 1 foot above that sphere, you have to see the geometric horizon no further than 1.2 miles away. We have an observation right here, 1 foot off the surface. The horizon is over 10 miles away. This is utterly impossible, geometrically impossible on a sphere. The radius would have to be 264,000 miles. What this means is we have falsified the globe Earth radius. Did you understand that?
Wait, did you just plug in 1 foot and one point? I think it was you said 2.5 equation without equating the variables first.
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is how you determine where the curvature is based on geometry if you have a radius of 3,959 miles.
Are there different variables in that equation? Because if not, then they have to be weighted.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department, comes from your side.
That equation. Could you post that equation if at all possible?
Wow. Sure. So real fast, we encourage you to verify the equation. This is not our equation. He just now invoked Andrew Thomas Young. That's the subject matter expert for your side. We are using your side. We are testing your claim. So if the math is correct, which it is, do you understand the argument?
No.
And do not forget that a C mile is big of is 1.8.
If you're talking about nautical miles versus statute miles, you would multiply the nautical miles times 1.15 to get the statute miles, the regular miles that we're used to. Roughly, it's about a 6 bigger than a nautical mile.
Yeah, it's a nautic mile.
Well, you really need to make sure you understand this and address it, because if that radius value they told us is wrong, the entire model is also wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The entire model requires the radius value be accurate.
I just light is bending exponentially.
Okay, that's just you're just saying words. So
I'm trying to read. People are speaking and reading at me at the same time.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I'm trying. I don't want you to get worked up, man. I just want to help you out here. You were lied to about the Earth. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal, but it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Don't make it weird.
It's not. Just because you're based in Red Pill doesn't mean it has to be awkward or weird. It's just, facts and stuff. That's all.
So once again, if the radius was 3959 and we were 1 foot above the Earth, we should see a geometric horizon. That's a curve, a mound, a hill, a physical obstruction that's tangible, real, actual, has to be there blocking us. Like a pregnant lady can't see her feet. Like you can't see through a hill of dirt. Like you can't see through a corner to the other side. The Earth has to do that if it's a sphere. And instead of it being where it's supposed to be, blocking our view at 1.2 miles, it's 10 miles away. Actually, much further than that. We're just going to rock with a 10 to play it safe. That means that it's 10 times too far away. So if the Earth was a sphere and that horizon we see is actually curvature blocking us, that would mean the sphere would have to have a radius of 264,000 miles. Yet they claim that it's just under 4,000 miles.
That's a 1,000% error. Is there any explanation that would account for an 1,000% error? Like mathematically, that figure, 1,000%. Is there anyone anywhere on this green earth that would account for that kind of margin of error? I'd love to see that citation. I would love to see the citation, regardless of that word, which is misapplied all the time. I'd like to see it used to explain 1,000% discrepancy.
I mean, there is no reason to talk about planes. There's no reason to talk about how you think it could work, how you think it could be a ball. None of it matters. It all comes down to this right here. All of it. Let me explain to you why. We have day and night cycle. The Earth says it's because the Earth's spinning. That's what makes the sun look like it comes up and down, right? That uses the radius value, day and night cycle. Quote unquote gravity uses the mass of the Earth, thus the dimensions of the Earth, thus the radius value. The distance to the sun, to the moon, and every other quote unquote planet uses the radius value. Distances on the Earth that we use and are mapped out and we use daily to travel, they all use the radius value. Every time they've ever claimed to go to space, they need to attain gravitational orbit, quote unquote. In order to do this, you need a radius of orbit requiring the radius of the Earth. Every story they say about going to space cannot be true if the radius value they were assuming was wrong. So all the conversation boils down to this one point, and that's if the radius is accurate or not.
I would also like to point out for the listener, the next
And
time
we've
he
got dozens of observations that verify this exact same thing. That
Sorry, Mike.
Radius is not what they tell us.
Now, technology just outpaced the lie. Now, we have Nikon P900s and P1000s with 83 times zoom and 125 times zoom, and we can go test it for ourselves, right? When they came up with this idea, they did not have the P1000. So technology outpaced the lie. They actually discontinued the Nikon P1000 at Best Buy recently. Maybe the number one selling camera in the world for like 3 years. Maybe you would wonder, why would they ever discontinue their number one selling camera ever?
Too many truth bombs.
Yeah, I'm listening to the bot. That's why.
People are going out there and measuring flatness, regular people.
Like someone went to Best Buy to buy a P1000 and the employee said, I've never seen this before. I don't understand. It's just discontinued in the system.
So without an atmosphere, you should be able to see to the other side of every body of water?
No. What?
That's what I'm getting from this. That
No,
without
look.
an atmosphere and without
Well, there's no such thing as without an atmosphere, right? So that's just completely detached from reality. There's
the
no such.
moon doesn't have an atmosphere, allegedly.
Well, hold on. Can I take this one? Because I would like you to respond to everything that Witsit just talked about. But to your question, looking at what's your question? Can you ask it one more time so that I'm clear?
If there is no curvature, should you, without an atmosphere, be able to see to the other side of every single body of water?
No, because every optical device has an angular limit.
Then this angular limit increases with the devices like the P900 and.
Well, you can look at it depends. You have to look into the specs of the camera with the lens and all of that. Yeah, it all
Yes,
depends.
that's what they do. They increase angular limit.
Now, with an atmosphere, obviously, well, with air, let's just say, because atmospheres, the air takes the shape of a container. It doesn't just have an inherent shape. The atmosphere denotes that it does. That's so obviously the meteorologist that comes on to explain the weather tells you the visibility for that day. So hypothetically, you not even hypothetically, it's just you would never be able to see more than 5 towns over, let alone over the entire ocean. Like that would just never be possible. I mean, this is obvious if you live in a high elevation location. I live on an island. I live in New York City. And when I'm on Park Avenue, looking over to the east or the west, the trees in the background are grayed out for this reason. So what's the point of your question? Because why? What's? Can we get back to what Witsit said? Could you respond to that?
He's asking why can't he see China?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So I mean, do you have any thoughts about what Witsit just laid out?
Nothing that makes sense.
Right. So maybe I'll break down the basics for you so you understand. There's a fundamental difference in the horizon, okay? Which is of course horizontal. That's why it's called horizon. Now, Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just an apparent location. It's defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the sky and ground never physically converge. It's just apparent, right? It's a vanishing point in the distance. Like if you stare at the end of a long railroad or street with streetlights or hallway, it'll look like the floor and the ceiling or the walls are converging. They're not. That's just an optical effect because you can't see forever because of limit of view, angular resolution, right? So that's all the horizon is. When it's clearer outside, you can see further, so the horizon is further away. Whenever it's not very clear outside, the horizon is closer because you can't see as far. It just moves around. It's just apparent. It's not an actual place. Now, on the globe Earth, the horizon is an actual place. It physically blocks your view. It stays in one place and blocks your view. That's the fundamental difference. Now, when we make this observation, we see that that horizon is 10 times too far for it to be the physical, actual place that the globe necessitates it be at. That is the fundamental difference.
So, wouldn't a radio telescope be able to see to the other side of every single body of water then?
Radio telescopes don't even have as high of a zoom as 125x.
But they can penetrate through any kind of atmosphere, any kind of gas.
That's inaccurate. It can't penetrate through any type of atmosphere. But did you wait? What did you say? Microwave?
No, I said radio telescope.
Oh. So, you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles on the Earth. That doesn't help. Radio doesn't help you. Like, so wait, you're saying that if we use a radio telescope, we'd be able to see all the way across the Earth, but the reason we can't is because
No, I'm saying that
Earth's a ball?
I'm saying that that without an atmosphere, you should be able to see across every body of water if the Earth is flat, right? So if you'd wanted to get through the atmosphere, it would just take a radio telescope.
Now, see, the radio telescope still has an angular resolution limit. The telescope just helps you increase it, right?
Okay, so then you should be able to get across any body of water then with a strong enough radio telescope, because radio telescopes are observing quote unquote nebulae from apparently millions of light years away, so a couple thousand.
That's just a cool story. That's just a cool story. The fact that you think that the
I mean, it
lights...
still indicates their capability, does it not?
I'm trying to explain to you why it's not second.
Sorry.
So when you take the telescope and you point in the sky, for one, you're looking straight up to the less dense part of the air. If you put it over the surface of the Earth, you're looking over the surface. That's the most dense part of the air. You can't see as far through dense air as you can through less dense air. In addition, those lights are in no way thousands of light years away or anything like that. That's just a story. That's a mathematical claim. It's just a story. So when you look up, you see the stars that are there. You see them the best you can, right? And even if they were that far away, which they're literally not at all, it still doesn't matter. It's not analogous to looking through the dense part of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way they came up with the distances is they use something called redshift and blue shift, and they constantly have to fluctuate it. And then they misapply the idea of the Doppler shift. So they don't. It's not like they measure this or anything. They literally just mathematically work out what they think it is, and it constantly changes.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. I definitely have a lot to learn and review.
Yeah, of course, man. It's just a lot of info, bro. Just stay honest. Like, don't be combative or anything, right? Like,
have I been? I'm really sorry.
No, I don't think you have. I think you've been pretty cordial. That's why I keep them coming in and trying to calm it down, because people just get they're like passionate about it. It's a big lie, and we hate to see people that seem decently reasonable be tricked into doing these mental gymnastics, right? Where we have researched this for years, and we know people don't know anything about it, but they just kind of assume that it has to be a sphere. And so people get a little frustrated. I do try to remind people to be patient, because when you first hear this, it seems wild, and it is a ton of information. But that's why I brought up the radius to you, bro. All the rest of it, you can figure it all out. I encourage you to do so, but you need to hone in on that radius value, and you can go test it for yourself, right? So, provably, they lied about the radius of the Earth. It is not real, provably. And so now we have to deal with that reality. We were lied to about where we live. So that model, those cartoons, all those cartoons, all those claims of space, they are not real. They are not real. They cannot be real. They've been falsified. So, which is why they're all CGI pictures anyway, right? So.
Well, thank you. This has been kind of enlightening.
Well, it's really funny when you go back and look at old videos, especially like other countries like Russia or China's moon landing. It's so bad. You have to really be wanting to believe it to not obviously know it's Photoshop, CGI.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for your time. I'm sorry if I angered or triggered anyone.
You're fine, bro. You're fine. Like, just look into it, man, and just be honest. Because you're going to find out that everything proves it. Nothing works on a globe. Like the magnetic field, Harvard still can't explain the magnetic field on a globe in 2022, nor can Stanford, nor can Yale. So, like, the only way to understand where you live is to throw away that model, right? It's patently false. it's a big lie, and it makes people uncomfortable because it's like, wow, are you saying these countries work together? And then they find out, well, every major country in the world actually does work together. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, and they've all agreed to it, including China. And it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude. It's illegal to privately explore Antarctica. So yeah, all these countries do work together openly. All the space agencies work with NASA openly. NASA worked with Nazis openly. It just doesn't stop. The rabbit hole is endless.
But I mean, in regards to that, I feel like there's a certain risk that comes with opening the public to dangerous places, like for example, Everest, which has been open to the public for, I think it's now like a couple decades. I'm not gonna presume to give any level of facts, but like tourists go up there to die, and apparently like more than half the mountain is covered in shit, and it's mostly just rich people that really badly want to say that they've climbed Everest, and they go there and they usually get injured or die or like get Sherpas killed and things like that.
Well, you're making a great point. Like Mount Everest is dangerous, but if people decide to go take that risk themselves, they're allowed to do so. You can climb to the top of Mount Everest and jump off if you want to.
Exactly, and I'd say that in some ways Nepal is kind of responsible for those deaths because they're earning money for tourism on that, and that's the only reason they allow it. But in Antarctica, it's a bit different, right? Where a bunch of nations have decided you can't go here because it's extremely dangerous, and even if you do want to explore, like you should do it with these sorts of organizations that know what they're doing. And like I don't know, I have yet to see many people to say that like we're being prevented from coming here.
Yeah,
like
people have tried to go and they've been intercepted. You can't go. The only way you can go is you go on an approved guided tour. It costs anywhere from like $10,000 to $60,000. You're not allowed to go anywhere except for where they tell you, and typically you're not allowed to come off the ship. But so you don't actually. It's okay, but you don't know the history of it, right? So Operation Paperclip, we brought Nazis over here in 1945. The very next year, we then went and explored Antarctica in Operation High Jump, which is also declassified. And they went and explored that area for many years. And after they explored it, they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other, saying it's illegal to go where they just explored. So if they were to find something they didn't want us to know about, that's also exactly what they would do, right? It doesn't require some benevolence on their part to take care of everyone. And that also comes with the illusion the government is responsible for taking care of you, when actually, as a man, you are responsible for that and for protecting women and children. But my point is that the government doesn't just give you rules to save you. The government didn't shut the whole world down on the same day and give you lockdowns and curfews to keep you safe. It's because the government likes to have power over people, and the government's not a person. So that's why as it gets bigger, it gets more corrupt. So anyway, the point is they went and explored that region, and they came back and said, we can't go there. And if China's our mortal enemy, why are they in an agreement with us?
Do not know. I'll try to come back with more information next time.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm saying I know you haven't heard all this because they intentionally omit this from any type of education. And so what you're going to have to do is, if you actually do want to know the truth, you're going to have to learn a bunch of stuff that was hidden from you. Not that are lies, just that was hidden. That's what it comes down to. And you're going to have to face ostracism, right? Like people ridiculing you or acting like you're crazy, as I'm sure you thought we were at first. But just stand tall and represent the truth and find it, bro, and then you'll be fine. And that's the biggest lie ever told. So it's like it's a big deal, right? You don't know where you live, and they told us that there's nowhere else to go. And don't worry, we went and checked this place for you, and you don't need to go there. It's too dangerous. They drew a circle on everyone on the earth. It's like the Hunger Games in real life. It's actually insane.
Well, thank you. I actually do have to go. Sorry I can't say it longer, but thank you for the information. And again, sorry if I triggered anyone.
Nah, you're good, bro. Come back, man.
Have a good one, guys.
Later.
Hey, Witsit, quick question for you. Did you ever get your camera back from the Mount Rushmore incident?
That's the music bar playing. He's not actually here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good job there, Austin. I think initially the guy was coming in to not necessarily be sincere, but I think after a little while he started to realize that our arguments have validity, right?
Dang,
Yep.
I missed the tail end of that. I was on the phone. But, what happened in the last like 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
He started conceding that he didn't really know much and was thankful for us telling him information and that he'd have to go look into it more.
Yeah, and I think that's the best outcome we can have here, right? Is somebody that realizes maybe they don't have as much knowledge on something that they think they know is truth, and they're leaving here with some homework to do, and hopefully they do that and they come back, right? Good job.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
I love that outro.
Hey, I got a flat earther on Messenger who wants to come and join the server. How do I send him a link or whatever? I don't know nothing about this.
I DM'd you the invite link, so you just copy that and then, yeah, give it to him.
You DM'd me?
Yeah, I DM'd you the invite link to the Discord, so he should be able to join.
Okay, thank you, bro.
Yeah, no worries.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Quetzalcoatl.
Mic check. Is anybody in?
I hear you.
All right.
I hear you.
How's it going?
Pretty sweet, mate. I haven't been there for a while.
Is there any sacrificial victims?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Hey, Quetzal.
Quetzalcoatl.
Are any of the latest controversial topics banned from discussion?
Like which ones? Try not
Like
to
war.
talk about that. War. What is it good for?
A few.
Yeah, it's crazy. That whole situation's crazy.
So I'm guessing it's not banned.
No, not really. I mean, we try to keep it on topic as best we can, but you can't talk about one topic 24 hours a day. It's unrealistic. Right?
Yeah, very true. Yeah. I just don't want to, because I know there was a couple of things that would probably get this place taken down if we spoke about it. So not being around for a
Yeah.
little while.
Well, we just try to stay aware of what their latest pet peeve is. So their latest pet peeve is well, not YouTube yet. I don't think any YouTube channel's been taken down over like Bucha. That the so-called war crime place.
Okay.
In Ukraine. And of course, the Mexican beer germ. That's always like an iffy topic.
Yeah, I was around for that being sort of banned. So that just,
Well, it's like you got to use code words, and the only reason for that is that isn't because of Discord. So as far as Discord goes, we don't have it in the text chat, okay? Because Discord will shut down the server. Because they said they've shut down servers. They said was spreading misinformation, but they didn't say in the servers I know of misinformation they spread was like stuff from the CDC and the World Health Organization. So, so I don't know how that was misinformation. So, but anyway, but they didn't say what the misinformation exactly was. So we don't have that in the text yet. The reason we censor it in here isn't because of Discord. That's because of YouTube. We live stream this.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. It's all nonsense, anyways, isn't it?
Well, especially when you don't know what you can say and what you can't say. I'm personally, I'm getting very sick of it, self-censoring. Like I'm self-policing. I'm playing along with it, and I'm kind of like getting disgusted with myself about it. Like, why am I doing this? Like, why am I participating in my own censorship? Like, why don't I just go to jail and lock myself in and throw away the key? What's that? It's like, let's have a trial. I'll be the prosecutor, the defendant, and the judge, and the prison guard.
you just got to have fun with it, haven't you? You know, if you are censoring yourself, just have fun with it. Have some funny code names and stuff.
Well, that comedy really is the best way to like point out absurdities and what are supposed to be serious topics. It's just comedy. It's just to point out the absurdity of it all.
Yeah.
The contradictions, the absurdity, the general nonsense. I mean, I am going to talk about it for a second. So, I think I've talked about it before. There's a guy named Alexander Dugin. He's a Russian political scientist, philosopher. He's banned from everywhere now. But about a decade ago or more, he wrote a book called The Fourth Political Theory, which is about how liberal democracies took over. Like, basically, they beat out fascism and communism as political theories, right? Political philosophies. But in the end, what won was liberal democracy, right? I mean, that's you can't kind of argue with that. That's just fact. But he said that eventually, and what it's become is now liberal democracy has gotten the idea that it's the only way, right? This way is the right way, and it's the only way. And if anybody else does anything else, we're going to become totalitarian and impose liberal democracy on everybody. So now you're not a liberal democracy, you're an illiberal democracy, right? And he kind of predicted that like all this was going to happen about a decade ago, that now that there's no competitors, liberal democracy was going to show its true face, and that it's actually a totalitarian dictatorship. And he's actually not wrong, because if I try to like watch RT, I can't watch it. If I try to watch Sputnik, I can't watch it. If they cancel people, they censor people, they shut people down, like, the so-called liberal values of free speech, right? They've just all of a sudden thrown out the fucking window. Right? Is that a liberal democracy?
What is it on
They do
RT that
things.
you want to watch?
Well, I'll give you an example. So there's a guy named Chris Hedges, right? He's a university professor. He had something like 100+ videos on RT, right? None of them, and they're older videos, and they're about all different issues. None of them have to do with Ukraine, Russia, or anything. He's just, because he's kind of like an iconoclast. He's kind of goes against like the mainstream narrative, but not really in the political sense, just the general social sense. I think he might be a Marxist or something, but that's not the important part. He like interviews people. YouTube deleted all his videos when none of his videos, they've been up for like 8 or 9 years. But because they're on RT, they deleted all his videos. Just for the simple fact that he was on that network.
Have they suspended the RT channel on YouTube, have they, basically?
They might. They actually deleted his videos, not just suspended. They delete just his specific videos. Chris Hedges is like a well-known person. He's not like some scrub. He's a well-known political commentator in the United States.
Okay.
He's kind of like I would call him a little left of the Democratic Party.
Right.
But he's against like imperialism and things like that. He's kind of like a pacifist. He's against imperialism. kind of points out the hypocrisy of U.S. policies, how they're not actually based upon principles, that they're based upon basically greed. And a lot of people know that anyway. I mean, it's not like a mystery.
No.
In my personal opinion is that every war is a resource war, and that all the other stuff, that's just like public relations propaganda to justify, because they can't come out and just say, yeah, they got something we want, we're going to just go take it, because everybody would go, oh, that's gross, right? So we pretend like there's some other reason, right? So we're fighting for a principle, or we're fighting for a moral principle, and we're not just like, yeah, we want to steal that oil.
Sure.
Because no one would sign up for the army if they were just like, yeah, we're just going to go steal that oil.
I think that's universally accepted that that's the way that democracies work, though. Well,
That's the way all countries work. I mean, that's just the way war works in general. In pre-secular governments, it was religious, right? So they always need their little moral hook.
I'd be more willing
killing
to sign
people
up
is
if they just told
universally
me the
immoral.
truth.
Well, the point is, killing people is universally immoral. So you need a moral cause that justifies that immorality, that trumps it. So I want somebody else's property is not a moral cause. So they have to come up with something.
Sure. It's always been the way, though, isn't it? They've always come up with a reason. Before even war democracies, they come up with reasons for wars.
Yeah.
Religious, or territory. Talk about kingdoms and kings, and before.
Yeah.
There's always been an agenda.
Oh, of course, I agree 100%. There's always, it usually, in my opinion, it's about resources. It's about straight greed, profit, all those reasons.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's never about these other reasons. I mean, there are security issues, I would think, is not to give somebody, because if you also have a lot of resources, you have to look for people trying to steal your resources. So some wars are created because, you actually are afraid of the other person stealing your shit, and you don't want to let them get in a position where they can do that.
Well, that's the reason why the West has reacted to what Russia's doing to Ukraine now, as opposed to 9 years ago when it started its shenanigans with them. When the Russians took the very most southern territories, which had no strategic importance to the West, we just basically roundly verbally condemned it and left it at that. But it's only now that Ukraine is a massive resource. Basically, I think it's like 1/5 of the world's wheat production is in Ukraine. So
Ukraine should be a rich country, but there's so much corruption in their government that it's not a rich country. It's really.
I mean, it's an emerging democracy anyway. I mean, it's only in the last 10 years it started to settle. I mean, the guy before the one that's there now was completely a lapdog to the east, to Russia, as is the one in Belarus at the moment. They're basically just.
What does that mean, though? A lapdog? Poroshenko was democratically elected.
Yeah, right. Well, he was a democratically elected, but he's changed.
Well, I mean, how could he rig the election before he was in office? I mean, that's not really possible.
You can an election can be rigged before you become incumbent. That's possible, but the fact is that their government is completely at the mercy of Putin and his policies. In other words, Belarus is a poor country and it's not particularly big, and it's effectively a satellite country of it's old Soviet Union anyway, like a lot of them are.
Well, this is my understanding. I mean, if you actually know, the Soviet Union was kind of like the United States, right? So each individual country, was part of the Soviet Union. People think the Soviet Union collapsed, but actually that's a myth that's perpetuated. So Mikhail Gorbachev was the president of the Soviet Union, right? But each individual, so Russia had its president, its president, and Belarus had their president. Those three people, the presidents of those three countries, got together and dissolved the Soviet Union formally. They got together, said we're all going our own way.
Yeah,
but the thing is, because when it was the Soviet Union, just like in the United States, people intermixed and traveled a lot. So what it ended up being is Ukraine ended up being like 50% Russian population and 50% Ukrainian population. So you have every election is really close, right? So you got these really tight elections where, like, someone wins 51-49 or 50, 50.5 to 49.5. So you have these really tight elections.
Yeah.
But the Russian side, Poroshenko, ended up winning. So what ended up happening, I'm just telling my understanding of it. So that ended up being a coup. Okay. We all know that the fucking coup was, those flames were fanned by the United States. That's without a doubt is what happened. In fact, you had John McCain passing out water in the crowd during the protest. Now, just imagine a foreign government official. If there's a protest in your country and a foreign government official showing up in the crowd, supporting the crowd, and that crowd ends up, anyway, I don't want to get into that. So what ended up happening is, okay, so there's a coup. Some people ended up dying, and then they ended up signing an agreement that they were going to have elections like in a few months, right? So they didn't wait a few months. They ended up, he ended up fleeing to Russia, and they took over, and then they had elections. Well, those elections ended up being that those two republics ended up not participating in those elections. Now, that's the mostly Russian population, right? They were like, no, we don't recognize the coup. You broke that agreement where there were supposed to be new elections. We're splitting off, right? But they had the elections anyway. So now they're like, okay. So there was a guy between Zelensky and Poroshenko. And so that guy was elected, and then they didn't recognize that. Then there's the battles in the Donetsk and Donbass and all that shit. So that they're at war. So it ended up being Russia came in and helped out one side, helped out the Russian side, and took Crimea. But then it ended up happening where they signed the Minsk agreements, right? And the Minsk agreements were supposed to reintegrate those two breakaway republics into Ukraine, right? But they were supposed to have a referendum on whether they're supposed to have a local referendum on whether they were going to be independent. And if they weren't, they were supposed to come to an agreement between all the parties. This is the Minsk agreement. Those two breakaway republics are supposed to collaborate so that they have a nationwide Ukraine election. So Ukraine ended up having the election without this collaboration part, right? Because they were supposed to help make the rules under which this election is supposed to take part. That didn't end up happening. So he ended up president. The war in Donbass continues. Something like 11,000 civilians fucking died from shelling. And then, we have what we have today. Russia invaded, and, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But the point of all that is we know this is geopolitical. We know this is the Western, let's put it this way. If you're Russia, okay? When NATO trains, like, how you have war games?
Yeah.
And so NATO's supposed to be a defensive organization. But when they do war games, the opposing force dresses up in Russian uniforms and they have Russian speakers and translators and shit. Now, so who are they planning on fighting? Who do you think they plan on fighting, right? So think about it. Well, you have to look at it. Oh, you always have to, Sun Tzu even said, you always have to know your enemy. You got to know your enemy's side. So, like, what is the enemy thinking? This is what he's thinking. Holy shit. They're getting closer to the border. They're shipping shitloads of weapons into Ukraine. You got NATO trainers going in there, training them how to fight arms. When they're training in Russian uniforms. Who are they going to fight? I don't know.
I mean, NATO.
You got to remember, Russia was invaded a bunch of times. Britain invaded Russia. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Everyone in Europe has invaded everybody else at least 50 times. It's parts of northern.
It's a total shit show, man.
Parts of northern France are called Brittany because they used to belong to Britain, which is part of the United Kingdom. The British royal family's either got its origins in either French, Greek, or German invasions. The Romans occupied the UK for several centuries. Yeah, Europe's a mishmash of countries that are invading each other. I mean, NATO isn't a peacekeeping force. NATO was set up as a pan-governmental military alliance after the war. So it's not.
Yeah,
It's
but they
very
say it's a
ethos is not
defensive
peace.
alliance.
It
Well,
is a defensive. It is a
uh,
defense. You're right. It is a defensive organisation, but its whole premise, if the underlying, the tacit agreement really is that certainly during the Cold War, its function was to put up a unified front against the Soviet Union in Europe.
Yeah, and the Warsaw Pact and all that shit. Yeah, I grew up in the 80s. I'm well familiar with the whole fucking bullshit, dude. I grew up with that crap. That we're all gonna die in a nuclear attack, but your desk will protect you.
Yeah. I mean, it was
duck and cover, bro. Hide under your desk. You'll survive.
Funnily enough, we never had any of that as kids in the UK. I mean, we never had nuclear drills growing up in the 70s and 80s. We had the occasional scare government information scare sort of advert on television, but very rarely. I mean, it's really weird how America went. I mean, it might have been as.
We had air raid sirens and the whole 9 yards, man.
Yeah, strange that, isn't it? I mean, it's. I mean, in most of Europe, kind of.
It depends, but I think it depends on where you live, on whether like your area was going to be a target. So one place I went where they would have the sirens and the drills was near a nuclear power plant. So obviously that's going to be a target.
But we had I mean, during the 80s, certainly the early 80s, there was air bases in the UK, like Greenham Common was a particularly big one, where the US Air Force with B-52 strategic B-52 bombers was permanently stationed. They had their own, they're effectively they had a chunk of the countryside that belonged to the United States. So we had, for a while in the UK, we had strategic nuclear weapons. It wasn't a secret either. There was a launch pad for that should there be a war. So the UK completely understood that if nuclear war had broken out, the Russians would have targeted the UK. I think a lot of the time, most Europeans saw the nuclear escalation as a blessing rather than a curse, because it has stopped this eternal cyclic arrangement whereby a generation of young men go off and fight in a pointless conflict and get culled generationally. If you think about the Second World War, the First World War, there were countless wars up before that, in Europe and in territories of post-imperialist territorial fights like the Boer War, and then America's had the same sort of thing after the war. It's taken itself into fights with communism in the Korea, Vietnam, and, so on. So the world,
the domino effect.
Yeah, but at least at least nowadays the world has settled down to regional, relatively small scale regional conflicts. You haven't got the kind of fight you did, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, going on in the world. I think I read somewhere statistic: less people are dying in globally. Well, worldwide, should we say, for the wrong choice of word, less people are dying per year now in wars than in the past 200 years, something ridiculous like that. That may be a largest consequence.
I'd have to verify that, because there's always been these regional conflicts. But the thing is, I think the regional conflicts were more, I would say they characterize them differently as rebels, domestic rebels against, the legitimate government.
Yeah,
because I mean,
we don't fight infantry wars anymore as well, which may help the system.
Yeah, we don't fight these large scale fucking flatten everything in your path wars. Well, I mean, we flatten everything, but we do it from the air. We don't fucking run it over.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll give you guys. So after the 2003 invasion, going through 2005, so we deployed the tanks, Bradleys, and all the armor division, right? So 3rd ID is the Rapid Deployment Division down in Savannah. So the whole purpose of that division is to be able to make war anywhere in the world within 30 to 90 days, depending on the region. Because in Kuwait, we actually had a depot with a mirror image of all our equipment minus personal weapons. So, for example, you train on taking some Bradleys at Fort Stewart, and then if there's a war breaking out over there, and this is obviously in the Kuwait area, you just get on a plane with your personal gear, fly over, and you have all the weapons you're used to right there waiting for you. You don't have to ship them across. Now that was heavy armor division, cavalry division, and after 2005, 2006, they pretty much said, okay, we're never going to fight wars like this again. And they stripped the whole 3.7 Cav from being heavy armor to being light Humvee. So yeah, like they totally changed their whole mobilization idea. But keep in mind, they still maintain that idea.
Yeah, they changed the special operation units, smaller units, right? They just moved the whole fighting, the whole war theory changed to small special operations units instead of huge fucking battle formations. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like everything's lighter, quicker to deploy, easier to maneuver. Also, less logistics to maintain. It's obviously easier to maintain a small light fleet than a heavy armor fleet.
Yeah, more targeted type stuff, right? So you have like Navy SEAL platoons instead of that would go in and just like kill their command and control. Because kind of if anyone's following it, see, I don't get my information from the mainstream press. I get it from other places. Anyway, so kind of what the Russians have done here, they pretty much just all their the Ukraine's all their logistical shit. So even if you have tanks, if you run out of gas, it's just basically an artillery piece. So let's send these guys more weapons. They already lost all the weapons they have. They had more weapons than we could possibly ship them. We're going to send them more weapons to get destroyed. I mean, what's the point of that? But we're going to send them 80 Soviet era fucking tanks. Well, they had 2,000 modern era tanks, and they all got destroyed. What are we going to do with 79 Soviet era tanks? I think at this point, the Western world knows that war is over. So what they're trying to do is damage control. They don't want Russia to take control of Ukraine because then what does Russia control resource-wise? Now they control 70% of the world's wheat alone, right? And they can just starve the fucking world, right? So better to have Ukraine a fucking barren wasteland of depleted uranium rounds than Russian control of their natural resources. Ukraine's a very sad case if you look at the history of that place. That place has just been getting ass fucked forever.
Yeah.
Because they have natural resources. That's the thing. They have natural resources. Why are they the poorest country in Europe? They have natural resources. Because there's just abject fucking corruption in their country. It's just their way of doing business. There's certain countries that's just the way they do business. I'll use another example. Nigeria. I have a friend from Nigeria. He does IT over there. I do some work for him. He occasionally goes back to Nigeria to do work, but he also does work in the United States. He basically, anything he can't do, he throws me. But anyway, the point is, he had a project in Nigeria. I was like, dude, I ain't got a passport. He's like, you don't need a passport to get in Nigeria. What are you talking about? Right? There's so much corruption. I could just throw someone $100 and get in the country. Like it's like, yeah, there's no taxes, but there is like de facto taxes. The briberies are de facto taxes, right? They don't have formal taxes. They have informal taxes. So there's countries that just do business that way, where corruption is just like a way of life. It's not. They don't even look at it as bad. They just look at it as that's just business. That's how business is run. And I think Ukraine, from what I've heard, like it's really like if you have like a successful business, you're always at risk of just like some mobsters coming in and saying, "Give us your business, we're going to kill you and your whole family." talking like a local level corruption and criminality and shit, and that's the way it is. It's like it's their culture, and they've been dealing with it for so long. They don't know any other way.
That's their version of the Rich Dad, Poor Dad book. Poor Dad works hard for a living. Rich Dad steals it.
I saw there's a guy named Patrick Lancaster. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been over there for about 8 years doing interviews of people. And this one thing that caught me is when he was interviewing people, is he would ask them, "What do you think about like what's happening?" And almost universal the answer was, "We're little people. That's for politicians." Right? Like they couldn't it was allowed to like have an opinion. Is that like opinions about how a country should run or not be run is like they shouldn't even have an opinion about that. That is above them. Almost like it was like some caste system where they weren't allowed to comment about like the workings of the government, right? Like they had no stake in it. And to me, that was so alien. I was like, what the fuck? Like you can ask anybody an opinion about the government in the United States and someone will say something.
Sure. I mean, you've got to bear in mind that if you talk to Ukrainians and you talk to Russians, and even if you talk to people in Poland and Czechoslovakia about politics on camera, they'll either act nonplussed or they'll just be dismissive of any opportunity to talk. If you give them a beer, talk to them one-to-one,
give them a beer, give them a lubricant.
They'll talk your ears off. But don't forget they're lots of places, and particularly in the eastern side of the Europe, who are either been in the Soviet Union or are aware of the flip-flopping of corrupt governments there, don't want to publicly align themselves in that way, and certainly wouldn't want to be recorded on the media saying things. You get that in Russia now, people protesting like they've been recently in Russia, whether they're misguided or whatever, if they're publicly protesting about what they see as injustices elsewhere in the world caused by the Russian government, those people are far, far braver than anybody protesting in like the UK or the US. The chances of something horrendous happened to you as a consequence of going against the government, the government position in somewhere like Russia is far more dangerous prospect than it would be in Western democracies. So don't forget that when you see these documentaries of people in the East, Eastern Europe, being interviewed, it's always has to be taken with a view that a lot of people just don't want to say anything.
Well, I mean, this guy, I wouldn't call it a documentary. He's in the war zone, dude. He was like the first reporter in Mariupol.
Sure.
Like you'd have to see the channel. I have to describe it. He doesn't edit any of the videos. Like
no,
he just walks up to the people camera. And just runs the camera. Asks them questions. Even says to them, "Hey, the West in the United States and Europe, they're saying that freaking Russia's shooting you." Or that that they're shooting military, or that Ukraine's only shooting military targets, and you ask them, they'll just be like, "No, man, like they're shooting at us. Like the Ukrainians are like shooting at them, and they wouldn't let them leave Mariupol for whatever reason." It's just you'd have to see it. I'm not going to paraphrase what they said, dude. You'd have to see it yourself. It's just pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting.
It's a known fact. There's fucking Nazis all over fucking. Not like Donald Trump's a Nazi. It's the real Nazis fucking running all over Ukraine.
They're all over Eastern Europe. Everywhere in Eastern Europe's got a problem with Nazis.
Yeah,
even Germany's got a problem with Nazis. There are Nazis in the UK.
That's a shock. Well, I mean, they're not in the government in the UK.
No. I mean, that's true. There aren't many National Socialists in charge in any European governments, though. They're not quite like the Nazis.
But there's also National Socialists. There's gradations of that, right? So not all National Socialist movements are based upon race. That was just a flavor of the Germans. Because the Italian version of the fascism wasn't that version. The Italian version was like a corporate version, So,
sure.
Just like there isn't uniform democracies, right? Britain's got a parliament. We got a constitutional republic. Japan's got their version.
Well, the Nazis,
different versions of the same
Nazis
principle.
definitely after World War II ended, infested the space programs, and the globe model still is suffering from the Nazis, especially the can Nazis. Now, if you're wondering what a can Nazi is, it's that we cannot see the curvature.
Democracy always has this like conundrum, right? And that's why America being a constitutional republic, even though it's getting away from that, democracy itself is dangerous because what if everybody in the what if you have a majority vote for fascism? I mean, what if everybody votes not to have a democracy? Well, that's a democratic action. So, and it's a majority rule. So, if everybody votes not to have votes, then, what's going on? So you get these contradictions in democracy that, that don't always work out, rationally. But that's why, like I said, I like the idea of a constitutional republic where everything starts at the individual and is built on that. Because mental principle where your rights begin or my rights end where yours begin, basically. But we're kind of getting away from that into the fucking hive mind groupthink bullshit, which I'm not a big fan of. But that philosophy is kind of against traditional, say, Asian philosophies or Indian philosophies where the group is more important than the individual. Right, the individual is seen through the lens of the group. Right, your individual, you're just like I don't know. The individual is just frosting on the cake, but the cake is what's important. Which also brings up logical problems because any group is a bunch of parts, and for the group to work together, each individual part has to kind of agree to that, and you can't start at the group. You just can't start at that level. To me, it's not logically sound. But anyway, what I started at, what I was trying to get at was that this scenario, what's playing out right now, was predicted. Not this. It's if you look at some people 15 years ago were saying that this shit was going to happen. I've seen one scary one. Who's the guy's name? Dude, not only did he predict this, he predicted the frickin' goddamn Mexican beer germ shit. He predicted checking temperatures and all that shit when the Ebola thing happened. Remember the Ebola thing happening a few years back?
Is that the guy that reads out the report from? Was it the Economic Forum? He pulls out a report
from the Rockefeller Foundation. Yeah, the 2010 Rockefeller Foundation report basically predicted the entire last 2 years in 2010.
And they also predicted 4 other scenarios, which I can't quite put my finger on for now. Would be good to just dig up that document again and see what's in there.
Hey, you said it was from the Rockefeller Foundation?
Yeah.
So what if they're the ones just creating all of it? Might not even be prediction at all. They're just saying what's already on their agenda.
That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, it's self-fulfilling prophecy at some point, right? If you think X is going to happen in the future, right, and you prepare everything and you have a lot of money and you can shape society in order to accommodate whatever prediction it is, you're basically making that happen by your own actions.
Yeah. They gotta tell some people ahead of time. That's what they call the white magic, or the lesser magic.
Well, my idea about that is I don't believe in magic, but the thing is, they do.
Yeah, for sure.
That's kind of all that really matters. If they believe in magic and they act upon it, it's just as real as if it actually existing.
Yeah. I always tell people, like, whether you believe in the Bible or not, I won't argue with you, but I'm letting people know, like, they sure do believe in it, in the bad part, like the devil and all that stuff, and all the ritualistic numbers and everything, and they act on it every day.
What do you guys think of that sky clock?
What sky clock?
I think it was coined by the guy called Crow 777. Like, there's predictions via the sky clock, like the sky being a clock and entering into different eras and times of the year. I'm not very familiar with it myself, but I've only heard of it.
Well, okay, I've been looking into the zodiac calendar and how it starts in Aries, and I think the real calendar actually starts March 22nd, and the Ides of March, which is the 15th, is the last week of the year. That's everything I've been studying into. It looks like that's the case, but I mean that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
They got I don't know if you've ever seen that coin with Caesar's head on it. It's one of the most famous old coins. It shows a picture of Caesar's head with the olive branches around his, like a crown around his head, and on the bottom it says I think it says EID and then a space and then MAR for the Ides of March. Huh? The what?
No, I said I've seen it. I've seen Caesar's coins. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so it says Ide March, right? Or Ide MAR, but if you reverse that, it's Ram Die. And Ram is the Aries sign. So if they do everything in reverse, then the Ram's not dying. It's just being born on the 22nd, which is when Aries starts. I don't know. I think that's the first day of the year.
So the equinox, okay, so there's a bunch of definitions for the equinox, but I'll go with the astronomical definition, is when the ecliptic, when the sun is at what's called the first point of Aries. Right? So but the thing is you can't see it because it's daytime.
Yeah.
So the sun would be, I think it's solar noon at the first point of Aries is technically what they would call the equinox, astronomically. But problems are equinox. What it actually means is equal day and equal night, right? Equal. Yeah. But the problem is there's no place on Earth where that actually happens. Yeah, there's no place on Earth that has equal day and equal night, 12 hours and 12 hours. That place does not exist. Not on the equator, not anywhere.
As far as we know, I mean, there's a lot of places we probably don't know.
According to time and date, right, which is the gold model.
Yeah.
Right. So I actually just got an argument with I shouldn't say argument. Someone on Twitter, some Glober said, "Oh, you can't explain equinoxes on a flat Earth. The sun rises east everywhere at the same time," which is actually not true. If you look at time and date, right? So you can look at time and date, look on the equinox, what day it's supposed to be, according to them, March 23rd. Then if you look at so there's a place called Qaanaaq, Greenland. It's Qaanaaq. And at the same time, look at this place is Tierra del Fuego, Chile. Sunrise is at 91 degrees in Chile, and it rises at 86 degrees in Greenland. Right, so it doesn't rise. If a global ever says to you, "Yeah, the sun rises due east everywhere on the equinox," that's actually not true. Not true geometrically.
Yeah.
But the definition of east is where the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So by definition, yes, the sun does rise east on the equinox because that's how the direction east is defined in the first place.
Yeah.
But if you look at the coordinate system, right, their latitude and longitude coordinate system, it's not true. And then it gets even worse, right? So if you take the gold model, see, I could turn anything into flat Earth because it's like an octopus. It goes into fucking everything. The shape of the Earth goes into everything. It's like a fucking octopus. So see, here's where it gets even crazier, right? So this equal day, equal night, right? The place that's supposed to be is the equator. So on the equator, on the equinox, you're supposed to observe equal day, equal night. Now, there's no place on Earth where it happens. The closest place is what we now call the equator. So one place on the equator is Quito, Ecuador, right? It's supposed to be on the equator.
Oh, and it's called Ecuador too. How funny.
Quito, Ecuador. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So funny, right? So if you look at time and date and you look, okay, what day is closest to that, right? What day is closest to that definition? That day is actually not on the equinox. That day is a month after the so-called official equinox. It's not on March 23rd. It's on April 16th.
Weird.
So there's all sorts of. So this is one of the things. Like, people think the globe model it makes accurate predictions and is 100% perfect. I mean, you hear Globers say it all the time. The globe model predicts this, celestial observation perfectly. But then if you actually go look, right, if you actually look at the data or look at the prediction, it's actually not correct. And this happens over and over and over again. I've almost never seen some Glober say something, right, and then I actually go check it and it actually work out for anything.
Yeah.
Like literally for anything. So like sunrise times. If you look at just the sunrise times. So sunrise times, the prediction of sunrise times, this has actually been tested. So there was 3 observatories that tested this. They took like the model. They said, okay, the sun is supposed to rise at this time. And they actually went out and made the observations. It turned out that when they made a whole set of observations, the accuracy was plus or minus 5 minutes, with the greatest error being 14 minutes. So think, they said the sun was supposed to rise at 5 o'clock, and it actually rose at 5:14. Okay.
Yeah.
That's off by a significant amount because they claim perfectly all the time that they can predict eclipses down to the second. I mean, I've heard Glober say this, that you can predict eclipses down to the second when they can't even predict sunrises within 5 minutes.
Well, I don't think they're predicting the eclipses. I think all the eclipses are on the Oro cycle, where they know because of when it has come in the past exactly when it's going to come, because it's on an exact cycle. Don't you think?
Yeah, but it's not exact within fucking seconds, dude.
True. That is true.
But they just
But,
say,
I mean, they get all their math
that's what
from
Glober
flat
say to
earth
try and it's like that's like a retort. That's like, because the globe earthers, the anti-flat earthers, I shouldn't say globe earthers, the anti-flat earthers use these like rhetorical tactics to try and convince people that the Earth's a globe. They'll get in an argument with you and say, yes, it predicts it perfectly down to the second. Well, yeah, you can predict perfectly down to the second. I can predict it down to the 1/1,000,000th of a second. It doesn't mean my prediction's correct. Okay?
True.
Anybody can predict anything.
Yeah.
The only point is it correct or not? And when they tested it, it's not correct. Remember the 27 eclipse, Great American Eclipse? Remember that shit?
Yeah.
So that one had all sorts of problems. So you have like Starium. You can actually go and look. So Starium has a forum, and you can go look at that time, and everybody's bitching like, I can't get the eclipse. Like whenever I try to get the date for the eclipse to work in Starium, it's messed up, right? It wouldn't actually be an eclipse. They actually had Stellarium and Celestia. Those are two. So they use Jet Propulsion Laboratory Horizons Ephemeris, right, which is supposed to be the positions of all the bodies in the sky. This is what it uses. They had to go in both of these pieces of software and patch it and put in a fucking animation to get it to work. Animation instead of the model. So there's probably Globers in the YouTube chat. Their head is fucking spinning right now. The idea that fucking their shit's wrong.
There's a trend of a lot of animations necessary to patch your guy's model. You might want to look into that.
Yeah. Why would you need to do that? Because it predicts everything so perfectly. Perfect. And there's also, this is actually on my YouTube channel. It's a video. It's about the eclipses, right? So someone made some Indonesian guys, an engineer, he made a physical model of the 2017 eclipse with the rotation and all that, a physical model. It turns out that shit didn't match either. Basically, the eclipse shadow was going the wrong way for a period of time in the globe Earth model. Because you have like the orbit of the moon and the rotation of the Earth, and like the shadow was supposed to travel at some certain speed. It ended up turning out that the actual eclipse, I think, was either 2 hours too. The actual eclipse was either 2 hours too long or 2 hours too short of the actual physical model they made, versus like the mathematical model that like NASA put out.
Yeah, not just that, but remember the shadow went the wrong way too?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The shadow like didn't go fast enough or something. Yeah. Which means it's basically going the wrong way, because you have the orbital motion and the rotation, right? So you have to compensate for both of those motions.
Well, Danny Faulkner recently on McTunes, he did an interview saying what flat-earthers get wrong. I think he alleged that it's retrograde shadows. The moon is rotating and the Earth is rotating, and the variableness creates the differential direction in the shadows, especially during the solennelian.
Yeah. A retrograde shadow. Sure, dude.
If the moon is 240,000 miles away, it's ridiculous to think that the Earth would cast any shadow on it. You know what I mean?
Well, all the sunlight's parallel until they need it to be divergent, until they need it to be convergent.
I was just watching this thing that came out a couple days ago.
And convergent. It's also convergent.
Some dude's channel, they were saying that you can prove that the Earth is a globe if you do the Eratosthenes test. They were saying on a flat Earth, the shadows will come out parallel, but only on a globe Earth do they come out not parallel, where they're like divergent or whatever. I was like, it's a complete opposite of the truth. So stupid. But most people don't test any of these things, though.
Well, I'm going to bring it up again. The bike guy on YouTube proved that there's divergent rays. So there's that bike video on YouTube.
On Highway 33?
Where he does the Eratosthenes?
Yeah. The highway's on.
So if you watch the beginning of that video when before he takes off on the ride. So he's in the parking lot describing what he's going to do, and he's got the two sticks that he's going to test with sitting there right next to each other. The shadows aren't the same length when they're right next to each other. They're like 3 feet apart from each other. They're right beside each other.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous test.
So you should be able to actually calculate the circumference of the Earth from those shadows, and just by eyeballing it, it probably comes out to 200 kilometers or something.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The Little Prince. See, the problem with all these guys is that they have severe confirmation bias. All data points which don't match what they wanted to match, they say it's a user error, you didn't do it right, something's wrong, but it can't be that the model's broken. It has to be with there's something wrong with the way you did it. Or there's some anomalous phenomenon making that it come out that it doesn't match what the globe predicts. It can't possibly be that the model's wrong. You see this with Cavendish. You see this with Foucault's pendulum. You see this with fucking fiber optic gyroscopes. You see anything, right? You see this with the fucking garden gnome, where they sent a garden gnome of the same weight with precision scales all over the world, and they all weighed different amounts, but it doesn't correlate to latitude even slightly, right? So you see this shit all over the place, right? Then you got observations, no measurements of curvature, all these different data points, and they always have some. It must be some anomaly, some super rare condition. Well, this super rare condition is happening more than the condition you said is normal. Which means the rare condition is the normal condition, which means that your model is wrong. It's like the ships over the horizon. Oh, I seen a boat go over the horizon. Yes, this is observed sometimes that a boat appears half cut off. But how often is that observed? Obviously, very rarely. Because there's only a handful of photographs or videos showing it happens. But every day, thousands of boats go out to sea. Same with like, what do you call it? Like Pontchartrain. Every day, 30,000 cars cross Lake Pontchartrain. Nobody but Soundly saw curvature on that fucking bridge. Nobody but Soundly saw curvature in the power lines. He himself has taken thousands of pictures and has only a handful that show what he purports that show images which are consistent with a globe Earth. But he throws out all the ones that doesn't confirm his bias and pretends the real ones, right? The ones that he wants that confirm his bias are the only true ones. This is the same thing with the geometric horizon, right? Oh, we don't see the horizon. We never see the horizon. It's an apparent horizon. It's not a geometric horizon. Okay, then what's cutting off the boats? The geometric horizon. Well, how do we know it's the geometric horizon and that's not just an apparent horizon? Because the Earth's a globe. Perfect logic, right? The level of intellectual dishonesty is fucking off the chart.
Yeah, and there's a systemic logical error there, which is that the majority of their claims require the premise to be true in the first instance, but they borrow the premise as being true from other logically fallacious reasoning. So they say, if then globe. Now their thing is actually logically fallacious, like if this happens, the Earth is a globe. This happens, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's affirming the consequent, right? So then they take that conclusion, the Earth is a globe, and then they put it in another form of logic somewhere else, assuming that they've proved the premise. Like, where is the first instance where you prove the premise, please? I would love to know that.
Yeah, that's they don't have that first instance. That's why it's all logically flawed. And then this is the other thing you can do is that, okay, so here's the logical syllogism, I guess. If, even though it's an affirmative consequence, if Foucault's pendulum precession, then Earth spins. Foucault's pendulum precesses, therefore, Earth is spinning. Right? So there's that logical fallacy. Okay, so let's take that. Let's take that as true. Okay? There's an eclipse. Foucault's pendulum spins backwards, therefore Earth's spinning backwards. Right? So that, because if what they said, their initial proposition is true, then other observations of the pendulum doing something else means that the thing that caused the first thing has changed, right? So if Earth's spin is causing the pendulum to precess, if the precession is in an opposite direction, slower or faster, that means Earth's spin has went backwards or sped up or went slower. But they don't want it, but they'll take that. That's another example. Oh, here's an anomalous observation. There must be something wrong. It's user error. Something that happened because we know it's a globe. So the thing is, the totality of times that they have to make these claims, right? That anomalous observations are some sort of user error is astounding. Like it's like no matter in what direction you look, they say, okay, because you know how Glober's, well, Gish Gallop, right? They try to shotgun, right? And like, well, all these individual items together, if you take them all together, then it's likely to be a globe. Well, all those individual items also throw out the anomalous observations, right? So basically, you take 100 different so-called indicators of a globe, and then you, from all those indicators, you only have those because you took all the anomalous observations. You actually have thousands of observations, right? But you take a subset of those 1,000, and you have 100, and then say, well, look, oh my God, you wouldn't have these 100 observations that support the idea of a globe if it wasn't a globe, right? Because the totality of this number. Well, you threw out 900. So you're not actually doing an actual statistical analysis to make a claim of likelihood. Actually, the evidence is that it's unlikely, because if you take the totality of the anomalies, it's unlikely that it's a globe.
Yeah, this is why the quote unquote space missions are so important to their paradigm, because it's the only evidence that they have that's not presuppositional in its formation. So it appears to be prima facie evidence. Here's a photograph of the Earth in totality. Obviously, it's a globe. It's the only thing they have. Unless you believe the word of the men that went over the photograph, because you should have those two things together, right? Those are the only ones that I know of that don't have suppositional frameworks or logical fallacies.
Well, it does have a suppositional framework that image is an accurate depiction of reality in the first place. There's their presupposition. And the thing is, you can't even test that. You can't even test that claim in the first place, which is why they run to it. They run to claims about the sky is because they're not falsifiable. Look, listen, we all know that, like, even if we present, so say there's a video, right? And the video looks obviously fake. Still, no matter how it looks, that's not proof it's fake, because it's subjective, right? Our analysis will always be subjective of just looking at something and making the determination of whether it's fake or not. But likewise, determination of it being real or not is also subjective. So that's why photographs alone aren't proof of anything. They need other evidence to go along with it. It's just it's the only way to make it logically sound. You need something objective outside of the image itself that supports the authenticity of the image.
Well, that's why you need a Boy Scout astronaut to tell you it's absolutely legit.
Oh, that's right. I always want, yeah, dude, you opened my eyes to something. Because remember Right Stuff? How they portray the astronauts, right? That these guys are super patriotic, super honest, high moral character people. It's not just that they're physically fit, right? And that they're competent and that they're intelligent. Is that they're also high moral character. That's part of being an astronaut, right? Is that you're basically you're a like a priest, right? You've taken a vow of celibacy, or if you're married, right? You're married and you're a great husband, you're a great father, you don't cheat, right? You you do everything right. You didn't have premarital sex. You're a high moral character. The reason they want to push this notion is so that you don't question the veracity of them claiming they went to space. Is because you establish their high moral character first, then anything they say is truthful, right? Especially if it comes to being an eyewitness to something, right? Because they wouldn't lie. They have high moral character. They took a vow of celibacy to become an astronaut. They've never cheated on their wives. They've never, they've never done anything. They're ideal man, right? Smart, strong, brave, honest. They're like Supermen.
Just out of curiosity, were they all blonde?
How do you get that not to leak, though? How do you get that not to leak in the cupola, Oh, really great engineering. Anyway, God, sorry. Because there's that other idea, right? That people at NASA are so smart, even impossible engineering tasks can be done. Even things we know are physically impossible, they can do it because they're NASA. Their NASA can do physically impossible things. They went to the moon after all. Anyway, sorry. I just thought that's humorous, man. Because Don Pettit, right? He's obviously a virgin.
It is what it is. I mean, that's the plan. It's a two-pronged attack. Yeah, because why not just send a probe? Be like, oh, this probe took a picture of the Earth. And you could have Boy Scout Blondie Superboy tell you, I saw it with my own eyes, guys. You can trust me.
Yep, I have high moral character.
I did not have photographic relations with that curvature.
That was good.
Depends on what you think the meaning of level is. Is level's curved, bro. You know that, right? Level's curved. Straight lines are curved. Level's curved. Fucking clown world.
Dude, are you a photographer? I never cheated on my wife.
I think Don Pettit is the only astronaut that can't get laid.
He's too busy fucking the world.
Well, I don't want to be too crude, but I'm sure there's some kind of rite of passage that the other astronauts have to do that involves him.
Oh yeah, probably.
What?
Actually, now that I think about it,
probably involves actually salad.
Well, yeah, he already admitted that they drink his poo.
Do you think he makes the chugga 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 sound while they're tossing the salad?
No, I think he goes, well, you have a leak.
Oh, nasty. Oh my God, I can't say what I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we made a
subject because I'm about to go way down into the gutter.
Okay. Well, this is the last one. We made a joke the other week that Don Pettit's the only one that doesn't know there's an actual coffee machine. It's like they all prank him.
He does though, and he likes the other one.
What's that movie where they're making making wine in the toilet or something? That prison movie?
Oh yeah, what is it? They're making Pruno and
toilet wine. So I still haven't made it through the Professor Dave debate. I've tried a couple times. I just can't.
Oh, mate. It kills me.
He's such a douche. I make it like a couple minutes and I just have to like shut her up. I can't take it. I want to like find his address and like go to his house.
Yeah, I wish it was more of a. I wish he was against someone else.
Well, I mean, actually, Dave White's is like almost the perfect person because of his demeanor, right? Because I think that anybody else would have snapped on him.
Yeah, but it's almost what you need. You need someone to slap him down because he has this air of arrogance that just pollutes the room.
The funny thing is, just from the small parts I've seen of him, is that arrogance is misplaced. I don't think he knows what the fuck he's even talking about. Just from what I've seen, he just seems like a run-of-the-mill Glober that doesn't even know his own model.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's just I think you're more qualified to say that than I.
Well, I mean, there's certain things like I look at it like this. There's two gold models, right? There's like the high detailed gold model, right? Where like there's if you look at it closely, like any of these things, any so-called phenomenon that's mostly observed supported globe, if you look at them in detail, there's anomalies, and then the anomalies have some sub-explanation. But then when you look at the sub-explanation, it's an ad hoc hypothesis which actually isn't supported by evidence. And then there's like the ninth grade model, right? The model they teach you in ninth grade, right? Like the sun illuminates half of the earth, and things like the equinox, that there's equal day and night, and just like all these little things, right? Little teeny pieces that they keep it's almost like a public relations model. That's the way I look at it. Like the McDonald's version of the globe that you learn like in school. But on further examination, it's actually not that. So in the globe model itself, because of refraction, more than 50% of the Earth is lit up, which is kind of funny because just geometrically, right? If you have a light source, the light source can only light up 50% of a ball as if it is infinitely far away and larger than the ball in the first place. So there's that, but they say it lights up more than that. But then if you include civil twilight, astronomical twilight, and nautical twilight, it lights up like something like fucking 68% of the ball. Yeah, most people don't know that. Only like something like 40-something% of the globe is dark at a time in their model. People like Professor Dave think they know the ninth grade model, right? That half the ball is lit up at a time. It's like little cartoon models, the one where they draw the little graphics, the little diagrams. Like it blows me away, dude. Like one of the things that blows me away. Oh, how does day and night work on a flat Earth? Then they'll be like, oh, the sun doesn't. How does the sun just light up that amount and not 50%? And you're like, well, it doesn't light up 50% on a globe. And then they'll say something stupid like, oh, it's not to scale. Then I'm like, okay, you show me a heliocentric model to scale. Go ahead, show me. Right? These are like dishonest things. Like they don't demand of the globe model the things they demand of us, right? We have to have a 2-scale model that's in a map that's 100% accurate, right? When they don't have that. But we have to have that. You can't even visualize the heliocentric model, right? With the Earth and the sun and the moon all in one location, right? You can't even get that in your field of view because if the Earth was, say, 1 pixel of a screen, that screen would have to be 40,000 pixels across to have the sun in it at the same time, and the sun would be something like 10,000 pixels. All the way on the other side of the screen. And then forget the moon. The moon is like 1/4 subpixel. That's if it was to scale. And can you even see a scale smaller than that? So you can get the goddamn sun and Earth in your visual field? No, of course not. But we have to have that, right? We have to have a 2-scale model of the sun and Earth. that shows you everything that's illuminated, when they can't do that either. It blows my mind. They demand of us what they can't provide themselves. Oh, show me a map of the flat Earth. Yeah, show me a map of the globe. Oh, you can't show you a map of the globe because they're projections and they're distorted. Then why are you asking me for something? Because you can make a map of a flat Earth, it wouldn't be a projection. Yeah, it would. It's going to be a projection because the Earth isn't smooth like a piece of paper, so it has to be a projection. Unless you're going to have a piece of paper that has rough one-to-one topography with the fucking Earth. This topic is like whack-a-mole, dude.
That's a brilliant analogy, actually.
It really is. It's just whack-a-mole. You freaking,
Yeah, dude, this reminds me of Zanuck trying to explain level curves. So we said, level doesn't curve. And he goes, well, then what about level curves? And so when you look at a map, a level curve is a two-dimensional line that curves that represents a different elevation. So it's not even curved in the way that he was saying. He's trying to, explain that it's vertical axis curve, when it's really just essentially this curve represents a change in altitude on this mountain or hill. Oh man, it's so laughable.
Dude, a level curve on the globe, right, is if it was a perfect geometric shape, would be a concentric sphere, right? Right, because they say level's curved. If you put it in 3 dimensions, it's a concentric sphere. But they say that's not even what it is. They say potato Earth, right? That gravity's lumpy. Lumpy gravity.
Yeah, that's another one that they spout out all the time. Mass attracts mass to the center of mass, and if Earth was a big mass, it would be attracted to the center of mass. That doesn't happen. There's no gravity to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, you remember when I posted admin mods, the very center, right? So the center of mass is actually the center of the Earth and the Moon, and that's like 1,000 miles below the surface on a line to the Moon. So like wherever the Moon is, you're in the center of Earth, and you draw a line from the center of the Earth to the Moon. The center of the Earth-Moon system, the center of mass, where everything gets pulled, would be 1,000 miles below the surface on that line. So everything should fall towards that in the heliocentric model. In the law of gravitation, right? The inverse square law. This is how everything would fall.
Yeah, and even foregoing what you just said, there's no ideal center of gravity.
Yeah.
Towards the center of the Earth.
Oh yeah,
anyway,
there can't be.
The differential in the centrifugal force.
Yeah, the oblateness of the spheroid.
In their modelic idealism, they say that all these vectors are pointing to the center of the Earth, but centrifugal force is outward from the center of rotation, not the center of the Earth. So you have two different vectors there.
And they can't even demonstrate. They can't even demonstrate that attracting mass.
Yep. Yeah. So the point is, this idea of anything falling towards the center of the Earth is just nonsensical. Just shows that they have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, of course they can't demonstrate it. What can they demonstrate? They can demonstrate that they're caught in a collective delusion. That's about it. Is there any newbie Cobras in here?
No, whoever was present just got converted. Speaking of conversions, how do you convert mass to energy?
Oh my God, I don't know, man. Grab a pencil or a calculator, and that's how.
It's a pun. You get up off it and get to work.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's a rule to live by for obese America. Convert your mass to energy. Oh man, that's actually a good idea. That'd probably be a good market employ, like, Einstein's Fitness Club. We convert mass to energy.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is. A composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
All right, you asked for it.
No sound?
No, there's like 3 spots in the series that has copyrighted music, so it's just muted for that portion.
Than this. This is Mother Nature. You cannot beat diffraction.
Okay, thanks.
On your retina, when you look at a light source, the image on your retina will look like this. Will look exactly what you saw there. That is what your retina will see. And if those 2 lights are too close together, your brains will say, sorry, I don't see 2 lights.
I've been looking into the topic of this video for a while, and I really wanted to introduce the concepts of angular resolution, visual acuity, and diffraction as they apply to the horizon, so that these laws of physics, light, resolution, and perspective can be taken into account and hopefully further developed in order to better understand our Earth, and also to help dispel some of the tired old myths of ships and buildings disappearing over the edge of a ball Earth. Now, mainstream science teaches us that the horizon is the edge of a ball Earth as it curves away from us, because ships disappear bottom first when they sail over this edge. What's funny to me is that their argument of ships going over a ball Earth is just as silly as falling off the edge of a flat Earth. It is a very childish argument, especially in today's world where we can pull objects back into view with a telescope or zoom camera, not to mention the fact that if you ascend in altitude, you can clearly see that a ship or building is not over the curve of a ball. It was simply out of your view due to perspective and the angles of light propagation when you're at a lower elevation. From a higher vantage point, your eyes can clearly see that the water or land is completely flat. There is no curve or edge that boats are sailing over. Again, it is a silly assertion, yet it is one of the main pillars of the ball Earth theory. In this video, I will introduce the concepts of angular resolution with a basic explanation, and then I will show another short clip of MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin in his Physics 3 course, where he teaches these recognized laws of physics that we can test and observe. This is basically judo, where we are using their own scientific admissions to form a logical explanation of why we observe what we observe, and this in stark contrast to how groups such as NASA interpret the same observations. The survival of the ball Earth theory necessarily relies on NASA images and other space claims. Otherwise, their theory has only silly stories such as a spinning, orbiting ball Earth and non-existent curvature, or the direction of toilets flushing and boats going over the edge of a ball, none of which is observed by the average individual. So to begin, what is angular resolution? Angular resolution describes the ability of any image-forming device, such as a telescope, microscope, camera, or the human eye, to distinguish small details of an object. It is the minimum angle needed so that an instrument can discern resolvable detail, and it represents the resolving power and precision of optical instruments, which includes the eye. This angle is created at the eye or the lens, and it is based on the diameter of an object and that object's distance from the observer or the device. This angle determines the size of the image that is projected onto the retina. So once an angle is small enough that it reaches the angular resolution limit, no image can be resolved on the retina, and basically the object disappears. The formula to find the angular resolution of the human eye, or any image-forming device, is the constant of 1.22 times the wavelength of light divided by the diameter of the lens aperture or entrance pupil. Once you figure out the angular resolution of, say, the human eye, you can then determine how large or how far away an object must be for you to be able to resolve it. In other words, for you to be able to see it. This is the limit of eyesight, or the resolving power of a telescope, camera, or microscope. Anything beyond this limit cannot be seen. A shorter distance and larger diameter of an object equal a larger angle at your eye, thus easy to resolve. A longer distance and smaller diameter of an object equal a smaller angle, thus difficult for your eye to resolve. The size of the angle is also what gives us perspective. Objects do not physically shrink in size as they move away from us, but the angle in our eye gets smaller and smaller, which is what allows us to determine that it is moving further and further away. For objects coming toward us, the angle will get larger and the object will appear to be larger on the retina. This is an important part of perspective. This is how we distinguish objects moving away versus coming toward us. The angles also help us determine the size or distance of any given object. Visual acuity is another closely related term that means clarity of vision, or the limit of one's eyesight, and it is a measurement of the angular resolution of the eye or the device. The generally accepted value for the angular resolution limit, or visual acuity, of the human eye is about 1 arc minute, which equals 0.02 degree. This means that at a distance of 1 kilometer, the human eye can resolve an object that is about 30 to 60 centimeters in diameter. Beyond this, the angle formed in the observer's eye gets smaller than 1 arc minute, and the object will blur and then finally disappear altogether. And here is another quick explanation of angular resolution by MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin.
So in the remaining 5 minutes, I want to address the issue of the angular resolution of your own eye. You can now calculate what the ultimate angular resolution is of your own eye, because you can estimate what the diameter is of the pupil, the opening of your eye. 3 millimeters, maybe 5 millimeters, a little bit larger at night when it is dark. Pupil opens up, but we can calculate what this is. If I take 4 millimeters, so I put in for A 4 millimeters, and if I take lambda 5,000 angstroms, it's not an unreasonable value, then I find that the best angular resolution of a human eye is half an arc minute. Cannot be any better. There's just no way around it. You're always stuck with the diffraction limitation. I think, though, that most of you will not be able to see with an angular resolution of 1/2 arc minute. Most of you are probably in the domain of 1 arc minute. It's a little larger than diffraction limited, but it's very close to that. That is 30 arc seconds. That is 600 times worse than Hubble Space Telescope. When you think of diffraction, it's really an incredibly fascinating thing. Because what does diffraction actually means? That it is a limitation that is put upon us, on everyone, also God. No one can bypass diffraction. No matter how hard we try, we can never undo our chains and handcuffs that are imposed upon us by diffraction.
And he's definitely not a flat earther. He obviously believes in the Hubble telescope. The main reason I want to introduce these concepts is to demonstrate with logic that there are scientifically proven and verifiable factors that determine how far we can see with our own eyes and with telescopes. Angular resolution equations are used by NASA, astronomers, and scientists to determine the resolving power of the human eye, cameras, microscopes, and telescopes, including the Hubble Space Telescope. So when people say, If the Earth was flat, then we should be able to see Europe across the ocean. There are scientifically proven laws of light, diffraction, resolution, and perspective that render this statement foolish. Due to the resolving powerful telescopes, we could never possibly see across an ocean that is thousands of miles in distance. It is impossible due to the laws of physics, due to the physics of the angles, not to mention the additional limitations of diffraction. Again, it is a silly statement that we should be able to see across the ocean if the Earth were flat. However, the mistaken or disingenuous conclusion put forth by the so-called scientific community, in spite of these scientifically proven and accepted limitations on light propagation and resolution, is that the reason we can't see across the ocean is because we live on a spinning ball. Do you see the trick that they're playing? It is like telling little children that a guy on a sleigh in the North Pole brings them presents on Christmas. It sounds outlandish even to children, but they don't know any better, and they don't actually see the parents leaving the presents, and they are given this story by the authority, so they believe it. In our case, we have a knowledge gap, an unknown, because we can't see across the ocean, or we see ships and buildings disappear bottom first as they get further away, so we look to supposedly qualified authorities to study these issues for us and provide reliable explanations. For hundreds of years, the scientific authorities, now the space agencies, have both knowingly and unknowingly filled this gap with their own cleverly constructed explanations, and most people just accept their models without researching or using reason and logic. If people did think about the issues critically and logically, they would see that the authority is giving us beautifully wrapped presents and putting out cookies for their fictional Santa Claus. In this case, a spinning ball Earth. One way they fill this gap is to use the angular distance of a sky object to invent their model. The angular diameter, or apparent size, is an angular measurement describing how large an object appears from a given point of view. For example, this involves looking at the sky and determining that the sun and moon have an angular diameter of about 31 or 32 arc minutes, which equals a half of a degree. So this is the angle created in our eye or in a telescope, which means that the sun and the moon can be around 31 miles in diameter and 3,500 miles up, or, as the authorities claim, the moon can be 2,159 miles in diameter and 237,000 miles away. And they claim the sun is 864,575 miles in diameter and 93 million miles away. You see, both measurements are correct based on the angle we see from Earth. Knowing the angular diameter or apparent size of a celestial body, we can easily invent a model using trigonometry. We could say the sun is 500 miles in diameter and 57,000 miles away, or maybe it is only 5 miles in diameter and 500 miles up. Or, if we wanted to get really crazy, we could invent a sun that is 2 million miles in diameter and 229 million miles away. Of course, if we did that, we would then have to adjust all of the diameters and orbital speeds of the planets and distances, but this should give you an idea of how they have constructed their model, because they are all built on apparent sizes, the angular diameter of lights in the sky visible from Earth. So, relationally, the math works out. They then construct their universe model around these angles, filling in and changing the numbers as needed to fit their assumptions. This is why the spins and orbits are so ridiculous, yet mathematically they work out because it's all based on the angles. And this is also the reason why they changed the distance of the sun over the years to fit their model. This assertion of boats going over the edge of a ball Earth is silly. Check out this footage from a channel called Wide Awake. This guy filmed some great sky and horizon shots showing that objects can be brought back into view, and more importantly, his shots also demonstrate diffraction and the resolution limit of these objects at those distances and at those angles. As you can see in his footage, the boats, once they are close enough to resolve, appear like little smudges, and they also appear to be floating above the horizon. The boats are not mirages floating in the air, although there is an inferior mirage that appears inverted below the actual boats in his footage. To prove this, he actually tracks them all the way in, and the closer a boat gets, the more resolved it becomes, and the more detail you can see. This is a perfect illustration of visual acuity and the angular resolution of the camera, which is obviously better than our eyes, but the principle is the same. And again, if you increase your altitude, say to the top of a hotel or in an airplane or on a mountain, you create better angles and you can of course see further, but even there you will eventually reach a resolution limit. It is unavoidable, but it is not an edge that Santa Claus is falling over. Look at the water in his shots. Some would call the resolved water line the horizon, but you can clearly see boats fully in the water beyond the resolved water line. You can even barely make out the water being sprayed up from the motor. The surface of the water extends beyond the resolved water line, but it is too far and at too sharp of an angle for the camera or your eye to completely resolve. There's also a lot of diffraction going on due to this angle and the light or atmospheric conditions. Therefore, you get a blurred section that reflects the sky and the boat as an inferior mirage. Again, this happens beyond a point where the eye or camera can no longer clearly resolve the water due to the angle and diffraction. It is where your eye or camera can no longer distinguish points of light. The image blurs and turns into a mirror under certain conditions. Look at the shimmering and changing edges of the top of the waterline as the camera resolves it at its maximum distance. Beyond this distance, the water is at too small of an angle to resolve any detail. At this point, it does exactly what a road will do on a hot day. It reflects the light waves like a mirror because the eye or camera can more easily resolve these reflected light rays than they can the actual surface of the road or water. On the ground or on the water, you can see the inferior mirage or reflection of the boats and cars. Some people will claim that the boat itself is a superior mirage and that the actual boat is over the edge of a ball. This is silly for two reasons. A superior mirage is inverted, and number two, in this footage, he tracks these boats the entire way in, so you can verify with your own eyes how a boat will barely come into view as a small blur, and then as it gets closer and closer, the angles get larger and your eye can then resolve more and more detail. This is observable, repeatable, apparent, and can be verified by anyone. Unlike NASA's theories, of course, that nobody can verify unless they can build a little rocket ship. Finally, I would like to discuss the issue of boats or buildings being cut off by the horizon line over water, which many people falsely attribute to the object being over the edge of a ball Earth. Again, I would start by saying that it is easy to debunk this simply by increasing your altitude. If there were a massive drop in curvature obscuring the boat or building, this would be apparent from higher up. Our eyes are not that bad. We can clearly distinguish slopes and hills in the distance, and when you increase your altitude, you can clearly see that the target object lies on the same flat plane as the original observation point. This is simply a function of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. When you stand on the seashore, you can see a horizon line which is basically the limit of your ability to resolve the water, because at a certain distance the angle becomes too small and diffraction also plays a part. Above this waterline horizon will be everything that your eye can resolve above your eye level. For example, from the beach I can see about 3 to 4 miles of the water's surface, which in my field of view extends from my feet up to my eye level, and it represents my horizon and the limit of my sight up to my eye level. Now, there are hotels located about 18 miles away in this picture, and these hotels are above my horizon line, yet appear to be cut off by the horizon. Not because they are over the edge of a ball, this is simply the point where they fit in due to perspective, where objects that are closer are in front of objects that are further away, which is also a function of diffraction and angular resolution. I cannot resolve the hotels any lower because the angle is too small. If I could resolve the hotels lower, then logically I would be able to resolve more of the surface of the water at a greater distance. But we know this is not possible due to the laws of physics. However, if I were to go up in an airplane, I would be able to see the entire distance from the beach to the hotel, and I could also see that it is flat as a pancake. The hotel is not obscured by the edge of a magic ball. It is simply perspective and angle of view. The limit of what I can see above and below my eye level converge at what we call the horizon line or vanishing point. So check out this little experiment I did. In order to simulate the size and distance of that hotel, I took a small glass bottle and put it on the road and then filmed from ground level. Now the hotel is about 18 stories, which equals about 180 to 200 feet. I used 250 feet just to be conservative and to give it some room above the actual water line, and the distance is 17.5 miles. The glass bottle is 3.5 inches, so that meant that I would have to put it at a distance of about 107 feet to get the same ratio. Now, when I started filming, I was standing up and I could zoom in on the bottle, the entire bottle, top to bottom, and then I pan out, I take the camera and I place it on the ground, and even on the ground it's actually conservative because the lens of the camera is still about 1 inch to 1.5 inches above the ground, so this is a conservative experiment. And when I zoom in, you can see now that the angle of resolution is just too small, and combined with the diffraction, you cannot make out the bottom of the bottle. It disappears, it is cut off, and that is exactly what you're seeing in those pictures and videos where buildings or boats are cut off at the bottom. Your eye cannot resolve the detail of the surface of the ground or the bottom of that bottle. It's just too sharp of an angle. And you can even actually see beyond the bottle where the road is again the same color, because your eye can resolve that a little bit better because it makes a curve and it's a little bit, the angle is a little bit better on the road beyond where the bottle is. So that's a pretty interesting little experiment and shows you the effect of diffraction and angular resolution. And again, even on the ground, the lens of the camera is about 1 inch or 1.5 inches off the ground, which when you compare that to the bottle, that is almost half of the bottle, so that would probably equal an observer that is about 100 or 150 feet in the air filming the hotel in New Smyrna. So if I was actually on the ground with the camera, I'm sure that the diffraction would probably cover almost the entire bottle, if not half the bottle, and it would look exactly like the waterline covering these hotels or these boats. But you can see the principle. It's verifiable and it's repeatable, so it's an explanation. We don't have to use the Santa Claus falling over the edge of a ball to explain what we see. If I'm standing on the beach at sea level, then obviously my field of view from my feet to the horizon will be much shorter due to the angle. Again, about 3 miles from the beach is approximately the limit for a 6-foot tall individual. Yet the distance of my field of view above the horizon will be much greater due to the angles. Therefore, I can see most of a hotel 18 miles away, but again, not the bottom of the hotel due to the angular resolution and the angle of perspective. The same principle applies to a sunset or a sunrise. The waterline horizon at the beach is about 3 to 4 miles out, yet the sun is thousands of miles out when it disappears due to the limit of angular resolution and light propagation. We can see the sun at a much further distance because it is so large and high in the sky. But just like anything else, once it gets far enough away from the observer, the angle becomes so small that it will disappear, the furthest edge first, appearing to go down behind the water. This is what you would expect to see based on perspective. Something closer will appear in front of something farther away. This does not mean it is due to a spinning ball Earth. It simply vanishes at the waterline horizon due to perspective. Even the sun is subject to the laws of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. With a sunrise, it is the opposite. We see the top of the sun first because it is approaching us. Therefore, the side that is coming toward us is the first section of the sun to come into our field of view due to angular resolution. And again, due to the laws of perspective, the sun will always appear to be behind the much closer waterline. Some will say that it is due to the spin of the ball that you live on, but I think perspective makes more sense, and the sun is simply coming into our field of view due to, again, angular resolution. The problem that truth seekers or flat earthers face when trying to expose lies and deceptions is that most people put their own brains on sleep mode, and they put their trust in the so-called scientific authorities to investigate and explain the reasons for phenomena that we observe from Earth. This is not to say that the scientific community is purposely promoting an incorrect model. What is happening is that everyone is so specialized that they only see a small portion of the big picture. We are basically compartmentalized due to the level of sophistication of technology and our economy. People are also conditioned from kindergarten and throughout school to conform, to obey, and repeat government-sanctioned science. People are conditioned to treat any questioning of the spinning ball Earth as idiotic and primitive. If you mention flat Earth, the reaction is guaranteed to be ridicule, laughter, or even anger at the stupidity of such a statement. No one likes to be wrong, and no one likes to be ridiculed, so there's not much straying from the herd in today's world. I personally believe there's a lot of compelling evidence that calls into question the scientifically accepted model brought to us by the politically created agency of NASA. If everything is exactly how space agencies and government scientists tell us, then we are going to need much more and reliable proof other than CGI images and silly old stories. It is amazing how academia conveniently forgets the debates that used to rage about the rotundity of the Earth, and not by idiots, by learned men and women. So, in closing, I just want to reiterate that there are other alternatives to the theories that were taught to us as fact by space agencies and the political scientific authorities. There are logical and scientifically accepted laws of physics such as angular resolution, diffraction, and perspective, which can be applied in this pursuit. You don't need to be a math genius or have a PhD in physics to understand that there are physical limitations on our ability to see, even with telescopes and cameras. We need to have faith in our own ability to think and use logic and reason. Otherwise, there are many opportunistic groups of individuals who will step in and do the thinking for us. And these groups may not always have our best interests at heart. In fact, they will take advantage and control those who cannot or will not think for themselves. This, I believe, is the modern-day manifestation of slavery, where most people no longer think like humans, they simply repeat and react. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Hey guys, today I want to talk about the awesome fact that our eyes are actually mini gyroscopes, or more specifically, our own built-in attitude indicators, just like on an airplane. Our eyes work in conjunction with the horizon, which is rendered by each person's eyes depending on his or her height and altitude. The horizon rendered by our eyes acts just like the horizon reference arm of a plane's attitude indicator, also known as the artificial horizon. Now this also demonstrates that our eyes are built for a flat plane only. The functionality of our eyes and the fact that they always render the horizon at our eye level is what allows us to see using perspective, to distinguish up from down, a gradient that is sloping downward or sloping upward, near from far, and truly proves that we do not live on a ball. Now, when you turn your head sideways, the orientation of the object you're looking at does not change. This doesn't happen when you record a video sideways with a camera. In fact, that's very annoying. So why do your eyes do that? Well, it's because your eyeballs are mini gyroscopes. They do not turn with your head. They work just like a plane's gyroscope, but better. You can check this out in the mirror. Stare at a distinctive point in your eye or the iris, and then turn your head slowly, and you'll see that iris or your eyeball, it doesn't turn. Its orientation remains intact. So this is, I find this to be very cool. And the next essential feature of our gyroscopic eyeball is what it renders for us, the horizon. The horizon just doesn't exist out there. Our eyes render it for us. And it's the same feature as the artificial horizon line on the attitude indicator instrument of an airplane. So again, what is a horizon? A horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet, to converge. And it's the convergence point of things below and things above, into the vanishing point, or the point at which receding parallel lines viewed in perspective appear to converge. The point at which something that has been growing smaller as it gets further away, it disappears altogether. This is due to the limits of our eyesight. It's a creation of our eyes. If we could see forever, we wouldn't have the horizon line. But then again, without the horizon line, we would not be able to distinguish between items that are above us or below us, or taller than us or shorter than us in a distance. You've all seen the telephone poles in a distance. They will always, if it's taller than you where you're standing, they'll be above that horizon line, your eye level line in a drawing or anything. And just a linguistic note, this is very interesting. The origin of the word horizon, which we never think about, but if you think about it, it means horizontal or level. And the concept of level or horizontal is very important in this discussion. For instance, in Arabic, horizon is وفق المرء العقلي. It has literally, word for word, the meaning of that is level, man, mental. You know, it's almost like our internal mental leveling instrument. It's pretty cool. In Hebrew, the word for horizon also means level. I can't pronounce it, but there it is. And again, you just realize that the ancients devised the word horizon because it is level, flat. In any language, horizon is going to mean horizontal or level. The horizon that our eyes render is our level. We have a built-in level. I find that fascinating. So to move on, the horizon, it gives us our relativity. Just like the airplane's attitude indicator, it contains the horizon reference arm. Our gyroscopic eye works using the horizon that it renders for us to act as our attitude indicator. And again, the horizon for us is the level marker or artificial horizon on a plane's attitude indicator. Our eyes also create the horizon further out if we ascend in elevation, but necessarily still at eye level. If we go up in a lighthouse, our eyes will be able to see further, maybe 10 miles, 20 miles further, and they'll render that horizon at a greater distance, yet it's always going to be at our eye level. It's level. Our eyes create our horizon, which will be different for people depending on their height. If you're 4 foot tall, your horizon in your eye is going to be a different distance than someone who is 7 foot tall. But in all cases, the horizon is at each person's eye level, without fail, always. It's how we see using perspective. We need it. Like I said, our eyesight is based on perspective. So how do our eyes create perspective? Well, using our eyes as attitude indicators, our eyes render the stabilizing horizon line, and this allows us to determine whether something is above or below us, taller than us, or shorter than us. This is how we determine if a staircase is going down or if it's going up. It seems obvious and redundant, I know, but it is essential that we establish these facts when we ponder how ridiculous it is to claim that an ever-descending landscape would ever rise to our eye level. You know, just picture yourself standing on top of the ball Earth. It's impossible, you know, for our eyes to function that way. We would not be able to distinguish between a flat level plane and one that is descending away from us, because we just wouldn't be able to distinguish. That's not how our eyes work. We work based on the concept of level, horizon. Now, depth perception, that's another part of perspective. Objects in a distance will be smaller in size. It's with the amazing design of our eyesight. If I'm 6 foot tall and standing on a flat plane looking toward the horizon, any other individual who's 6 foot tall will always be at my eye level. If he's right in front of me, he's at my eye level. 10 feet away, he's at my eye level. 50 feet, you know, a mile, 2 miles away, he's going to be at my eye level. That horizon level in a perspective drawing, that's that straight line across the page. No matter how close or how far away he is, if he's my height, he's going to be on, his eyeballs are going to be on that line. And now, say a man who's 4 foot tall, well, he's going to be slightly below that line. No matter how close or how far away he is, he's going to be below that line. And a 9 foot giant, well, he's going to always be above that line. If he's right next to me, he's going to be way above that line. If he's way off in the distance, his eyes are going to be above that line. This is the beauty of how our eyes work. And this is also impossible on a ball Earth. We're designed to live on a flat plane. So this is also how we're able to determine if we're walking toward a hill or a slope. You know, you don't want to fall down a hill. You know, our eyes are designed so we don't fall down too many hills or too many staircases. You know, descending grades will never rise to our eye level unless they make it to a flat plane, and then the flat plane extends off into the distance. And then that horizon will rise to your eye level because you're based on a flat plane. This is how perspective works. In these photos, our eyes can distinguish between the downward gradients and the level sections. And like I said, the only reason the horizon rises to our eye level is because, you know, we are on top of a level plane. Whether you're on, you know, a hill or a valley, everything is built on the same level plane. So it will rise to your eye level. If it was on a ball, it would be impossible. No matter where you are or what elevation you're at on a ball Earth, the underlying base structure is a ball or a spheroid or a pear, which would necessarily descend away from you in all directions. And therefore, the horizon could never come to your eye level. If it did, it would be a crazy, confusing world like M.C. Escher drawings. You would not be able to properly distinguish between downward gradients, level sections, or upward gradients. Thank goodness our eyes allow us to distinguish between gradients and perceive depths. Otherwise, our lives would be one giant slam session, just like in skateboarding. And I know what that pain feels like. So, you know, perspective. It's awesome. It allows us to perceive distances. Objects get smaller as they move further away from us. And elevation. The horizon line being the leveling line. Anything below is lower than us. Anything above is above your eye level. This is the leveling feature of our eyeballs. On a ball Earth, the horizon would never be at eye level, because in reality, it's always sloping downward. Why would your eye render it up at eye level? Just think of it, eye level, level. A ball Earth is always descending away. It would be deceptive. It's just not going to work. We'd be so confused. We would think we live, you know, like I said, we'd be living in an M.C. Escher world. It'd be beyond belief. So I'm sorry. Our eyes just do not work on a ball Earth. And another thing I ponder as well, in true zero gravity, if such a thing even existed, how in the world would our eyes work? What would be the orientation to keep the eyeball, the iris, always coming back to the same orientation or remaining in a given orientation? And we can't replicate this because in zero-G planes, for instance, you're actually just falling. The orientation of the eyeball is the same as on the ground. The buoyancy and pressure, or if you want to call it gravity, well, I'll let you call it gravity for now, but whatever. It's still keeping the horizontal orientation of your eyeball in check, even on a zero-G plane and you're flipping around. But in magic deep space land, what would give your eyeball orientation? It's kind of sickening to think about that, but you'd be twirling around in circles. What would orient your eyeball? I don't know. It's pink unicorn land, but maybe somebody else can speak to that. But again, we all, I think, pretty much understand you can't trust NASA, so I don't think it's ever even, I don't think it exists. I don't think zero-G exists. So your eyeball wouldn't even function in zero-G, and without buoyancy and pressure, or if you want to call it gravity, but I don't think there even is such a thing as no gravity. Your eye wouldn't function. You would have no way to orient yourself. Your eyeball would spin in all different directions, perhaps, or you would turn and you would look like the camera. When you take a video and you turn that camera, it's so annoying, the picture just spins around. Well, in zero-G, maybe your eyeball would just lock into the socket, and as you turned, everything would just always constantly spin. It would be sickening. And the ISS, they'd all just be puking the whole time. So, and we know they don't clean it. We never see them cleaning it. So, anyways, I know I got off on a tangent there, but I hope you find this as interesting as I do. Maybe it's old news to some of you, but I just kind of stumbled upon this. I just thought about it. I think it's amazing. But let me know if you have any comments. I'm sure that other people out there can maybe even go further with this and get more technical, make some other videos about it and how ridiculous the ball Earth is when you truly think logically about how our eyes work. So. Hey guys, how's it going? As a follow-up to my gyroscopic eye and angular resolution videos, I wanted to simplify and illustrate a few applications of perspective and angular resolution in order to better understand why and how we see the way that we do. Now, we know that our eyesight is based on perspective and that there is a limit to our vision. This is why we cannot see to infinity, and we definitely cannot see across the ocean. So first, I just wanted to quickly recap how images are displayed in your eye, how perspective is constructed in your eye or any image-forming device. The light waves come into your eye and form an image on your retina. And remember, the image is created upside down because that's how the light enters your eye, and the size of the image is a function of the size of the angle. Larger and closer objects will form bigger angles, and therefore the image on your retina is bigger. Smaller or further objects will form smaller angles, and therefore the image on your retina is smaller. These angles allow us to use depth perception, judge sizes of objects, and also determine whether objects are coming toward us or moving away from us. Once an object is too small or too far away, the angle will become so small that it will go beyond our ability to see it, to resolve it in our eyes. And this is called going past the angular resolution limit of our eyesight. It's all about the angles. The angular resolution limit of human vision is about 1 arc minute, or 0.02 of a degree. And that 0.02 of a degree represents an angle. Once light comes in at a smaller angle, we cannot see it. The cells on our retina cannot resolve anything smaller than 0.02 of an angle. That is the absolute best we can do. That is the limit. We can do worse due to diffraction and other conditions, but never better. That is the physical limit of our eyesight due to the size of the cells on our retina and the size of our pupil. So I would like to start with perspective and how parallel objects seem to converge at the vanishing point or the horizon. We always throw around the word perspective, but we never seem to break down exactly how it is formed by our vision. Take the example of railroad tracks. Now, we know that they are parallel and they always remain parallel. So how and why does perspective make them appear to converge, to meet at the vanishing point? The why is easy. It allows us to perceive distances, depth, and sizes. And the how is easy to understand as well, but we never really think about it. I want to demonstrate how this occurs, and it is due to the angles. Again, it is truly all about the angles. So, how do our eyes render the convergence of the railroad tracks? And to understand this, we need to look at the railroad tracks from a different vantage point. Let's look at them from above this time, from a bird's eye view, so that we can learn exactly how the tracks seem to converge at a vanishing point. Here, we are looking at train tracks from above, and this object here is supposed to be an eyeball. Bear with me, this is just to illustrate the concept of the angles and how they render the convergence. And remember, we are looking down from above like a bird's eye view. From this view, we can see how the tracks are parallel, but in the eyes of the observer on the tracks, they would appear to converge at a vanishing point. So, as the observer gazes out over the tracks, they seem to converge in the distance. To illustrate how the angles are formed in the eye, let's draw lines from the trusses into the eye and examine the size of the angles. The close truss forms quite a large angle, which means that it will form a large image on the retina. Now, notice how the truss a little further away forms a smaller angle, and accordingly the image on our retina will be smaller. As we draw lines from the trusses that are even further, notice how the angles get smaller and smaller. The angle determines the size of the image on your retina. A very simple concept, yet we take it for granted. Look at the angles formed in your eye. The close trusses form larger angles, and therefore these trusses are rendered larger in your eye. The further trusses form smaller angles, and therefore they are rendered smaller and smaller, just like in the perspective drawings. When the angle gets so small that it is smaller than the limits of our eyesight, the truss or any object will disappear, will vanish at the vanishing point. So the bird's eye view allows us to see how the angles determine the size of objects in your vision. Now let's look at a side view, and this will allow us to see how the items are displayed in relation to the horizon. In this sideways picture, the dotted line represents eye level or the horizon. So I'm going to draw a straight line from each truss, and as you see, due to the angles, the near truss is rendered at the bottom or foreground of the perspective drawing, and it appears at the top of the eye, but again the image is flipped, so the close truss is rendered at the bottom of the perspective drawing or the top of your eye. And as we draw lines from the further trusses, we see how the angles cause them to be displayed closer to the horizon or the eye level line. So the furthest trusses, as they are vanishing, are also approaching the horizon line in your eye. Simply put, the angle is based on the distance from the observer, and the angle determines where the object is displayed in relation to the horizon. Larger angle, further from the horizon. Smaller angle, closer to the horizon or vanishing point. So let's look at each truss as it appears in each view. This truss in the foreground is the same as this truss and is finally displayed like this in your vision. This is what you see. This truss in the middle is the same as this truss, and it is finally displayed like this in your vision. And the further truss is the same as this truss, and it is finally displayed like this. So you see, the angles determine the size of the object in your vision and the position of the object in your vision. And all of the angles together create the effect of perspective. So we see from the bird's eye view of the railroad tracks how angles determine how objects are displayed in our eye. Now let's look at the horizon, and this time let's look at it from a side view. This will allow us to visualize, although not to scale, how angular resolution works to form the horizon. Now, before I develop this further, I must illustrate what is happening in our eye with regard to the horizon. In our eye, let's consider where the horizon would be rendered, a midway area that is the exact eye level plane. Think of the receptor cells on our retina as pixels, and the imaginary eye level line is between a row of pixels. The slightest tick downward, which is necessary if we want to see the ground, would look something like this. And the slightest tick upward, if we want to see the sky, would look something like this. Now, when this happens, you are seeing a flat, straight line cut across your retina. This is your horizon, and it is simply where everything you can see above eye level meets with everything you can see below your eye level. To you is a straight line, a crisp line. After all, we are talking about tiny pixels or retina cells, but that is what represents your horizon. That is your horizon. These angles are minuscule in your retina, and you can see how in your eye they seem to converge or meet because they are just a few pixels or receptor cells apart. However, if you were to extend these lines or light waves out to the limits above and below, in reality the sky and ground are thousands of miles apart. It's truly amazing. So to illustrate this further, let's look at this picture, and the dotted line represents this stick figure's eye level. To confirm this 3-mile horizon, we can actually take the eye level and then make the smallest angle of declination toward the ground that our eye can resolve. And remember, that's 0.02. Obviously, at eye level, we are never going to see the ground, so we have to use the smallest angle of declination that our eye can handle. If you make right triangles out of this, you can plug in the person's height and the angle of 0.02 to figure out the distance. Now, as a rectangle, this angle will be equal to this angle, and so let's take these values and put them into the right angle triangle calculator to see how far this base section is. We put in 6 for side A and then 0.02 for angle A, which is our angular resolution limit, and we come up with 17,200 for the base, and when we divide that by 5,280 feet per mile, we get 3.25 miles. There it is. We have the distance to the horizon, which is due to the angular resolution limit of our eyesight, not a magical ball cliff that ships are going over. And this angular resolution limit of approximately 0.02 is the resolving power of your eye. And it is also the limit beyond which the light waves will diffract, because the angle is too small. The light wave will bounce off the water on its way to your eye, and basically it will blur and mirror. This is why you see the mirroring or inferior mirage effect on the water or on roads, as the light waves are approaching the limit of angular resolution. Beyond the blur or mirror part, nothing is visible at all. They have completely gone beyond the limit of your vision. Now, the ground is easy. The tricky part comes when we consider what happens above our eye level. Here, the same angular resolution limit applies, but since there is so much more area, distance, and atmosphere, diffraction also plays a big part. Remember, angular resolution is the fixed limit. Your visual acuity can be much worse than this limit, but it can never be better. This is a physical limitation based on the size of your receptor cells, pupils, and the wavelengths of light. And Rob Skiba in his videos showed perfectly how diffraction and atmospheric lensing affect our eyesight as well and are a contributing factor. So, as our eye resolves everything above our eye level, it reaches a fixed limit, this time at the ceiling. By the time this angle that I've drawn above the man's eye level reaches the celestial plane of the sun, moon, and stars, it is somewhere around 7,000 miles if we were to go along the ground, and the exact distance is not important right now. The important thing to note is that there is a fixed limit based on angles. I use 7,000 because at sunrise here in Florida, the sun is directly over West Africa, which is about 7,000 miles away. So to visualize what is happening, I created this page, and this line represents the extension of that teeny tiny angle from our eye level when it finally reaches the celestial plane. So what happens when the sun comes into or goes out of this limit? This is how you get the sunrise and sunset. Now, in your eye, perspective makes it seem like it is at your eye level. That is because, for all intents and purposes, it is at your eye level. And that is why the sun appears to rise and set at the horizon in your eye. What is happening is that it is simply coming into the angular resolution limit of your eyesight. You see the sun at the sharpest angle possible from eye level. When the sun gets within a certain distance to your position, the light waves can finally make it into your eye at an angle that can be resolved. Before that time, the angles are just too small. The light will diffract or not be visible at all. And again, it is simply a function of perspective and angular resolution with the additional factor of diffraction or atmospheric lensing. However, the fixed physical limit is what will always determine when sunsets and sunrises occur. And so check this out. Look how the sun comes into and goes out of the angular resolution limit of our eyes. And then this is what it looks like from our perspective when we are actually viewing it in real life. Pretty cool how it works, at least in my opinion. So, hopefully this was helpful to better understand how perspective and angular resolution determine our vision. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Adios.
You see, there's a thin line between genius and insanity down on Earth. And they think what we're doing is madness. We would like to show you and show the world that there is a method.
Dressed up like something from outer space.
Elton John, David Bowie, Alice Cooper, Lord have mercy, they're all super.
Hey guys, how's it going? So I wanted to do a quick follow-up on my videos about angular resolution and perspective to first demonstrate that there is no observable curvature. We are still waiting for someone to discover this elusive curvature. And then I would like to show why buildings are seemingly cut off at the horizon, bottom first, which the cult of scientism storytellers claim is due to the edge of a spinning ball, in complete ignorance of the fact that there are other possibilities that actually make more sense. So, first off, these shots here are taken in Ormond Beach and show a lighthouse that is 16 miles away. This lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and notice that the focal plane of the light is only 168 feet above sea level. Now, when we do the math, there should be 117 feet hidden behind the curve with a camera height of 5 feet. I was standing on the beach with the water hitting my feet, resting the camera on a 4-foot sign. The gross curvature is actually 170 feet. So when you look at the shot, you can see that practically the entire lighthouse is visible behind the pier. I'm sorry, but there's a problem with what the so-called scientists claim, yet most people continue to have faith in them, which is understandable because they either don't even look into the topic or they could never entertain the fact that they could be misled. So, next we have the hotel at 17.6 miles away, and 147 feet should be hidden behind the curve. The hotel itself has 18 floors and is about 180 feet tall. And just to be conservative, we could add 20 feet above sea level, and still it is obvious that 147 feet are not missing from this 200-foot structure. Anyone who's being intellectually honest must admit that there is a problem with the story we have been sold. The numbers just don't add up. The curvature is just not there. And this brings me to my next point, which I think is the most important to understand, and that is the reason why buildings appear to be cut off at the horizon bottom first. If we again consider that our vision is based on two very important and universally accepted concepts of angular resolution, which is the fixed limit of our eyesight, and perspective, which is the system of angles of light entering our eye to create the 3D image in our brain, then we can easily calculate that it is in fact necessary that the bottom of buildings be cut off first due to angular resolution and perspective. So I tried to show in my No Angles on the Flat Earth video how the angles of the light entering our eyes will create the famous perspective drawing where everything gets smaller and disappears at the vanishing point. We know that the light enters the eye and creates the image upside down, which our brain then flips. But what is very important to notice about this process is the point of inflection, the midpoint in the eye where the slope of the light changes. I tried to show this with this crude illustration, and you will notice the horizontal midpoint in the eye where the light above reaches the inflection point. And this is in fact the horizon. This is what the horizon is. It is the vanishing point of things above meeting the vanishing point of things below. As you scan from top to bottom, the slope of the line will reach the inflection point and then change to render everything below this inflection point or horizon or vanishing point. I showed in my no angles video how the angles get tinier and tinier as they approach this inflection point or horizon. Now, what we need to understand is how angular resolution dictates just how small of an angle we can have in order to resolve everything above and below this inflection point or horizon in our eye. This angular resolution limit dictates how far we can see below our eye level, which is basically how much water we can see standing on the seashore. And then here's the kicker: it also dictates how much of buildings will necessarily be cut off in the distance. This is the best case scenario, with perfect vision and perfect atmospheric conditions without any diffraction. In reality, it is usually much worse, but we will use the basic numbers to show that under perfect conditions, buildings must appear to be cut off bottom first. This is simply how our eyesight works. So, if we use an angle of 0.02 of a degree as our angular resolution limit, the limit of our eyesight or the visual acuity of the human eye, we can not only calculate the distance to the horizon below eye level, which is often just referred to as the distance to the horizon, or simply how much water we can see standing on the seashore. We can also calculate how much of an object in the distance will appear to be cut off. I am using the camera height of 5 feet and a declination angle of 0.02 of a degree to figure out that we can see 2.7 miles of water in this shot. This is done by making a triangle with height of 5 feet and angle of 0.02 to figure out the distance as 2.7 miles. And this is also conveniently what the cult storytellers use as their distance to the edge of the magic spinning ball. They have simply chosen dimensions of a spinning ball that just happen to line up perfectly with the limit of our eyesight. It is very tricky, and it's understandable how not many people would look into it. Now, what is happening is that anything smaller than this angle of 0.02 of a degree is beyond the ability of our eye to render. It is physically impossible to see any further. We cannot see Europe across the ocean because it is physically impossible for our little eyeballs to see that far. It is a fixed limit. Or if you do not like having a limit on your eyesight, you can believe the storytellers and Santa Claus and the spinning ball stories. However, and what is conveniently never discussed, is that the same mechanics apply above eye level, above the point of inflection. Anything smaller than the angle of 0.02 of a degree above the eye level, above the point of inflection of light entering your eye, is also impossible to see. Not often discussed or even understood, but it is out there. Anything entering your eye at an angle smaller than 0.02 of a degree will not render. So if we take the inclination angle of 0.02 degree and the distance to the hotel of 17.6 miles, we can solve for the height of this hidden portion, or this portion that is seemingly cut off. We make a triangle with the distance of 17.6 as the base, 0.02 of a degree as angle A, and we end up with a height of 32 feet. Add 5 feet for camera height, and even Superman would not be able to see 37 feet of the bottom of this building. That is a best case scenario. In reality, we are probably losing 50 feet. And the point of all of this is to demonstrate that science, physics, angular resolution, perspective, they all clearly show that objects in the distance must disappear bottom first. This is simply how our eyes work. The angles get smaller and smaller as they approach the point of inflection, or the vanishing point, or the horizon. The mechanics of our eyes dictate that objects above eye level, or above the horizon, will disappear bottom first as they approach the vanishing point. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. It is known as vanishing point for a reason. Of course, objects are going to disappear first on the edge facing the vanishing point. This is also how the sun rises and sets seemingly behind the water, but it is simply going out of our ability to see it, or coming into our mechanical ability to see it. Otherwise, it is at an angle that is just too small to reach your eye. Or, if you do not like this, you can believe in Santa Claus and NASA and a spinning ball. So, I hope this makes sense. This is one of those things that is difficult to describe and conceptualize, especially due to the spinning ball programming. But once you get it, it makes perfect sense. It is logical. It explains why we see what we see and how we see what we see. Or, again, you can just believe the Church of Scientism and their magical claims of exploding nothingness into spinning nuclear dinosaur ovens with tractor beams and rocket ships. So sometimes that's more entertaining. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. I apologize, I do have a cold, but I had to get this video out there. I'm kind of pressed for time. But again, thank you so much for watching and all the good comments and support. So adios. Have a good week.
Freaky to you. Take you to another place and time. Just sit back.
See that I didn't really look too bad, but that was only because I'm a very good actor. I think I should be nominated for an Academy Award.